Futian and his party did not return to Qianyes City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. Futian and his party did not return to Qianyes City after leaving Crimson River. They were still inside Crimson Dragon City. This first major city of Crimson Dragon Realm was extremely vast, with many wonders and cultivation places that were not seen in other Renhuang realms. It was not only in possession of a battlefield like the Rising Dragon platform, but also had other places of cultivation. The land west of Crimson Dragon Realm was where Futian and his party had gone. There were countless roads in front of them. These roads were like the branches of an ancient tree, extending to different places in every direction. A faint sense of heat was transmitted from the place. On each ancient road, people coming and going. The place was filled with cultivators. People of the Saint Plains seemed to be everywhere as well. Futian looked forward and raised his head slightly to look at the sky. He saw something like a floating castle. It was boundless, reaching high above the sky. Even the Holy Will was unable to reach it. The sun and its radiance shone down from the sky. Above the castle, divine golden birds could be seen flying in circles. Bright flames rained down, holier than one could imagine. Standing next to all of it, Futian and his party seemed incredibly small. When someone walked past them and set foot on one of the roads, it was as if they had stepped onto a branch. "Is this the divine Jianmu tree?" Xiaoshu whispered. One of the 4 legendary divine trees in the lore, the divine Jianmu tree could connect the heaven and the earth. It was able to reach the depths of the earth and high above the firmament, so that heaven and earth were connected. Each of his branches was an ancient road. Together, it formed thousands of ancient roads that led to Jianmu City, the city which lay in front of them. The Crimson Dragon army guarded Jianmu City. Standing above the void, they looked like an army from heaven. Jianmu City was a holy place for cultivation. It was also one of the largest trading posts in Crimson Dragon City. To enter Jianmu City, payment of spirit stones of the Great Path was required. Otherwise, one was not eligible to cultivate in Jianmu City. Furthermore, the price of admission was not cheap. Those who were weak and small in their cultivation simply could not cultivate for long in Jianmu City. Otherwise, Jianmu City would have become overcrowded a long time ago. "Go and feel it," Futian said. He walked over to the Crimson Dragon army and paid the spirit stones required for everyone to enter. The group of people walked forward and entered a boulevard inside Jianmu City. The boulevard was lined with a lot of buildings that seemed to be no different from those on the outside. However, when you looked up at them, you would see a stout tree branch supporting a road above it. Furthermore, there was an extremely hot stream of air above the ancient tree like the flaming breath of the Great Path. Jianmu City reaches the sky and goes deep into the ground, absorbing the fire of the Great Path. The higher that Jianmu City reaches upward, the more prosperous the trading post will become. Many top forces have been taking shape inside Jianmu City over the years and taking root here. The more rooted they are, the more suitable for cultivation. It is said that, at the bottom of Jianmu, ordinary cultivators of the Saint Plain are unable to stay without getting burned up into ashes under the fire of the Great Path. Someone behind Futian said. The one who spoke was Xinjun, the former young master of Qianyes City. He'd always been very dashing and elegant, but now he was more subdued. He was acting as a guide for Futian and his group, introducing the background of the Crimson Dragon Realm to Futian. After all, he'd grown up in the Crimson Dragon Realm and knew much more about it than Futian. Futian nodded slightly, contemplating what kind of truth would be contained within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the empty realm, the will of space hung in the sky. The Crimson Dragon Realm was more powerful than the space will of the empty realm. This Crimson Dragon Realm truly belonged to a world of flames. It was said that those who cultivated in the art of flames were extremely powerful. "Let's go up first," Futian said, then looked at Luo Fan beside him. "Fifth senior brother, let's go see if there is a fire of the Great Path that is suitable for your cultivation." The number of flame cultivation methods in the Crimson Dragon Realm was endless. Many top figures had refined it into a special flame of the Great Path which integrated the way into it. These flames were of great help to the future generations of cultivators. It could even be directly refined into the body. Learning to comprehend the divine path was of great help to one's cultivation. Although similar to Yi Wuqian's Renhuang sword will, the fire of the saint was not as strong as the Renhuang sword will, so it was quite suitable for Luo Fan, who was still a sage. The higher one went, the more they discovered that the world of cultivators was destined to be unfair. All of this was unimaginable in the lower world of the 9 states. How could one compare the speed and limits of cultivation? I'm embarrassed to trouble my younger brother for money to spend on it, Luo Fan said. That's right. After all, I, your younger brother, am also poor. If that's the case, let's just not go, Yi Futian said jokingly. Luo Fan stared at Yi Futian with shock. He had not expected such a response from him. We are all brothers of the same master. Helping each other is a matter of course. Since the younger brother is so sincere, then I will gladly accept it. Luo Fan hugged Yi Futian's shoulder, internally cursing him for being so tight with his wallet. The senior brother was clearly not as fortunate as the younger brother. Of course, if you something that strikes your fancy, please pick out whatever you want. By the way, choose a gift for Miss Xian too, Yi Futian said with a smile. He'd been joking before. That's the spirit. Don't forget how nice I was to you when you were young, Luo Fan exclaimed with a thumbs up. Yi Futian's face was a picture of confusion. When he was young? All right, perhaps 18 or 19 years olds could be considered young. Have you found a good place? Yi Futian asked Xinjun. What level do you want? Xinjun asked. The best, Yi Futian responded. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. When he looked at Yi Futian, he thought that his junior brother was even more handsome than ever. Heavenly Flames Avenue in Jianmu City is the most prosperous place for flame trading. Even Nirvana-level flames are not lacking there. Renhuang-level flames have even appeared there once, Xinjun said. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go to Heavenly Flames Avenue then. Okay, then we need to hurry. Xinjun nodded. His body flickered as he led the way. Yi Futian and his team followed behind. They all traveled fast as they shuttled through Jianmu City. Jianmu City was considered a renowned city for a reason. When all the areas above and below the surface, it was much larger than a city, as large as Qianye City. Therefore, one could only imagine just how massive this ancient tree that connected the world was, or that it was still growing. In Heavenly Flames Avenue was a huge, wide-open square where many cultivators gathered to trade. There were a lot of shops in the square, many of them temporarily built by the cultivators. Outside of these shops were engraved signs displaying what items were available for trade. Of course, there were also some large, permanent structures that were used for long-term trading. The Tower of Heavenly Flames on Heavenly Flames Avenue, for example, belonged to a major force with many invaluable flames of the way. At the moment, many cultivators were assembled in the Tower of Heavenly Flames. Yi Futian and his people had just arrived. There were many flame furnaces inside, all of which contained the flames of the way. Above the furnace, the name of the flame of the way, its grade, and its abilities were listed in great detail. The cultivation of flames in the Crimson Dragon realm was considered the epitome of the Crimson Dragon region. The classification and grade of the flames here were finer than anywhere else. Purple flame, unblemished medium-grade flame of the way, aggressive attacking power with a strong ability to break defenses. Yi Futian looked at a flame furnace. Inside, a purple flame was making a sharp sizzling sound. Tiny bolts of lightning could be seen inside the flame. After cultivators entered the same realm, if they majored in the flames, they would temper the flame of their great path, making them physical, multiplying their power, and refining them to contain great swordsmanship. The fire of the golden flames, unblemished upper-grade flames of the way, aggressive attacking power with the ability to melt anything. Good for attacking, forging armors. In yet another flame furnace, the golden flames shone brightly, lighting up the flame furnace with extremely bright golden flames. This would be more suitable for Gongsun Xian, but she came from Divine Ke Valley. Presumably, this grade of flame of the way would not be a great help to her, Yi Futian whispered. Gongsun Xian's origin meant that she had tremendous spiritual resources of her own. In addition, her grandfather had reached the nirvana plane. The flame he possessed could be tempered into the flame of nirvana. The flames of the way in this area were artificially made. The flames of the way on the other side were formed naturally, Xinjun explained. Of course, there was no absolute advantage or disadvantage to choosing either. It was all dependent on the person who refined the flame and the strength of the natural formation. Yi Futian and his party continued their search for an even stronger flame of the way. They came across another flame furnace. Inside, the flame seemed dim and ghostly like a shadow. The ghostly flame of the way, nirvana mid-grade, possesses a strong sense of destruction. Its ability to burn and destroy souls was given by the Nether Saint Lord, said the line of writing engraved on the outside of the furnace. As Yi Futian walked past the Tower of Heavenly Flames, he felt a dizzying sensation and some interest. The flames here were too strong. By comparison, the unblemished flames of Wei did not appear so precious. In fact, Yi Futian had also cultivated an flaming ability. Not just the flame, he'd also cultivated many other kinds of abilities and comprehended all kinds of will. However, because many abilities were limited by magical powers, they were not strong enough. In fact, there was no absolute strengths or weaknesses between the kinds of will. Any kind of will could be cultivated to its highest level. Yi Futian wondered if he could pick up some of them to cultivate. Senior brother, choose the one that suits you, Yi Futian said to Luo Fan. Stronger was generally better, but it still needed to fit Luo Fan's ability to cultivate to be effective. For example, for those with extraordinary birthrights, if their forefathers had cultivated certain kind of flames, or even passed them on into the life spirit, they could inherit them in the form of comprehension, saving themselves half the trouble. Beggars can't be choosers. Let's just make do, Luo Fan said casually. However, his action was pretty deft. He pointed at a flame and said, "That's it." Yi Futian saw the grade of the flame he wanted and felt a pinch in his heart. He said, "Senior brother, you don't want to spare me any expense. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Luo Fan listened to what Yi Futian said and smirked, clapping his little brother's shoulder. He said, "We're family after all, aren't we? Isn't this for our second sister's sake, eh?" Luo Fan listened to what Yi Futian said and smirked, clapping his little brother's shoulder. He said, "We're family after all, aren't we? Isn't this for our second sister's sake, eh? Really?" Zhuge Mingyu smiled sheepishly at Luo Fan, which made him shudder as he smiled. Holding his head high, he said, "Indeed. Don't bother about him, little brother," Zhuge Mingyu said, looking at the flames. While Yi Futian had recently become rather rich, the flames were of such a level that they were really going to cost him. "Could you be more biased, sister?" Luo Fan said with a glum face. "Now you know," Zhuge Mingyu said with a smile as she looked at the dejected expression on Luo Fan's face. Yi Futian, however, smiled and asked, "What is the price for these flames, senior? This is not to be traded using sacred spirit stones. It can only be exchanged for something of equal value, like the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana-level training methods, ritual implements, and the like," the elder who guarded the flames said. Yi Futian smiled, thinking about how this was supposed to have been an easier day. Even if he'd been able to pay for the flames using sacred spirit stones, it still would have been difficult. "What do you think about these sword arts?" Yi Futian sent a holy will from his brow over to the elder. The illustration of the sword of Cassiopeia entered the elder's mind. The elder looked at it for a bit, and then said, "The arts look fine. However, it's not something truly unique. I assume that you use it for trading quite often, so this won't do." The sword of Cassiopeia was considered the best sword arts that could be found in Dali. It was considered a very high grade even in Crimson Dragon Realm. As far as barter was concerned, its value should have been adequate. "I'm afraid you are wrong, senior. The sword art was of top-notch holiness of nirvana indeed. While it isn't something unique and could be found elsewhere, I could say the same thing about the consuming flames of the way. I'm sure seniors who are trained in such arts could have created it again and again, Futian said. You saw the grade of the consuming flames of the way yourself, extreme holiness of nirvana level. It was crafted by a mighty cultivator at the very pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, requiring quite a bit of spiritual power to craft it. Do you think someone of such a level would have crafted flames like that over and over again to sell? Furthermore, what if others managed to figure out its workings? The elder continued. The higher the level of the flames of the way is, the harder it is to come across. I need a training method of the same level to exchange for it. Otherwise, it'd be better for you to look elsewhere, sir. Futian felt rather speechless as he looked at the forceful elder. He knew that what he'd said was the truth, but the trade depended on whose needs were stronger. The elder was not in a hurry to sell it off, and others wanted to trade him for it. Unless there was a high demand for the product, the elder wouldn't have dared to negotiate in such a manner. If Futian were to set up a shop selling methods of such levels, he would be asking for at least as much as the elder. With that thought, Futian seemed to have chanced upon a way of getting rich. However, on his plane, if he simply traded holiness of nirvana level methods without a care, he might as well be painting a target on his back. Why would there be a need to trade if one could just take what they wanted by force? After all, the Crimson Dragon realm was a largely lawless place. All right, we'll just go elsewhere, Luo Fan said, clearly frustrated. What do you think about this method then, senior? Xia Qingyuan interjected from the side. She then sent holy will into the elder's mind. The elder nodded and said, You could take the flames for 2 methods. That will do. Xia Qingyuan took out the method she'd used and looked at Futian, who then took out a manual copy of the Sword of Cassiopeia and handed it to the elder. The elder checked the goods and then nodded, handing the furnace to Futian. He said, The furnace itself is one of the top-of-the-line containers of flames. It would have melted under the powers of the flames of the way a long time ago otherwise. You people are getting quite a bargain here. Futian took the furnace and handed it to Luo Fan before turning to Xia Qingyuan. He said, Thank you, Princess. I still have other methods with me, though. There were many methods to be found in the Golden Hall of the Lotus in Emperor Xia's palace, but the truly top-of-the-line ones were kept in private collections by the royal palace. Even if he were to have seen them, there was no way he could have traded with them. However, if Xia Qingyuan were to do so, then it naturally would not be a problem. Never mind. It's all the same, Xia Qingyuan said plainly. The elder looked at the two of them and speculated about their identities. Princess? But then again, all kinds of people could be found in Crimson Dragon City. The place was the biggest and greatest city in the Crimson Dragon region after all. Luo Fan took a look at Futian, impressed by his little brother's capabilities. They were far above his own abilities. He sure couldn't measure up to him. Futian, someone called out. Futian turned and saw someone familiar. He quickly recalled who the man was. It was the man who had fought Yuxing, Wuchen, and the others in the Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, Zhuo Su of the Black Flames clan. He was a native of Crimson Dragon City. Zhuo Su took a look at Yi Wuchen. Those who had lost to him in the past had since become saints at the Battle of the Crimson River. Futian nodded with a smile, not wanting to engage him in conversation. Zhuo Su then took one look at the flames that Luo Fan was putting away. In truth, Zhuo Su had always wanted the consuming flames of the way. He wanted to consume it to strengthen his flames. However, his family wouldn't grant him 2 top-notch methods to exchange for it. Their flames of the way were powerful to begin with, so they were reluctant to cover such expenditures. Futian, Lord of Qianye City? Many turned to look at Futian curiously. After the battle between Li City and Qianye City, as well as the Battle of the Crimson River, the city lord of Qianye had gained quite some renown. Of course, his renown paled in comparison to that of Yuxing, who had practically steered the direction of the entire Battle of the Crimson River. A battle between 2 cities was a big event involving 2 imperial realms. However, the attention attracted by such battles could not compare with the Battle of the Crimson River. That battle had enabled the winner to enter the regional palace. Plus, the Battle of the Crimson River had been fought in the Crimson Dragon City. "We'll take a look elsewhere," Futian said as he walked out of the Tower of Heavenly Flames. However, there were still many people around who had come out to take a look at him. Some were heard saying, "Futian was bickering with Xing Kai back at the Battle of the Crimson River. It was quite a pity that they didn't end up fighting each other. Yu Xing's talents were unparalleled. He seemed to listen to this guy a lot. How would Futian compare to a devil like Yu Xing?" Many talked about this. Many cultivators on Heavenly Flames Avenue turned to look at Futian as well. Xing Kai of the ancient Imperial City was extremely renowned, even in Crimson Dragon City. Xing Kai would become a renowned figure in the Crimson Dragon realm in the future. Furthermore, the Ninth Servant, the City Lord of ancient Imperial City, was also a legendary figure. He was lauded as the #1 City Lord outside of Crimson Dragon City. Futian did not bother with what the people around him were saying. People of renowned clans were commonly seen in a place like Crimson Dragon City. For instance, Zhuosu was a descendant of a Renhuang, yet people had stopped paying him any attention soon enough. "Are you looking for Flames of the Way, my friend?" someone asked, causing Futian to turn around. An old man was setting up a street stall in the middle of the busy Heavenly Flames Avenue, making him stand out of the crowd. The old man's aura appeared to be very weak. The grades of flames he was selling in his stall were all of the very low grades. No one walking about was paying him any attention. Futian smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm indeed looking for Flames of the Way." "Why do you ask, sir?" "I have some here," the old man said, beckoning Futian's party over to his stall. Futian took one look at the flames in the old man's stall. They were like comparing gold and dirt when he thought of the quality flames being sold at the Tower of Heavenly Flames. There was no need to compare them at all. However, Futian nonetheless walked up to the old man and said, "The levels of these flames are rather low. They would be of little use for my friend's training. I do have higher level ones if that's what you're looking for, but I don't know if you'd dare to take them," the old man said to Futian with a smile. Futian looked at the old man and noticed how alert and cautious his eyes were. Although the old man looked frail and had little aura to speak of, Futian was able to tell that the old man was very adept at concealing his true abilities. He had been quietly sitting there before with no one bothering him. He had not been trying to bother anyone either. Futian wondered why the old man had decided to call out to him. "If the prices are good, I don't mind taking them," Futian said. "You can have them for free." The old man flashed a beaming smile. His teeth were rather yellow and somewhat unsightly. Futian looked even more puzzled. Free? There were a lot of situations where free things turned out to be things turned out to cost the most. They often required payment in other forms. "What conditions do you have then, sir?" Futian asked. "I have none." The old man shook his head. Futian felt rather puzzled. He was unable to read the old man. "That was why I asked if you would dare to take them," the old man said somewhat aggressively. "I don't dabble with what I know nothing about," Futian said, bowing to the old man. "I shall take my leave." The old man looked very mysterious. Futian thought that it would best to exercise caution in a place like Jianmu City. "Are you sure you don't want it?" a voice with a terrifying aura cried out all of a sudden, sweeping all over the Heavenly Flames Avenue. Its scorching will made everyone turn around in an instant. Futian was no exception. He saw the old man holding a ball of flames of the way which glittered brilliantly. They contrasted with the rays of the sun above in mystical ways. The three-legged golden ravens in the sky over Jianmu's city cried. The old man put the flames away in just an instant, smiling at Futian. He said, "I'm giving them away to you. Do you dare to take them?" Renhuang Flames of the Way. Futian stared at the old man and then looked around the avenue. Countless pairs of eyes had turned toward him in an instant. The old man whom no one had bothered with before had suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the area. That Flames of the Way were being given away for free. The eyes of countless people were burning brilliantly, Futian included. However, flames of such levels would be difficult to hold on to. It was no surprise that the old man had asked him if he dared to take it. What he was unable to fathom was why the old man was trying to give the flames to him for free. There was no way that they knew each other. "I'll take it," Futian said. If that old man said that he was willing to give Renhuang level flames away, then it would be up to Futian to choose how to deal with it. If he was unable to keep it around, he would simply sell it. He walked up decisively, the people around him following him, concerned that the old man was up to no good. However, that old man simply chucked the flames into the furnace and handed it over to Futian, who accepted them right away. He then looked at the old man and said, "Since you've said you're giving it to me, then it's up to me to decide what to do with it, right? Of course, I wouldn't hold it against if you just gave it someone else. So long as you're willing to take them from me, that is." The old man looked at Futian with a beaming smile. That look gave Futian a bad feeling. The old man waved and put the entire stall away before disappearing in a flash. Many formidable auras turned in Futian's direction as soon as the old man left. Futian frowned and thought that the flames would indeed be difficult to hold on to. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian watched as the old man disappeared and the people in the square closed in on him. However, none of them dared to try to take the flames from him by force. Futian watched as the old man disappeared and the people in the square closed in on him. However, none of them dared to try to take the flames from him by force. Futian, the lord of Qianye City, was backed by Renhuang forces, making him a difficult person to take on. Furthermore, it appeared that the princess of Emperor Xia's realm was with him. "Do you mind if I have a look at those flames of the way?" Zhuosu of the Black Flame clan asked. Futian took a look at him and said nothing in reply. Those flames would cause quite a commotion if they were exposed. It would be a bad idea to take them out so casually. While there was no doubt that they would be something difficult to hold on to, the flames were in his hands and he had no intention of letting them go. "Let's go," Futian said with a low voice, getting ready to leave the area. They had attracted way too much attention. However, a powerful aura seemed to be sweeping from far away at that moment. One figure after another streaked over Heavenly Flames Avenue, locking their eyes onto Futian. An elder took one step and sent scorching wool all over the place. He grabbed at the space before him and wool of the great path of flames roared, transforming into a great fiery dragon that lashed out at Futian's party. Yaya stepped out and appeared right before everyone in the party. She waved her hands and sword will shrouded the entire area. Terrifying ringing sounds were heard as a screen of swords appeared before Yaya. The dragon was blocked by the screen, yet it remained adamant in breaking through them as it roared. The people around retreated and scattered in a hurry. The elder continued moving forward, his robes billowing. He waved his arms, conjuring one dragon after another in the air. All of them roared as they charged at Futian and his party, trying to engulf everything within the vicinity in the flames. Yaya took to the air and was immediately surrounded by sword will. It turned into streams of flowing light in an instant, heading straight for the dragon as she placed the area on lockdown. Terrifying clashing sounds rang through the air. The great path shuddered as more and more mighty beings showed up, all trying to surround Futian's party. Several people acted at the same time, manipulating flames of greater magnitude to attack Yaya. The screen of swords blocked out the sky as it shrouded everyone within. Yaya was forced one step back. She scanned the people around her with eyes as cold and sharp as swords. The space above them was completely taken over by swords and flames. Futian and his party were trapped. A group of people approached them. All of them looked rather young, especially the person taking the lead. Their leader was a woman dressed in fiery red clothing. She looked to only be 25 or 26 years of age, yet the aura emanating from her was unmistakably that of a saint. She was elegant and stunning. Her fiery red robes billowed as she turned to look at Futian and the others. All eyes turned towards her. Many immediately recognized who she was and where her group came from. She was a member of the Shi clan, a top-notch clan that was an early founder in the establishment of Crimson Dragon City. The Shi clan had been in Jianmu's city for many generations and was incredibly powerful. They owned many properties and controlled many industries in Jianmu's city. The leader of the Shi clan was known as the Saint Lord of Jiuyang, one of the figures at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon City. His powers were unfathomably profound. Her group consisted of mighty members of the Shi clan. The woman who was leading them was none other than a direct descendant of the founder of the clan, Shi Chan. Shi Chan looked at Futian's party with a cold expression and said, "Hand over the flames." Futian frowned. He hadn't expected to get into real trouble so quickly, but there was no denying how forceful these people were. They were forcing him to hand over the flames right away. At that moment Jaya, who was still in the air, sent sword auras to tear the dragons apart. The fires of the great path roared and then disappeared with the sword will. Their opponents did not continue attacking. They instead surrounded Futian's party. Many of the people on Heavenly Flames Avenue retreated quite a distance away to watch what was happening from safety. "What do you mean?" Futian took a look at them. "You want to take my things without even bothering to talk first? Man, you guys are harsh. Hand over the flames and then we'll talk," Shi Chan said. "Shi Chan, I heard that the flames of the way were stolen. Are these the people behind the theft?" a member of Shi Chan's party asked. The young person took a look at Futian's party and said, "What is there to talk about with the thieves? We should take them down right now." "Thieves?" Futian frowned. From what this young person said, these flames had been stolen from the woman before them. The old man must have stolen them and given them away immediately after. "Head back to the clan with us. If you're able to explain yourselves adequately, you might be able to leave with your lives intact," an old man standing beside Shi Chan said. His eyes seemed to be imbued with fire as he looked at Futian's party. His words were extremely forceful. That flames of the way were of the Renhuan level, so they were very precious to them. In truth, those flames were more trouble than they were worth. All the most powerful forces in the Crimson Dragon realm were after them. "I'm afraid that there is some misunderstanding happening here," Futian said. "If you're talking about the flames that caused all that ruckus earlier, they were given to me by an old man just moments ago. Many people on the avenue saw it happen and will be able to serve as witnesses. You should consider that before you call us thieves." Shi Chan's eyes sparkled as she turned to look at the crowd on the avenue behind them. Someone called out, "It happened just like he said." Shi Chan's expression changed after that. She locked her gaze onto Futian and asked, "Why would the star-plucking hand just hand over the flames to you? What is your relationship with him?" Many gasped at Shi Chan's words. Whispered gossip broke out all along the avenue. That old man who had gifted the flames to Futian was the star-plucking saint. Shinjun's expression shifted as well. He telepathically explained to Futian, "That woman is a member of the Shi clan, the most powerful force in Jianmu City. The star-plucking hand is the nickname of the star-plucking saint, an extremely powerful figure. He has reached the holiness of nirvana and is capable of reaching unparalleled speed, making many great transformations, and wielding formidable combat abilities in battle. He is one of those few people who even the most powerful figures in Crimson Dragon Realm would hesitate to mess with. Anyone who dares to mess with him will find themselves down on their luck. Furthermore, the star-plucking saint is a weird guy who keeps to himself. He has stolen some of the most precious treasures from the most powerful clans in Crimson Dragon City. No one to date has been capable of capturing him. He felt that the case was very weird. The star-plucking saint could have simply taken what he'd stolen from the Shi clan away without making a fuss. The Saint Lord of Jiuyang of the Shi clan, despite being extremely powerful, was utterly incapable of capturing the star-plucking saint. The two men were probably more or less equal in power. No one could tell who between them was the stronger one. Even if the star-plucking saint simply took the goods by force, there was nothing the Shi clan could do about it. The saint was a loner, and there was no way the clan could get their hands on him. He'd handed the flames to others right in front of everyone on Heavenly Flames Avenue, and no one had recognized him. That in itself was a testament to his frightening ability in the art of transformations. It was apparent that the star-plucking saint had masked his aura and changed his appearance. Xinjun didn't understand why he had given the flames to Yi Futian. How should I know why he gave the flames to me? However, since he gave them to me, the flames are mine. All of you showed up and attacked us right away, accused me of being a thief, and even declared that I would only live if I explained myself adequately. I'm afraid you are not much better than thieves yourselves, Yi Futian said coldly. Xichan frowned slightly and said, If things happened as you say, then it is indeed a misunderstanding. However, the flames of the way were indeed stolen from my clan by the star-plucking hand. If you're willing to return them, then we shall call it a day. Return it and call it a day? Xia Qingyuan's expression turned extremely cold after hearing what the other party said. She then responded, You people attacked us and accused us of being thieves. Do you think we can just let that slide? Whether the other party was telling the truth or not, the flames had nonetheless been given to them by that old man. The other party should have been thankful if they were willing to return the flames instead of demanding them back. Furthermore, they said that they would call it a day after the flames were returned. It was as if they were saying that they were doing Yi Futian's party a great service by not bothering with his people anymore after that. Furthermore, what is the nature of the flames and how can you prove that the flames are yours in the first place? Yi Futian retorted. If the other party didn't want to bother with being courteous, he saw no need to be polite with them. Although the flames had indeed proven difficult to hold on to, they would not simply let go of them just because of what the other party had said. Worse still, the other party had demanded the flames back instead of asking for them politely. Boom! Raging fires burst out everywhere. The elder from Xichan's clan hovered toward Yi Futian's party, getting ready to strike. So, they were going to take the flames by force? If you think you can take the goods by force, I can guarantee that you all will pay a greater price. Xia Qingyuan said, eyeing the people right in front of her. Xichan, they are from Qianye City. Su reminded her. All those who had been preparing to attack the group frowned. The Shi clan had paid attention to the Battle of the Crimson River at the regional palace. Even though the battle between the two imperial realms had taken place outside of Crimson Dragon City, they had nonetheless caught wind of the news. These people were from Emperor Xia's realm? That meant that the powerful woman must be the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Xichan's eyes landed on Xia Qingyuan. She had great renown in the Crimson Dragon realm and was considered quite a legend on her own for her extremely exceptional talents. Xichan's eyes seemed to have been imbued with scorching flames as she glared at Xia Qingyuan, unfazed by the princess's identity. Even the Renhuang forces of other realms commanded limited power in Crimson Dragon City, especially where top forces like the Shi clan were concerned. But then again, they would not go out of their way to severely offend those of other imperial realms. Doing so would pose a grave threat to the native forces of Crimson Dragon City. Those flames belong to the Shi clan. You all might be of other imperial realms, but it will still be impossible for you to take the flames away. Xichan glared at Xia Qingyuan and appeared extremely powerful. While foreign imperial realm forces were extremely powerful, the majority of their forces were not in the Crimson Dragon realm. If the Shi clan insisted on keeping these people around, there was no way they could simply leave. It was impossible to simply walk away with those flames. Even if those of the Shi clan refrained from taking the flames by force, there was still no way Yi Futian and the others could call for help from Emperor Xia's realm. If that course of action was possible, conflicts like these would be settled in such a manner from then on. The number cultivators who had reached the holiness of nirvana level from imperial realms were far fewer than those in the Crimson Dragon realm. Mobilizing those saints was more difficult than it seemed to be. Furthermore, even if such saints were mobilized, the forces of foreign imperial realms could not simply act against the native forces without ample reason. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Jianmu City was the home territory of the Shi clan, meaning that Xia Qingyuan and the others were at a disadvantage. Jianmu City was the home territory of the Shi clan, meaning that Xia Qingyuan and the others were at a disadvantage. That was why Xichan was daring to be so forceful and insisting on keeping them around. However, while the forces of other imperial realms were incapable of doing as they pleased in Crimson Dragon City, the native forces didn't dare to act rashly either. Xia Qingyuan did not balk at all and forcefully retorted. Many of the people on Heavenly Flames Avenue witnessed what transpired personally. The flames were gifted to us by an old man. If you insist on being so forceful, then bring the old man here. If he told us to hand over the flames, we would comply without question. As for you people, we did not get the flames from you. Do you think that we'll just hand them over because you say that the flames are yours? If these people had spoken to them nicely and proved that the flames were indeed theirs, Futian and his people would have considered returning them to them. However, there was no way they would hand them over just because the other party claimed that the flames were theirs. Furthermore, these people had attacked as soon as they'd arrived and had behaved extremely rudely and forcefully. They'd also voiced their intentions of taking down Futian's party out loud. In this case, it was simply impossible for Futian's party to hand over the flames. Both parties stayed in a deadlock for quite some time, either of them giving way to the other. Both women, Xichan and Xia Qingyuan, were extremely powerful people. A new group of people approached them. They emanated extremely powerful auras and wore Crimson Dragon robes, making it obvious that they were part of the Crimson Dragon army and tasked with maintaining public order in Jianmu City. Jianmu City was part of Crimson Dragon City. Within Crimson Dragon City limits, the Crimson Dragon army served as the absolute peacekeepers. A fight had broken out there and caught their attention. Commander Mu. Xichan bowed slightly to the leader of the army. It was obvious that she knew the commander. The Crimson Dragon army of Jianmu City had been stationed there for many years. There were 9 lieutenants and 2 commanders. Commander Mu was one of the 2. He was tasked with managing the upper regions of Jianmu City. What happened? Commander Mu looked at the opposing forces and asked. A figure arrived in a flash of light and reported to the commander what had transpired. Commander Mu then looked at Futian and his group after finding out who they were. It was said that Xing of Qianyes City had entered the regional palace by overpowering all the mighty being there. He could become one of the commanders of Crimson Dragon City someday. There was a great possibility that he would join the Crimson Dragon army's ranks one day. Xichan, how can the Shi clan prove that those flames are theirs? Commander Mu looked at Xichan and asked. How did the Shi clan come to possess the flames? Commander Mu, those flames of the Wei indeed belong to the Shi clan. A figure appeared in midair at that moment. A fiery aura swept out through the air. A legendary figure appeared, looking as brilliant as the sun in the sky. He seemed to have the sun on his back. He was blindingly bright, and nearly impossible to look at. It was the Saint Lord of Jiuyang of the Shi clan. However, this was probably only a projection of his will rather than his true self. Commander Mu looked at the materialized specter and said, There has never been a Renhuang in the ranks of the Shi clan, Jiuyang. Those flames are of the Renhuang level, so that means they were acquired elsewhere. By my logic, I'm afraid no one would have traded those flames away without good reasons. It was apparent that Commander Mu had a good guess as to the origins of the flames. The Saint Lord of Jiuyang frowned. Commander Mu then looked at Xia Qingyuan and asked, The Shi clan claims that the flames are theirs. Would you be willing to return it? No, Xia Qingyuan answered decisively. Very well. Commander Mu nodded. One side wants to take the flames while the other side refuses to give it up. In that case, the Shi clan is free to take the flames by force, but do not cause too much of a commotion in Jianmu City. Furthermore, if you people clash with them in the future over the flames, the Crimson Dragon army shall not interfere with matters between your parties. You are free to do as you please with each other. Crimson Dragon City had rules that forbid haphazard killing. In truth, Crimson Dragon City was the safest city in the Crimson Dragon realm because it was the only place where rules were firmly enforced. That was because those rules had been laid down by the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself. Everyone had to obey them. Anyone who broke those rules would be dealt with by the Crimson Dragon army. However, at present, the Crimson Dragon army was there simply to mediate the conflict between the two parties. Since neither of the parties was in the mood to make compromises, the commander saw fit to let them deal with the conflict on their own. The Saint Lord of Jiuyang looked down at those below him until his eyes fixed on Xia Qingyuan. If a conflict breaks out between your parties, none of us will have anything to gain from it. What would it take for you to return the flames? Those flames were rather important to them. It was about more than the flames being left behind by a Renhuang. If the flames had only been left behind by a Renhuang, the Saint Lord would not have bothered making an appearance. Since you people sought to overwhelm us through sheer force, there is naturally no way we will return the flames. Xia Qingyuan looked at the Saint Lord of Jiuyang coldly. If he had been a top-notch figure who didn't belong to any group, he would have been tricky to deal with. However, since he was part of a top-notch clan, then he did not dare to make a move against her. Overwhelm you through sheer force, eh? The Saint Lord of Jiuyang looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, Shichan. Yes, sir. Shichan looked up at the Saint Lord. If Princess Xia here thinks that we are simply throwing our weight around, you should fight her. After all, you are on the same plane as her. The Saint Lord then said, Princess Xia, if Shichan wins, you shall return the flames of the way. If you win, then the Shi clan shall never ask for the flames again, and I shall have Shichan apologize for her rude actions. What do you think about that? If it not for Xia Qingyuan, and the others being from Emperor Xia's realm, the Saint Lord of Jiuyang would not have bothered being so polite. He would have simply taken them on right there and then. Of course, if that had been the case, Xia Qingyuan and the others would not have dared to maintain such a forceful attitude in the first place. They would have been forced to give up the flames. Xia Qingyuan looked up after hearing the Saint Lord of Jiuyang's words. Futian then said, I'll do it. They did not object to the Saint Lord's proposal. Xia Qingyuan took a look at Futian, and then at Shichan. She said, Mind your own business. She then looked up at the Saint Lord and said, Very well then. The people around them got rather excited when they heard her agree, especially those who had been watching the entire time. They have long heard of Shichan's talents and powers. She was the most powerful member of the younger generation of the Shi clan. She had honed her flames of Jiuyang to frightening levels, making powers were unparalleled. Xia Qingyuan, on the other hand, was a princess from Emperor Xia's realm. They were rather curious as to how a princess from an imperial realm would fare against a genius from the Crimson Dragon realm. It seemed to them that a good show was about to start. The two women rose into the air. Shichan basked in the flames like a goddess of the sun. She hovered high in the air as the scorching afternoon sun showered down on her. 9 suns appeared behind her and rotated. Raging flames emanated from behind her. The light from those flames was capable of burning anything it touched. The fire was imbued with the devastating might of the Great Path. Terrifying sunrays shot out at Xia Qingyuan. They could have burned her to death on the spot. Holy light glimmered all over Xia Qingyuan's body as will of calamity swordsmanship emanated from her. It turned into the light of calamity swordsmanship and fired out beams of sword wills, clashing with the sunrays. The collision created high-pitched noises. Shichan did not expect to beat Xia Qingyuan with only that one move. Her body hovered in the air as the 9 suns circled her. The celestial bodies rotated and high above. Suns appeared in astounding numbers in the blink of an eye, shrouding the entire area and enveloping Xia Qingyuan. Every single sun harbored extremely ferocious flames. They were the flames of Jiuyang. Every single direct descendant of her family had trained in the flames of Jiuyang. The only thing that differed between them was their plane levels. Even though the flames that she'd conjured and honed were only of the proving holiness level, they were nonetheless tremendously devastating. The suns that surrounded Xia Qingyuan rotated shot down rays of light, trying to burn their target alive. Shichan's beautiful eyes looked as if they held suns inside them. She lifted her arms and fire of the sun coiled around her palms. She was out to see just how capable a princess of an imperial realm could be. Burn! Said Shichan's saint-level spells were cast as the suns repeatedly fired beams of flames. They tore through the sky as they headed right for Xia Qingyuan. Ringing noises were heard in the air. It was difficult to imagine just how devastating the flames of the suns were. Futian looked at the battlefield from below, and was rather startled. Xichan was more powerful than he had expected her to be. Top-notch clans who were trained in the power of the flames in Crimson Dragon Realm exhibited extremely proficient control and use of fiery powers. They were considered masters among masters in the art. Holy light dazzled over Xia Qingyuan as countless lotus flowers appeared around her. Those lotuses shielded her as they blossomed in the air. The beams of flames collided with them, making the petals ring intensely. However, the flowers remained intact instead of melting or burning away. The suns fired beams of even greater intensity, drowning the space and burying Xia Qingyuan completely. Xichan waved her hands, causing the suns in the air to merge. They turned into a gigantic sun and buried Xia Qingyuan. The air around them became extremely hot in an instant. It felt like everything was on the verge of melting down. Xia Qingyuan and her lotuses had been all but swallowed by the sun. At that moment, dazzling sword auras burst from the petals of the lotuses, especially from the one in the middle. Terrifying calamity swordsmanship pierced through the sun and shot outside. The number and intensity of the auras grew increasingly dramatically as they tried to tear everything apart. Within mere moments, the boundless sword auras tore the sun into pieces, which then exploded with a loud noise. The lotuses blossomed to reveal an imposing figure standing at their center. It was none other than Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan stood on a lotus flower as countless others blossomed in the air. The will of calamity swordsmanship harbored extremely terrifying explosive capabilities. They became numerous enough to block out the sky in mere moments, and headed straight for Xichan. Go! Xia Qingyuan pointed at Xichan. The boundless swords imbued with the worldly great path zipped past as they launched at Xichan. Xichan stepped aside as an extremely enraged aura burst from her body. It seemed as if a sun had appeared around her, shrouding her within. The space around the sun was burning red. When the swords reached her and pierced through the sun, they melted into nothing. The swords melted immediately. Xichan kept moving forward, forcefully making her way towards Xia Qingyuan. The flames of the sun were capable of melting everything in the world. The swords crumbled before the flames of Jiuyang. Xia Qingyuan frowned as boundless swords shot forward. They were all quickly destroyed when they hit the screen of the sun. It was her first time fighting with someone at her level. She'd never faced someone who was trained in such formidable powers as the art of flames. Furthermore, it seemed as if Xichan intended to fight up close and personal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The flames on Xichan's body grew increasingly more powerful as the 9 suns rotated. She looked like a true goddess of the sun as she basked in the sun's flames. Devastating fiery waves swept out all around her. The flames on Xichan's body grew increasingly more powerful as the 9 suns rotated. She looked like a true goddess of the sun as she basked in the sun's flames. Devastating fiery waves swept out all around her. Boom! Xichan stepped forward and headed straight for Xia Qingyuan. The flames of Jiuyang burst devastatingly as soon as she stepped out, firing 9 beams of holy light straight at Xia Qingyuan. The lotus flower before Xia Qingyuan blossomed and blocked the beams, yet destructive heat waves still washed over her. The extremely dazzling figure of Xichan charged at her. It was as if Xichan had turned into a sun herself. Ferocious heat waves began engulfing the entire space before she even came close to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan performed hand seals, causing countless lotuses to blossom around her in an instant. Calamity swordsmanship ebbed within the petals. Beams of destructive auras fired right at Xichan. However, Xichan ignored the attacks altogether as she continued to charge. Virum! She sensed that the raging waves sweeping toward her were out to destroy everything. Calamity swordsmanship burst out as the swords headed straight for Xichan. Xichan did not even slow down, zipping right through like a bolt of lightning to throw a punch. Her devastating flames contained terrifying explosive powers that wrecked the swords within mere moments. Divine body of 9 suns, Xichan muttered. Her body was like a sun at the moment. She activated the divine body of 9 suns, enabling her to pulverize everything before her through extremely destructive means. The swords were destroyed and the lotuses crumbled. Xia Qingyuan retreated as Shi Chan continued to press forward like a sun falling from the sky. Seemingly nothing could stop her. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard as Xia Qingyuan's attacks continued to crumble. The holy light about her became even more brilliant. Lotus petals opened and closed until they melded into one single lotus flower. Thousands of swords flowed around her body, encircling her in an ever more powerful storm. Terrifying ringing noises were heard as the two of them chased one another in the air. Shi Chan basked in flames and charged forward like a fireball of the sun. At that moment, Xia Qingyuan finally retaliated. Xia Qingyuan pointed at Shi Chan below. Boundless swords appeared in an instant. They immediately transformed into a dragon of calamity. Catastrophic beams of terrifying intensity rained down from above. The swords then streaked downward in a frenzy, crashing into Shi Chan's body. The divine body of 9 suns broke and crumbled under the incoming attacks. However, that dragon seemed to be an indestructible being. It continued to roar and charge, engulfing the sky around them. The mighty beings from the Crimson Dragon army had yet to leave. They'd stayed around to prevent the battle above from harming the avenue below. Everyone watching the battle from the avenue felt astonished by what they saw happening above them. The duel between the two women was far more intense than they had expected it to be. Their attacks were nothing less than harrowing. Futian was also watching the battle closely. He was able to tell that Shi Chan was very powerful. Otherwise, the Saint Lord of Jiuyang of the Shi clan would not have allowed Shi Chan to fight Xia Qingyuan in the first place. He'd known that the daughter of a Renhuang would be anything but mediocre. It was a testament to his confidence in Shi Chan's powers. Furthermore, Shi Chan's plane was slightly higher than Xia Qingyuan's. It had not been long since she became a saint. She was still at proving holiness level and her aura was somewhat inferior as a result. At that moment, however, a beam of even greater brilliance fired from the sun. Shi Chan's divine body of the 9 suns charged forward and destroyed the dragon, ramming into Xia Qingyuan's body to crush her once and for all. However, at the very next moment, many of Xia Qingyuan's silhouettes appeared and stepped on the lotuses. The petals of the flowers howled with the might of the swords. Shi Chan stood at the center. Her sun goddess form was still incredibly dazzling. She scanned her surroundings, unable to tell which Xia Qingyuan was the real one. The silhouettes of Xia Qingyuan all performed hand seals at the same time. Powerful auras burst forward as the swords howled. The noises reverberated throughout their surroundings. Thousands of calamities, tens of thousands of shadows, all born of the lotus. Many voices said at the same time, resonating with the world around them. More lotuses appeared in the sky. Xia Qingyuan was standing on every single flower. The place permeated with the truly stifling pressure of devastation. Countless lotus petals circled Shi Chan as the swords flowed around her. Both attacks grew in strength as they tried to engulf the area. The swords conjured devastating hurricanes. The hurricanes lashed out at Shi Chan. Every single hurricane was being conjured by the countless swords of calamity. Shi Chan charged through, intending to break through the blockade. Raging attacks bombarded the hurricanes around her. However, none were able to destroy the hurricanes. Worse still, she was almost caught in the hurricanes herself. Xia Qingyuan stood right outside the masses of hurricanes as she glared at her opponent. Her will resonated with the world around her. All things were interconnected through the Great Path. All phenomena and things were born of the Great Path. She looked like she had become the master of the Great Path at that very moment. The 9 suns were high in the sky as they surrounded Shi Chan. When she shouted, all 9 suns fired beams of flames. The hurricanes around her exploded in a frenzy, yet the hurricanes stayed intact as they were covered in flames. The flames made them stronger. They all headed for Shi Chan. Shi Chan looked rather pale at that moment. The Saint Lord of Jiuyang, who was watching from high above, was able to tell from her expression alone that Shi Chan had lost. This daughter of the Renhuang was one of the most powerful descendants of the Renhuang. Her combat prowess was tremendously formidable. As the most powerful force within Jianmu City, the Shi clan had frequent contact with the Renhuang forces. Not every single descendant of Renhuang was as powerful as her. That will be all, Shichan, the Saint Lord of the Jiuyang said. Shichan looked up into the sky. The devastating storms of the swords subsided and gradually dispelled. The glow of the sun around Shichan dimmed as well. She turned to glare at Xia Qingyuan. Shichan turned around and left right away without apologizing. It was apparent that she was incredibly irked. Xia Qingyuan had not really expected her to apologize. However, since the Shi clan had behaved so forcefully before and had wanted to fight their entire group, there was simply no way they would have handed the flames of the Wei over to the Shi clan. The mighty members of the Shi clan departed. The flames conjured in the sky by the Saint Lord of Jiuyang likewise disappeared without a trace. Shichan had lost. The Shi clan could never demand those flames from them ever again. Let's go, Futian said. He had intended to stay in Jianmu City for a while and see if there was anywhere in the lower parts of the city fit for training in the way of the flames. From the looks of things at the moment, however, it would be ill-advised to continue staying in Jianmu City. They had to return to Qianye City. Even though the flames were still with them, things had become quite tricky. Lord Yi. Some people blocked the way of Futian's party, making him look up at the one who spoke. It was the young man who told Shichan to just take them away. Several imposing people were standing right behind the young man. It was apparent that they were from renowned clans. Many citizens from Jianmu City were able to recognize him. He was a member of the Chang clan, one of the most powerful groups in Jianmu City. They had amicable relations with the Shi clan and their bond ran rather deep. The young man was named Chang Huai and he was a saint with exceptional talents. He had been pursuing Shichan for quite a while, wanting to forge a marriage alliance between the Chang clan and the Shi clan. Yeah? Futian said rather coldly. Chang Huai was the one who'd suggested that they take Futian's party out, so Futian saw no reason to be nice to him. I would like those flames. Would you mind naming a price, Lord Yi? We would like to get a fair trade underway, Chang Huai said with a smile to Futian, appearing polite and amicable. He didn't have a single trace of the bullying attitude he'd displayed before. Not interested. Futian refused the proposal right away, getting ready to walk past Chang Huai and his people. Chang Huai was dumbfounded for a brief moment. He then smiled and said, Lord Yi, you're just a doctrine saint, yet you're already the lord of a city. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that you're the first person to accomplish such a thing in the cities surrounding Crimson Dragon City. But then again, you're a saint who stands behind a woman. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Futian's party stopped and Xia Qingyuan shot him a cold glance. You've got a problem with that? Futian looked at Chang Huai as well, saying with a smile. It must seem strange to someone who only gets close to women to use them, or to someone who does not even bother with them at all. I assume that you want the flames so you can give them to Shichan, right? He then continued walking. Chang Huai had been right beside Shichan before, and it seemed that Shichan hadn't wanted anything to do with him. Seeing how Shichan and her people had been unable to take the flames, it made sense that Chang Huai was asking to trade for them to gain favor with her. Futian and his people left. They flashed and zipped along the roads below, departing the area at breakneck speeds. Chang Huai smirked and said in a low voice after they left, The Lord of Qianye City has a way of getting the people around him to work for him. I have to admit, that is a good ability indeed. Sending Yuxing into the regional palace, making Emperor Xia's realm back him up, having Yaya protect him while he's outside, and having Xia Qingyuan fight for him. He was capable of doing all of that, yet he made it unnecessary to do anything for himself. The people around Chang Huai listened to his words and concluded that this was indeed the case with Futian. The man himself had hardly ever fought. No one knew how capable he was. Many who had watched the Battle of Crimson River claimed that, as city lord, his powers must be on par with Yuxing. After all, Yuxing had been doing his bidding. But then again, one only be able to know how powerful he was with certainty from seeing him fight. Futian hardly minded what Chang Huai said. Xia Qingyuan shot a look at him after they left and said, Don't mind what he said. You're the one who shouldn't mind, princess. Futian smiled and did not say much after that. They were traveling at high speeds as they left Jianmu City. He turned his head around and took a look, feeling that it was quite a pity that they'd had to spend so many sacred spirit stones to gain entry. They would have to pay again if they ever wanted to come back. Yaya conjured a sword in the air. The party hopped onto it, and disappeared in an instant. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian's party returned to the City Lord's office at Qianye City. Futian's party returned to the City Lord's office at Qianye City. Futian pondered the star-plucking saint's intentions during the return trip. He was still puzzled as to why the saint had done that. From what Xinjun had told Futian, the saint was powerful enough to take the flames of the way away, and the Saint Lord of Jiuyang wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The star-plucking saint's skill at transforming was peerless. No one knew if anyone in the Crimson Dragon realm less powerful than the Renhuangs would be able to capture him alive. Regardless, the Renhuang-level flames of the way were theirs. However, it was the backing of Emperor Xia's realm that had allowed him to pull what he'd pulled. It would have been nearly impossible for him to bring those flames back with him otherwise. The Shi clan would have been the first to get in his way. Futian looked for Xintianyan after he returned to the City Lord's office to talk to him about it. He asked, "Do you have any idea what the star-plucking saint was actually up to?" Xintianyan was at the same level as the star-plucking saint. He might be able to share some insights about the enigmatic saint. However, Xintianyan simply shook his head and said, "The star-plucking saint has always kept to himself. No one knows what he is up to. But then again, I have heard that he once went to the ancient imperial city intending to steal something, but he failed. Furthermore, it is said that there is a very high possibility that he was injured in the fight with the ninth servant. As for the flames, do you mind if I take a look at them?" Xintianyan said. Futian nodded and took the flames of the way out. Terrifying heat radiated from them and swept all over the place. The light of the flames shot to the heavens. Xintianyan's pupils dilated slightly as he sensing the will of the great path within the flames. He then said, "Put it away." Futian put the flames away. Xintianyan continued, "The flames were something left behind by Emperor Qua. If you're able to internalize the flames, you will be able to head to the 9 tribes of the Qua and have the chance to enter the territory of Emperor Qua." Futian was puzzled after hearing Xintianyan's words. He asked, "So you're saying that there are other uses for the flames? That they allow passage into a Renhuang territory?" He recalled the moment right after he'd acquired the flames when Zhuosu of the Black Flame clan had asked if he could take a look at the flames. Zhuosu was a descendant of Renhuang. The Black Flame clan was a top-notch force. This meant that Zhuosu had been able to figure out a thing or two about the flames, driving him to make such a seemingly stupid request. Futian had not bothered with him back then. "Indeed." Xintianyan nodded and said to Futian, "The flames of the way of Emperor Qua appear once every few years. There is rarely more than one wisp of the flames to be found at a time. However, many would have appeared at the same time in the Crimson Dragon realm. All the top-notch forces throughout the realm were out to get them secretly. Some groups obtained some and then lost them before they were able to do anything. Some traded them away to make extreme profits. In the end, a handful was taken away for training purposes, while the rest were used to gain access to the 9 tribes of the Qua. And I just happened to pick this up for free?" Futian asked. Xintianyan looked rather puzzled by the question. He'd indeed been lucky in an eerie, unnerving way. He wondered if the star-plucking saint had indeed set up the events to play out this way. "The Saint Lord of Jiuyang probably decided to not turn hostile against you because of your identities and backgrounds. But having lost the flames to you, the Shi clan will try to get the flames elsewhere," Xintianyan said. After all, Futian was not the only one in possession of flames left behind by Emperor Qua. The flames had appeared all over the place in the past. "Where are the 9 tribes?" Futian asked. "They are found in the western regions of Crimson Dragon realm. That place used to be the territory of Emperor Qua. The current 9 tribes are 9 of the major forces in Crimson Dragon realm. They are all very powerful, They're like our cities here, Xingtianzhan elaborated. Yi Futian nodded. Forces that had once served directly under the Renhuang territory would undoubtedly be extremely formidable. Seems like there will be secret fights over the flames starting in the Crimson Dragon realm again. We'd better watch ourselves out there, Xingtianzhan said. Despite what he'd said, the people of Crimson Dragon realm would hesitate to make a move against them. However, it was still prudent to be cautious. Many would guess that Yi Futian had gotten his hands on flames of the way of Emperor Qua. Even Zhuo Su had begun to have his suspicions. Will do. Yi Futian nodded. He had no intention of leaving Qianye City just yet. Try and see if you can do anything with the flames. I've heard that the flames pick their masters, Xingtianzhan said. All right. Yi Futian nodded and left. Yi Futian went to a training ground and temporarily sealed the place off. He then took out the flames. They began to warm the entire place with their scorching heat within mere moments, filling the entire space. A scorching aura of extreme intensity swept throughout the place. Yi Futian closed his eyes and extended his holy will into the flames as, melding with it, his will circled the flames and sensed the powers within. He then seeped into the flames properly, bit by bit. Yi Futian sensed the flames' terrifying will of devastation within a split second. He felt as if his will was about to be burned to cinders. The flames of the way were, in truth, something materialized from the will of the Great Path. The flames had been conjured without any will of attack. However, he nonetheless still felt as if his will was about to be reduced to nothing just by getting near the flames. Yi Futian did not try to work on it. Holy light sparkled at the center of his brow. His body was then bathed in divine essence and became extremely brilliant. Divine imperial will shot out and entered the flames, sensing the might of the flames from within. Yi Futian was immediately able to sense an extremely elegant and magnificent image. A godlike silhouette stood tall and proud beside the sun high above. He seemed to be devouring the fires of the sun. The celestial body, which hung high in the sky, burned with true fires, melding with the body of the god of war. The god of war's eyes turned even more brilliant than the sun. It was as if one look from him could make the world burn. In comparison, Yi Futian discovered just how insignificant and weak his sun-life spirit was. It was no wonder that other cultivators had gained abilities to communicate and manipulate the world around them when they reached the Saint Plane, or even the Renhuang Plane. They had forged their ways and methods into their life spirits, which could then be passed down to the later generations. When one reached such plane levels, they transcended. The ability to absorb the fires of the sun was extremely formidable and overwhelming on its own. The abilities of those trained by the Shi clan were similar. It was no wonder that they wanted the flames back so badly. It must have caused them quite a bit of heartache to part with those flames. As he sensed all of this, the will of the Great Path and the flames shot into Yi Futian's will and melded with it. At that very instant, the holy brilliance of the Renhuang showered onto Yi Futian's body. It was as if he had earned the approval of the flames. The flames ceased to hurt Yi Futian directly. He began to try to internalize the flames of the way into himself, sensing and absorbing the powers within. Others were incapable of learning such overpowering ways of training. They would only be able to slowly communicate and work with the flames. No one else could bash into it as he could. He spent quite a long time afterward training in isolation, internalizing the flames and attempting to forge his own. It was not that he would be training with the very flames that he worked with and internalized. Depending on his level of comprehension, he would be able to create a new one that belonged only to him. Everyone was capable of comprehending the experiences of those who came before them, but their training had to be uniquely their own nonetheless. Someone arrived at the city lord's office of Qianye City while he was training, claiming that they wanted to trade for the flames. None of them thought that Yi Futian would train in the powers of the flames, so they thought that the flames would be of little use to him. They hoped that they would be able to get the flames at a high price, but their proposal was rejected right away. Other than the scuffles and skirmishes that broke out time and again between the top-notch forces in Crimson Dragon City, hardly any clashes occurred. It was as if the fight for the flames was taking place in secret. But then again, none of that had anything to do with Yi Futian. Xingtianzhan came looking for Yi Futian one day and told him a piece of news. Many of the top-notch forces in Crimson Dragon City and the surrounding cities were departing. Yi Futian also decided to depart right away and make the trip with Xingtianzhan. The territory of Emperor Kwa consisted of ruins left by Emperor Kwa. There was no way he would miss seeing it. A city known as Emperor Kwa's City was located in the western regions of Crimson Dragon Realm. The old city had once been the residence of Emperor Kwa. The 9 tribes who served Emperor Kwa were tasked to stand guard around the city. Emperor Kwa's city had recently become extremely lively. People of the top-notch forces from all over Crimson Dragon City were going there. The people of the city could guess why they were there. Emperor Kwa's city had a rustic feel to it. Emperor Kwa's castle stood within the city. There was a skyscraping statue of Emperor Kwa basking in boundless fires right in front of the castle. His likeness stood tall and proud, looking very alive. Mighty members of the Shi clan, who had recently fought Yi Futian over the flames, were one of the forces found there. Shi Chan was there as well. After the flames were taken away by Yi Futian, the Shi clan paid a great price to get themselves another wisp of the flames of Emperor Kwa before coming to the city. Shi Chan stood before Emperor Kwa's statue and displayed the renhuang wool about her. There were many around who extended invitations to her. All of them were members of the 9 tribes that had once served the emperor. Yi Futian and Xingtianzhan were there as well. Xingtianzhan learned a lot about the matter and explained quite a bit about the ruins of Emperor Kwa on their way to the city. In addition to Yi Futian, there were many people from other forces there as well. The Chang clan of Jianmu's city was there too. Mighty figures from Flaming Prison City and Crimson Cloud City were also present. Yi Futian was wondering just how many wisps of the flames of the way Emperor Kwa had developed. Go. Getting into the ruins requires support from the 9 tribes, and their powers complement each other. The 9 tribes are not of the same level. They often compete with each other. I have introduced the tribes to you before. It'd be best for you to work with the strongest tribe, Xingtianzhan told Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian nodded and walked up to the statue of Emperor Kwa. Holy light shrouded his body. He looked as if he was basking in divine, fiery light. And you are? Many pairs of eyes turned toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian, city lord of Qianya, Yi Futian replied. The people nodded at once. Those of the 9 tribes stared at him, seemingly watching him while weighing their options. They were wondering if Yi Futian was someone worth extending their invitations to. They had naturally paid attention to news from Crimson Dragon City. Yi Futian of Qianya City hailed from Emperor Xia's realm, but they knew little of his powers. They knew only that he had defeated Xinjun, son of Xingtianan. He had also killed the young palace lord of the Bliss Palace. However, those achievements hardly seemed worth mentioning. At the very least, he appeared to pale significantly in comparison to Yu Sheng, who had participated in the Battle of Crimson River. That was why the tribes were wondering if Yi Futian was someone worth betting on. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The relationship between the 9 tribes that had once served Emperor Kwa was a rather rocky one. Even though they worked together, they were also rivals. The relationship between the 9 tribes that had once served Emperor Kwa was a rather rocky one. Even though they worked together, they were also rivals. They had all served Emperor Kwa before. When the emperor perished, the 9 tribes remained separate entities, competing against each other for many years. They all wanted to become the true successors of Emperor Kwa and inherit the will of the emperor. Doing so would allow them to unify all 9 tribes. If one among the 9 reached the Renhuang Plain, everything would naturally come to a close. The so-called Renhuang ruins were the ancestral lands of the 9 tribes. They had been trying to inherit whatever was left behind by Emperor Kwa for many years. They were the only ones who truly knew where the flames of the way came from. Furthermore, the people of the 9 tribes knew that every single person who came to possess the flames was somehow destined for the endeavor. However, what happened after they fought was not planned. However, there was no doubt that people who inherited the flames were definitely from top-notch forces and adept at flame powers. Only such people had the ability and right to do so. Each of the 9 tribes was allowed to cooperate with someone who came with the flames. As such, the 9 tribes only had a single chance to pick their candidates. As such, they were always very careful about it. It was especially true that many forces who gained the flames showed up. However, there were still others who had yet to show up, so they did not know how capable those who had the flames were. Under such circumstances, the weaker ones among the 9 might have proceeded with the selection process, finding and approaching their candidates. The process was two-sided after all. If they didn't take the initiative, they might be able to do so later. However, the stronger few would not have extended their invitations without serious consideration. Futian, Lord of Qianye City, had unknown power. In truth, in addition to powers, the people of the 9 tribes still needed to consider other factors. While Futian had internalized the flames, he was not a member of any clans of fire powers. They had no idea how capable he was at manipulating flames. It was imperative to find that out, as it concerned their ancestral land. As such, to the people of the 9 tribes, Futian was quite literally a wild card. Extending an invitation to him would be little more than a gamble at best. On the other hand, Xichan and Chang Huai, who were near Futian, despite having lost to Xiaqing Yuan before, were nonetheless members of renowned fire clans. The abilities that they were most versed in, or rather, their core powers, were flames. As such, several tribes extended their invitations right away. However, the stronger few did not extend their invitations. They needed to wait. City Lord Yi, I, a member of the Wu clan, would like to invite you to join us in an expedition into the territory of Emperor Kwa. Will you accept the proposal? A powerful voice asked him. Futian turned his eyes toward the person who'd asked. It was a gray-robed elder. He then nodded and smiled at Futian, appearing rather friendly. Futian recalled Shintianzhan's introduction to the 9 tribes. In the era after Emperor Kwa's passing, the 9 tribes had competed for many years. By remaining separated, the differences in their strengths had become apparent. For instance, the Zhu clan was one of the strongest among the 9 clans, ranking at firmly the very top. As for the Wu clan, they were actually leaning on the Zhu clan. They had even married their women into the Zhu clan, showing their intention to become an affiliated force. As for the specifics, Shintianzhan knew little more than that. It was, however, clear that the Wu clan was not that great of a choice. I'll think about it, Futian replied with a smile. The relationship between the 9 tribes and the people who had acquired the flames was that of a partnership. Both sides waited for the right price before bidding. Futian was in no hurry to make his decision. He deemed it entirely fine to wait until the very last moment. Very well, the gray-robed elder said, nodding. You can stay in Emperor Kwa's city, for the time being, Lord Yi. There are still others who have yet to arrive. You are free to make your choice when everyone else is here. The people of the Zhu clan were right beside the people of the Wu clan. The one who spoke was huge and imposing, wearing a fire-type robe sporting a crimson beard. He looked very overbearing and stern. Sure. Futian smiled and nodded before leaving the place. Like Futian, Xichan and Chang Huai did not make their choices yet. They chose to wait for the right price before bidding. Those who had extended invitations to them were comparatively weak tribes. In this case, there was simply no need for them to be in a hurry to make their choices. You train in fire powers too? Someone behind Futian asked. He turned around and saw Xichan. Her voice sounded rather cold. When the flames that were stolen by the star-plucking saint were handed over to Futian, it had cost her clan considerably to get their hands on another wisp of the flames. Indeed. Futian nodded. We'll see each other in the ruins then, Xichan quipped. Chang Huai followed right behind her. Chang Huai smirked and took a look at Futian when he walked past before continuing to move forward. Futian did not pay the two of them any heed. He returned immediately to see everyone from Qianye City. He told them, Let's head out. The group left the place right away. They wanted to find an inn in Emperor Kwa's city to settle down in for the moment. Mighty beings continued to pour into Emperor Kwa's city after that. There were even some people there who did not have flames with them and were simply there for fun. Of course, there were others who had acquired the flames arriving all the time. Their identities were gradually discovered by others. Unexpectedly, every single one of the people who showed up later was a legendary figure trained in fire powers in the Crimson Dragon realm. Those people caused quite a bit of commotion as they arrived at Emperor Qua's city. People were talking about them all over the city in inns and restaurants. Someone from Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region is here. Everyone sitting at a table felt rather shocked. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region was a true Renhuang force. It was a place located in the eastern region of the Crimson Dragon realm. All those within the region submitted to them. They reigned supreme in the eastern region of the Crimson Dragon realm. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region and Emperor Qua's hall in the western region were both of equal legendary status, reigning supreme in their respective regions. Emperor Dong's palace of the eastern region has never interfered with Emperor Qua's ruins in the past. Yet they now show up with a wisp of the flames. I wonder what they're up to. They were wondering which of the 9 tribes would be willing to work with a force like that from Emperor Dong's palace. The southern regions are like they've always been. The ones who showed up are the descendants of Saint Chiming. Furthermore, they will probably work with the Namli tribe if everything goes well, someone added. Everyone in Emperor Qua's city knew that every single expedition into Emperor Qua's ruins would mean one wisp of flames appearing in the other 3 regions. One member of the forces of the 3 respective regions would have to come. It was as if things had been set up to work this way. People serving Saint Chiming were always from the south. It is the same in the northern regions. Saint Jiuyo will send someone, someone else said. The descendants of both Saint Chiming and Saint Jiuyo showed up very frequently. Other than those 3 forces, any others who had acquired the flames were probably those from the central region of the Crimson Dragon realm. The area centered around Crimson Dragon City was the strongest. As such, quite a few flames should have emerged there. However, despite that area being the most powerful one, only the top forces of the other 3 regions would have sent their representatives to the event. This was due to the central area having the Crimson Dragon Emperor reigning supreme. It was indeed a terrifying lineup. Many tribes of Emperor Qua's city paid visits and extended invitations when the 3 forces were there. With 8 forces having gathered at present, I wonder which force has gotten their hands on the flames and if they'll show up. During the previous events, there had been situations where people who had obtained the flames had not shown up to the event. They hadn't been interested in entering the ruins and had simply gone on to train with the flames. The last force is here, someone announced, attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. Who is it? Unclear, but the mightiest members of the Zhu clan have departed to pay them a visit, the speaker told them. Many were startled by the news. The Zhu clan was visiting someone personally? So, the Zhu clan had already decided who they wanted to work with. They had been waiting all this time? One figure after another left the restaurant in a flash, heading outside with intense curiosity. They were intrigued by whoever had made the topmost clans of the 9 wait. Few remained in the restaurant after that. Futian and the rest sat quietly in a corner feeling rather curious. He wondered who could have made the Zhu clan pay them a personal visit. Who could have made the Zhu clan wait? A group of mighty beings was traveling from the central region of Emperor Qua's city at that moment. The one taking the lead was a woman. She looked legendary, dashing, and very unapproachable. The mighty beings of the Zhu clan appeared. The one in the lead was the tall man who had made Futian wait for days. He said with a smile, "Welcome, princess." "Yeah." The woman in charge nodded, startling many. Anyone bearing the title of princess in the Crimson Dragon realm was definitely a daughter of a Renhuang. Common folk did not dare to use such titles. Daughter of Emperor Wu. Someone was perceptive enough to recall who she was. She was the princess of Emperor Wu's realm. She was training in the regional palace and was considered a genius. So it was she who had come this time. Emperor Wu was proficient in fire powers and was ranked at the forefront of the Crimson Dragon region in terms of powers. His powers of fire manipulation were extremely formidable. If they had sent the princess there, it was, without a doubt, the best bet available to the Zhu clan. It was no surprise, then, that the Zhu clan had kept waiting. It seemed that everything had been arranged beforehand. "Who else is here?" the genius woman asked. She'd come from the regional palace for the expedition, intending to see Emperor Kua's ruins for herself. If the place had not been Renhuang ruins, she would not have bothered to make the trip. "Those from Emperor Dong's palace, Saint Chiming, and Saint Jiuyo. Others are from the central region just like you, princess," one of the powerful members of the Zhu clan added. "Our greatest opponent this time will probably be someone from Emperor Dong's palace. Of course, the others pose quite a threat as well. But then again, the Wu clan is ours now. I could have them get someone to support you, princess. Who do you think would be up to the task?" "Yi Futian of Qianye City," the woman answered, seeming to recall something. The Zhu clan member was dumbfounded for a bit when he heard that name. However, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yu Xing had entered the regional palace to train after the Battle of the Crimson River. The princess was definitely acquainted with him, given that she was also training in the regional palace. Yi Futian's powers were anything but weak. His most proficient power might not be fire, but he would serve as a very suitable aid to the princess of Emperor Wu. However, the powerful member of the Zhu clan was not going to state it that way when the invitation was extended. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." The 9 forces were all there and they behaved appropriately, extending invitations to the mighty ones. The 9 forces were all there and they behaved appropriately, extending invitations to the mighty ones. The Namli tribe chose to work with Saint Chiming's people right away, while the Zhu clan had also gotten their candidate to show up. In truth, it was the other 7 tribes seeking to pick their candidates. The Zhong clan extended their invitation to the candidate from Emperor Dong's palace, and both parties reached an agreement. The Zhong clan was one of the top among the 9, and very powerful. It was a collaboration between titans given that Emperor Dong's palace was just as powerful. Many in Emperor Kua's city talked and looked forward to their collaboration. They saw that this collaboration had the capability to match the collaboration between the Zhu clan and the princess of Emperor Wu. Afterwards, there would be word that the Raven tribe would work with Saint Jiuyo. Yi Futian was at the inn the whole time. He felt rather exasperated as the news came in bit by bit. According to Xintianzhan, the stronger of the 9 tribes seemed to have had their candidates in mind, and there was no one seeking to extend an invitation to him. It was apparent that he was not the preferred choice of any of the 9 tribes. He heard from Xintianzhan that the 9 tribes placed greater importance on candidates who were mainly trained in fire powers. Not only was Yi Futian's knowledge of his powers limited, but the other candidates were skilled in fire powers of the Crimson Dragon realm. That likely explained why he was being ignored. There were even descendants of the Renhuang, who were proficient in fire powers. The princess of Emperor Wu or the prince from Emperor Dong's palace were 2 such examples. The other candidates were also members of skilled forces with fire-based power. The candidate from the Pang clan of Crimson Cloud City was from the Crimson Cloud realm, and a descendant of a Renhuang as well. There were also the Shi clan and the Chang clan from Jianmu City, and they too belonged to fire-based clans, such as Flaming Prison City, which was proficient in hellfire. While they were considered a weaker clan among the others, they were nonetheless very skilled in fire power. He was the only one whom no one had seen use fire powers. That was probably why none of the stronger tribes dared to bet on him. One would have placed their bets on more likely candidates, and he apparently was not one of their top choices. After some time, Yi Futian finally had invitations extended to him. The one who came first was an elder of the Bailey tribe, who emanated a rather mystical aura. In terms of power ranking, the Bailey tribe was in the middle of the 9. The elder wore a robe and held a scepter in his hand. "We of the Bailey tribe would like to extend our invitation to you, City Lord Yi, to enter the ruins with us. Would you take up the offer?" The elder from Bailey tribe did not bother to beat around the bush. "Why did you choose me, senior?" Yi Futian did not answer right away, choosing to ask with a smile instead. "Among those who have obtained the flames of the way of Emperor Kua, your powers are the least known. As such, all 9 tribes have their reservations about you, which I'm sure you can understand," the elder explained. "Now, with the likes of the Princess of Emperor Wu and the Prince of the Emperor Dong's palace having decided which tribe to collaborate with, we of the Bailey tribe would like to try it out with you, City Lord Yi. Were you to accept our offer, we would do our best to aid you within the ruins." It now made sense to Yi Futian. The best candidates had already been claimed by the top tribes, and the Bailey clan was in a rather awkward position. That was why they decided to bet on him. The Bailey tribe simply wanted to try him out, instead of truly believing in what he was capable of. However, Yi Futian did not mind any of that. He was not stupidly prideful enough to think that the 9 tribes should have believed in his powers without question. Trust was built on the foundations of power after all. He had never even displayed what he was actually capable of, so there was no way he could have asked others to trust him. Just when Yi Futian was about to accept, another voice was heard. "City Lord Yi, we of the Wu clan would like to extend our invitation to have you collaborate with us." The gray-robed elder who had extended his invitation to Yi Futian in front of the statue of Emperor Kwa appeared. Yi Futian looked at him, and then at the elder of Bailey tribe, feeling rather hesitant for a moment. "City Lord Yi, we would be working with the Zhu clan on this expedition. We would have a better chance if we looked out for each other. The Zhu clan would actually like you to aid the Princess of Emperor Wu. But of course, if your powers prove adequate, then there wouldn't need to be any talk of aiding the princess. You could still reap whatever you wish within the ruins, so long as you make a show of working with them." The gray-robed elder of the Wu clan then added telepathically. "If you were to find something big, we of the Wu clan would do our best to help. Of course, even if you were to end up getting next to nothing, we wouldn't mind. There is no need to put strict requirements on what must be done, after all." Yi Futian's expression changed after hearing the elder's telepathic words. The Wu clan seemed to be out to aid the Zhu clan. However, it seemed that the Wu clan was not as simple as they appeared. One of their own came to extend an invitation and laid the truth bare to him, appearing sincere and honest. If the 2 tribes were to ally with each other, and he was going to go along for the ride, it would definitely be more advantageous for him. Xingtianzhan had reminded him that it was best to collaborate with the top few tribes. The elder of Bailey tribe spoke, after seeing Yi Futian's hesitation. "It is up to you, City Lord Yi. It'd be fine, regardless of your choice." The Bailey tribe invited Yi Futian with the intention of trying him out. If he declined, they would simply look for someone else. After all, nothing was set in stone before entering the ruins. "All right then." Yi Futian nodded. "As the Wu clan had extended an invitation earlier, I must give them priority." "It is fine." The mighty one from the Bailey tribe nodded decisively. "Well then, we shall meet again in the ruins." He turned around and left. Once the mighty one from the Bailey tribe had gone, Yi Futian looked at the gray-robed elder. "What prompted you to extend an invitation to me again, senior?" While several mighty ones had already been claimed, it was not as if the Wu clan had no options. Yi Futian was still not really held in high regard, so he never expected them to come to him again, let alone tell him secrets behind the deal. "The Princess of Emperor Wu mentioned you, City Lord Yi." The gray-robed elder then smiled and added, "But I do hope you would keep what I told you privileged." "I understand." Yi Futian nodded. He was not so lacking in character that he would have sold out the one who came to him. However, he wondered why the princess bothered bringing him up. He asked Xingtianzhan before and found that the princess' surname was different. The realm that her father ruled had only been known as Emperor Wu's realm because of her father's name. The princess' name was actually Yin Tianjiao, meaning genius. It was a testament of her father's expectations for her. Yin Tianjiao had indeed lived up to her given name. She had superb talents, and came to Crimson Dragon Realm because of her proficiency with fire powers. She had been trained in the regional palace, and was quite renowned in Crimson Dragon City. Recalling that fact, Yi Futian wondered if she had brought him up because of Yu Xing. Yu Xing had trained at the regional palace, and would have definitely interacted with the cultivators who were also there. He wondered if Yu Xing had talked with Yin Tianjiao before. "Well then, I shall take my leave. I will send someone to pick you up before we depart, City Lord Yi," the gray-robed elder said. Futian nodded and the elder left. A group of people came to him next. Xia Qingyuan, Shen Tianzhan, and some others were there. The 9 tribes had chosen their respective candidates for the collaboration, and many looked forward to it. When everything was settled, it was time to depart. The gray-robed elder came to invite Futian and the others to depart together. The group left the inn and headed towards their destination. The 9 tribes moved out at the same time, heading west from Emperor Kua's city. The 9 tribes did not reside within the city itself. The city had once been a territory of Emperor Kua. It was only after Emperor Kua's passing that the 9 tribes began to move into Emperor Kua's cities. However, their headquarters remained in the areas surrounding the city, and they seemed to have ruled all of the western regions. It was a desolate place which seemed endless, consisting of deserts and castles. The scorching sun shone on the land and a heat wave threatened to fry the entire area. The further they went, the hotter it got, as if the entire place was covered in flames. The ground was like fire scorching their feet. Amidst the heat-struck desolation, there was an area with statues. The largest of them all depicted Emperor Kua, with the others surrounding it. They were the mighty ones who had served Emperor Kua, the ancestors of the 9 tribes. The gallery was in ruins, but in the center was a portal. The people of Crimson Dragon Realm all somehow knew that this was not only Emperor Kua's ruins, but also the ancestral land of the 9 tribes. That was the place where they originated from. From here, they had taken all of the western regions in the Crimson Dragon Realm, reigning supreme over the entirety. Despite the passage of time, the ancestral land remained standing. Some of those now present were members of top clans proficient in fire powers, but had not acquired the flames of the way themselves. However, there were also others who had entered the ancestral land before. They landed and walked in a single direction. Mighty ones of the Zhu clan and Yin Tianjiao walked together, attracting the attention of many. Due to Yin Tianjiao's renown in Crimson Dragon City and training at the regional palace, she attracted the most attention. It could have been said that she was very radiant. Other than Yin Tianjiao, the one that attracted the most attention was the prince of Emperor Dong's palace. That was a Rahuang force native to the Crimson Dragon Realm. They were the absolute authority in the eastern region of the realm, so much so that not even the Crimson Dragon Emperor would interfere with their rule. Emperor Dong's palace was of equal renown to Emperor Kua's hall. As the prince of Emperor Dong's palace prepared to enter Emperor Kua's ruins, many became excited and wondered what would happen next. Out of all the clans, it was the Zhong tribe that was working with the prince of Emperor Dong's palace. They were very powerful and definitely among the top 3 forces. The collaboration of 2 such parties was naturally worthy of note. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Those present were the strongest to be among the 9 tribes. The leaders of all 9 tribes were there personally, as were the holiness of Nirvana. Those present were the strongest to be among the 9 tribes. The leaders of all 9 tribes were there personally, as were the holiness of Nirvana. The fact that the 9 tribes had still been able to rule the region after Emperor Kua's passing served as an undeniable testament of their powers. Several pairs of eyes turned to Futian when he came. Notable among them were the mighty ones from the Zhu clan and Yin Tianjiao, princess of Emperor Wu. Also Shichan of the Shi clan and Changhuai, who worked with the Vermilion Bird clan and the Zhu tribe. The Vermilion Bird clan consisted of demonic beasts, with the leader having once served as Emperor Kua's steed. The student of Saint Chiming worked with the Nanli tribe, while the student of Saint Jiuyo worked with the Raven tribe. The mighty ones of which descended from the bloodline of the 3-legged golden raven. The Bailey tribe had chosen to work with a prestigious young saint from Flaming Prison City after Futian refused their offer. And finally, the ones from Crimson Cloud City worked with the Shang tribe. All 9 cultivators who internalized the flames of the way were of proving holiness level. Though there were others of higher level flame power, only those who had attained proving holiness were permitted. That was because only people of proving holiness level could enter the ruins of Emperor Kua. Those rules were likely due to concerns of the 9 tribes over their ability to keep the more powerful in check. There may have been other reasons, but only the 9 tribes knew for certain. "Since we're all here, let's move out," the Zhou clan elder with a fiery red beard said. The leader of the Zhou clan stood right beside him, and his aura was unreadable, looking like a god of fire simply by standing around. Everyone nodded and began walking. The leaders of the 9 tribes walked to the spectral gate, and all performed hand seals. 9 dazzling wisps of flames emerged from their hands and shot at the gate. 9 beams of light rained down, and the gate seemed to have detected some kind of summons. A terrifying fiery aura and air flowed and the entire gate twisted, with a huge hole appearing shortly after. "Let's head inside," a voice said. Everyone moved for the gate, their bodies immediately disappearing after stepping inside. "Let's go, City Lord Yi," the gray-robed elder said. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Xiaqing Yuan and the others. The princess then said, "Be careful." "Yeah," Yi Futian replied before moving alongside the massive group, disappearing inside the gate. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes went in next. After everyone else had entered, the 9 tribe leaders followed. Only members of the younger generation of the 9 tribes, as well as mighty ones from all forces all over Crimson Dragon Realm, were left outside the gate. They all stood guard over the vast territory, waiting for their compatriots' return. "Let's just train at the side," Xiaqing Yuan said, and everyone nodded. All of them went elsewhere and sat cross-legged, waiting for Yi Futian and the others to return. Yi Futian entered another space right after stepping inside the gate. When they entered, they sensed scorching wool washing all over the place. It looked like it had been cooked throughout. Fire sprouted from the red-hot ground everywhere. The will of the great path of fire was all around them. "The world of fire," Yi Futian muttered. He looked up and saw that even the sky was scorched red. The fiery red sky seemed to have been shaped into peculiar patterns. 2 huge balls of fire were seen like there were 2 suns in the sky. However, they were concave and looked like black holes of fire. Their shapes made them look like a pair of eyes. Yi Futian's mind was rattled. He peered closely at the sky and saw more than just the eyes. He then saw a boundlessly huge face and the fiery red hair spread out throughout the sky, like glowing, red clouds in the sky. A humanoid form! Yi Futian was not the only one who thought so. The other 8 mighty ones not affiliated with the 9 tribes all looked up at the sky. They all seemed to have seen something and looked rather astonished. "Let's go," a mighty one said. Hot winds blew, and it seemed that even the winds were imbued with the will of the great path of fire. The winds were scorching hot when they hit them. The place seemed like a holy ground for training in the ways of the flames. What did Emperor Kwa leave behind here? The 9 tribes went out of their way to invite geniuses from all realms. Could it be that the 9 tribes who had once served Emperor Kwa were unable to get it themselves? Is that why they wanted help from outsiders? "What would I need to do?" Yi Futian asked the mighty one from the Wu clan by his side. "Fire spirits are found in the ruins. Countless fire spirits of differing strengths are born in this place. All of those fire spirits have the essence of will of the great path of fire. What you need to do is to take them and make them your own," the mighty one answered. "Is that all?" Yi Futian asked. "Indeed. To possess the boundless will of the great path and transform yourself, you need to keep extracting and refining them. The process isn't complete until you're able to bring out extreme might using the way of flames," the mighty one elaborated. Yi Futian nodded. The other mighty ones moved forward. Yi Futian wondered if he would have been able to ignore the obstacles posed by plane limitations and bring out combat prowess exceeding his level, simply by using the way of the flames. It was no surprise why the 9 tribes placed so much importance on the fire manipulation abilities of the mighty ones. It possibly had something to do with the ruins. The way of the flames was of utmost importance there. As such, those who were incapable of internalizing the will of the great path would not have been allowed to enter. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes moved forward and split up, heading in different directions. Dangers lurked everywhere in that ancestral land. If the 9 outsiders were to simply wander on their own, there was no doubt that they would end up dead. Therefore, each tribe was in charge of the safety of one person. But of course, the 9 tribes naturally had their reasons for doing so. They would not have been so meticulous with their selection process otherwise. All of them placed high hopes on their chosen ones. The Wu clan chose to work with Futian, so they followed right behind him. The Zhu clan was there as well. They were tasked with the protection of Tianjiao. A fiery desert area was right before them, looking endless. Futian finally saw fire spirits emerging. One fire dragon after another was seen spread out in different places. All of them were burning with golden flames. They had a humanoid, yet fiery build. They all pounced when they saw the group. Despite being spirits, they had not actually been awakened and only acted on instinct, making them see the humans as prey. "Let's go!" Mighty ones from both clans said to Futian and Tianjiao respectively. Both of them flashed and headed out in different directions. The mighty one from the Wu clan paid close attention to Futian. The Zhu clan wished for Futian to be of aid to Tianjiao. It was a good chance to see what both of them were capable of. Boom! Tianjiao charged and her entire body burst with extremely dazzling golden flames. Holy light burst out of her body, making her look like a furnace of the great path. She stepped out at blitzing speed as she headed for a fire spirit. While the fire spirits were not intelligent beings, they nonetheless possessed saint-level auras, as if they were flames of the way born of the world itself. However, Tianjiao was not hesitant. She charged right before a fire spirit and lashed out. That construct of flames charged at her roaring but was quickly pinned down. A terrifying whirlpool seemed to have appeared on Tianjiao, devouring the fire spirit's body and making it one with her own. She was able to absorb fire spirits of such levels into her body without pause. The mighty one from the Zhu clan watched the scene quietly. Tianjiao, princess of Emperor Wu, had indeed inherited the true essence of her father. She was able to incorporate fires of the Great Path directly into her, wielding such powers in a variety of means, making her extremely powerful. Futian charged at a fire spirit as well. Raging flames were sensed all over the place. Boom! A fire spirit charged right at Futian, intending to eat him up alive. However, the will of the Great Path coursed about his body and holy light flowed. The flames were quickly internalized. The fire spirit roared and wanted to destroy him outright, yet its body kept shrinking. It continued until every single bit of its way of flames was taken into Futian's body, being siphoned straight to his life palace. The mighty ones from both the Zhu clans nodded when they saw the scene. While the city lord of Qianye City might not have been well versed in fire powers, but that was not to say that he was weak. Such beginner levels of fire spirits were of no threat to him at all. Both Tianjiao and Futian continued moving forward, destroying any fire spirit that emerged from the desert, and consuming their powers. Time passed, and as they crossed the desert area, hundreds of wills of the Great Path of the Flames were already found in Futian's life palace. They came to a lava-filled area when they crossed the desert. The lava burst everywhere, and there were even more fire spirits to be found there. However, the will of the Great Path of Flames was different from what was seen before. But things ended up almost the same nonetheless. Both of them charged into the fires of the lava and continued to internalize the fire spirits within. The mighty ones followed closely behind. The mighty one from the Zhu clan was relieved to find that Futian had not gotten in the way in the slightest, as he consumed the flames without a problem. It seemed that Futian had a way of taking down flames after all. At that moment, the lava boiled and gushing sounds were heard. Futian looked forward and saw the lava boil, from which a war god of lava appeared. That thing was no longer a simple fire spirit, as it had condensed itself into a solid body and materialized into a giant of lava, emanating a terrifying aura. Saint of true self-level, Futian muttered to himself. The giant of lava took a look at Tianjiao and Futian, lashing out with both its hands. Anything hit by the great, big hands of lava would have probably melted on the spot. Both of them evaded at breakneck speeds. Tianjiao looked at Futian and said, "Work with me." It was apparent that she was getting ready to take on the giant, even though it was of Saint of True Self level. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The lava giant took a huge step forward and clapped its hands in Yin Tianjiao direction. Yin Tianjiao was unfazed and charged at the hand. Her body dazzled with glittering light, power bursting from her body. She threw forward her hand. Though slender, it still contained the might of the great path. Rumbling noises were heard and the world around her resonated with her being. She thrust and an enormous, fiery handprint appeared. The lava giant took a huge step forward and clapped its hands in Yin Tianjiao direction. Yin Tianjiao was unfazed and charged at the hand. Her body dazzled with glittering light, power bursting from her body. She threw forward her hand. Though slender, it still contained the might of the great path. Rumbling noises were heard and the world around her resonated with her being. She thrust and an enormous, fiery handprint appeared. Boom! A loud rumble was heard and the lava giant's hand cracked, but quickly mended. The fires melted her great handprint. She frowned slightly at fire spirit's insane healing powers. Sword wills howled around Futian. Swords of Cassiopeia zipped past and arrived right before the lava giant, which roared as the swords came near. They were engulfed in the fires right away and melted into nothingness. Level superiority was at play in this fight. Yin Tianjiao's aura became even stronger at that moment. A tall, imposing figure like an empress seemed to have appeared behind her. A towering aura swept all around her body as her might burst in a frenzy. The will of the great path circled about her. Thousands of wills of the great path coursed, and the area surrounding her seemed to have become a world of destruction. Many wills of the great path of flames all gushed into her body at that moment, and it felt as if her body was burning. The will of the great path around her was furiously absorbed into her body. Futian took a look at her, and conjured the halberd of time and space into his hand. Futian burst into the air with a flash, disappearing right away and appearing right before the lava giant, bringing down the weapon like a bolt of lightning. The lava giant blocked with its hand, clashing with the halberd of time and space. Rumbling noises were heard as the hand crumbled, inch by inch. The fires exploded at the weapon and Futian himself. Still, the giant absorbed the power of lava without pause to reconstruct its broken arm. Yin Tianjiao stepped out and attacked as well. Her great handprint resonated with the great path around her as she brought her attack down on the fire spirit. The lava giant attempted a block, which caused its arm to quickly crumble inch by inch. Both Futian and Yin Tianjiao continued to press on their attacks until they pierced the lava giant's body. Yin Tianjiao's rules within her handprint cracked open the fire spirit. A sliver of lava-colored will of the great path intended to flee, but Yin Tianjiao grabbed and pinned it down. Towering fires burst, intending to consume Yin Tianjiao. As holy light dazzled, her body almost burned, devouring the fire bit by bit. You could have the next one, Yin Tianjiao said to Futian, who nodded without saying anything. The mighty one of the Zhu clan added, Why not internalize the will of the great path inside you to a certain level of strength first? Doesn't matter, Yin Tianjiao replied plainly. Futian took a look at the mighty one. Since entering the ruins, the Zhu mighty one spoke his mind without reservation. The ruins had boundless wills all around. The numbers were astronomical. To people who trained in fire-based powers, the ruins were like a holy land all its own. The reason why the 9 tribes supported their candidates was to allow them to internalize their will of the great path and increasing their strength. But what was their ultimate goal? Futian and Yin Tianjiao continued moving forward without thought. The lava area was incredibly vast and looked endless as well. Both of them plundered as much as they were able to, having no idea how many fire spirits they had destroyed and stripped of their will. They weren't the only ones. Mighty ones from the other 7 tribes did the same in other areas too. A short time later, they entered a territory filled with demonic fire beasts. A city seemed to have appeared right before them, a city of fire. They stopped and stared at it. The city had many steps leading to the top, and the entire place looked like it was basking in fire. The phenomenon made it seem like a city of the sun. It is best to internalize the will of the great path of flames within your bodies. You might run into greater challenges ahead, a mighty one from the Zhu clan said. Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian nodded, then found a spot to sit cross-legged. Yi Futian closed his eyes and dazzling light appeared around his body. Swishing sounds were heard in his life palace. At that moment, his life palace turned into a world of flames. Flames of the way circled about endlessly. Yi Futian knew that those powers were not his. They were simply things taken by force. Even if he were to be able to internalize and use them for battle, they could be destroyed. That would be the end of it. Essentially, he was only using external powers instead of relying on his own skills. It was something he would not have done in his usual training. Those flames could only be used as trump cards, akin to convenient devices. That was unless his plane could reach the required level. Then he could truly make those flames his own. If at proving saint level, he could really enhance his own powers. Of course, there would have been no way for him to finish internalizing those flames in such a short period of time. The greater the flame's intensity, the harder it would have been for him to make them his own. There seemed to be another silhouette of his in his life palace, who sat cross-legged, and holy light burst from it. The deed of thorough comprehension flowed about in a frenzy within him. His body was now like a furnace, melting and internalizing the wills of the great path. The world tree swished about. Powers of all elements been turned into auras of flames, enveloping his body. Auras of the world around him flowed into his body, entering his life palace through his veins. The first of his flames were completed a while later. Flames of increasingly greater numbers melted to become one with him. Fiery auras of the boundless great path flowed into his life palace. Not far away from where Yi Futian was, Yin Tianjiao was also training with her eyes closed. They sat that way for a long time. When they completed their training, they opened their eyes. Together, they began ascending steps before them, moving towards the city of the sun. With every step they took, the heat of the staircase grew increasingly intense. Like they were walking on the flames of the great path. The sun hung high above with countless golden ravens circling around it. The birds dove towards them with great force, as if they viewed the group as intruders. Everyone feared they were on the verge of destruction. Yi Futian sensed the birds' auras and found many of them to be at Saint of True Self levels. Fiery auras of the great path flowed around the sun, coalescing into dazzling beams of light. The beams shot forth like divine fire. The golden rays were engulfed by them, and they exploded into flaming auras of the great path. What transpired had caught the attention of the mighty ones from both the Zhu and Wu clans. Yi Futian's fire ability did not seem weak at all. His own powers combined with what had been absorbed were like rays of the sun, capable of melting anything. It even seemed to contain will of the sword, which gave the beams devastating shredding power. He conjured the halberd of time and space, grabbing the will of the great path. He charged at the flock of golden ravens that blocked out the sky. Yin Tianjiao's attacks were just as powerful. Her entire body was bathed in the dazzling, holy light of flames. It was apparent that, like Yi Futian, she had also internalized the flames. She melded them with her own attacks and crushed everything before her. Humanoid spirits appeared amidst a great number of golden ravens. A silhouette dove straight for Yi Futian. Its eyes emanated an extremely terrifying demonic aura. Yi Futian sensed the aura as the fire of the sun rained down, intending to penetrate the creature's body. However, it suddenly became a sea of flames, engulfing the area Yi Futian was in. A terrifying head appeared, intending to devour him. The grey-robed mighty one of the Wu clan came behind him. "Be careful, that thing is out to take your spirit." The people of the 9 tribes would not have let anything happen to their candidates, not before they reached their destination. The journey was meant to strengthen their powers and familiarize them with the way of the flames of the 9 tribes' ancestral land. The mighty one lashed out with his hand and dazzling, golden flames fired at the being coming at Yi Futian. It let loose a harrowing roar as it was turned into will of the great path. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Futian said before continuing on. The rest of the mighty ones arrived soon as well, moving up the steps towards the Sun Castle. Upright figures stood guard at the gates of the city. They cast their glances forward and a frightening and immensely profound aura swept over the field, turning into terrifying storms that resonated with the sun in the sky. It has been years since you last came. Is there one worthy of entering this time? The 9 tribes had been trying for many years. They had toiled for ages, but had never succeeded. As such, they were forced to begin borrowing external powers. The intent was to unravel the secrets of their ancestral land through the hands of ingenious outsiders. Even so, not one in all those generations had succeeded. The guards wondered how these new chosen ones would fare. They hoped that the clans would not let them down again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. High above the sun castle and the sun above the castle, golden ravens descended upon them like a flood. High above the sun castle and the sun above the castle, golden ravens descended upon them like a flood. Futian and Tianjia were doing their best to hunt them down and take any manifested will of the great path. Duan Wuji, prince of Emperor Dong's palace, and the mighty ones of the Zhong tribe were there as well. Duan Wuji's body was surrounded by a terrifying firestorm as if it was able to devour anything it touched. He extended his hand as he charged at the birds. A black fireball manifested in his hand, which turned into a terrifying maelstrom. The maelstrom devoured the birds one after another on the spot before having their will of the great path extracted and absorbed into his body. There was a mighty one from the Zhong tribe who went on to kill the golden ravens with Duan Wuji, who then gifted any will of the great path gathered to him, as the mighty one worked with him in the hunt. Dazzling holy light glittered far away. It was as if golden ravens had swooped down. It was the mighty ones of the Raven tribe, as well as the student of St. Jiuyo. The mighty ones of the Raven tribe had the blood of the golden ravens flowing in their veins. They were impressed at the scene before them deep down. Such was their ancestral land, where the will of the great path was abundant and turned into countless golden ravens. The student of St. Jiuyo was extremely powerful. Black lotuses surrounded him, and black fires sprouted from the flowers, burning down the birds and absorbing the manifested will of the great path into the flowers themselves. He quickly ended up killing quite a number of golden ravens. His life spirit blossomed, and a pure black lotus appeared. He stepped onto the flower, which subsequently enveloped his entire body. The taken will of the great path gushed within and was absorbed by the black lotus. After that, the student of Saint Chiming, Shi Chan of the Shi clan, Chang Huai of the Chang clan, and many other mighty ones arrived. All of them charged into the battlefield with the 9 tribes without hesitation, hunting down countless golden ravens and making nourishment out of them. The mighty ones chosen by the 9 tribes were capable of internalizing all of the wills of the great path taken throughout their journeys, and making them their own, thus enabling them to easily kill the golden ravens at Saint of True Self level. The fire powers of everyone present were very powerful. Futian understood why the 9 tribes picked only cultivators who were versed in fire powers. It was not surprising at all that none of them had any expectations for him. Cultivators who were lacking in firepower had no way of working on and internalizing the wills of the great path in that place to enhance their powers. That meant that they had no way to participate in the later battles. Futian found, while he was doing battle, that the other mighty ones continuously took wills of the great path while they were doing battle, enhancing their own powers as quickly as they were able to. The deed of thorough comprehension was in full effect. Futian's body was like a furnace of the great path, as well as that of the sun at the same time. His sun life spirit was infused directly with his body, enabling him to devour the taken wills of the great path on the spot. He became able to easily make such wills at Saint of True Self level into something of his own. Boom! A huge golden raven dived at them. It had extremely sharp eyes, looking as if it had acquired intelligence. That golden raven seemed to have harbored will of the great path at unblemished saint level. Everything it touched was quickly burned down. That huge being charged right at Futian. The grey-robed elder behind Futian stepped out and pointed his finger at the air. Dazzling golden fire spread throughout their surroundings, before penetrating right through the golden raven's huge body. Fiery holes appeared on that huge body of the bird. Terrifying golden chains of the great path appeared from within the holes, penetrating through the bird's body and shackling it in place. "City Lord Yi!" he called. Futian appeared right away. His finger pointed right before him, and great fires shot out right away, devouring the golden raven's body, along with the will of the great path at unblemished saint level. The unblemished saint aura was extremely powerful. Futian felt extremely hot all over when he absorbed the bird. It was as if he was about to be burned to a crisp. The fires of the furnace were unable to make it into the way of fires that he required. He had internalized too many saint of true self-level wills of the great path along the way. However, the will of the great path at unblemished saint level exceeded his capacity to easily internalize the flames, due to plain limitations. That bit of Renhuang will of the great path seemed to have fused within his body, making the light on his body shine even holier. He used that will of the great path of Renhuang with the fires of true self to work on the flames of the way of unblemished saint level. Time passed, and Futian plundered countless wills of the great path of saint of true self level, as well as many unblemished saint ones. He then stopped fighting altogether, walking up to a spot. He trained with his eyes closed, internalizing the flames in silence. Among the others there were some who were still fighting and some working on the flames. All of them were doing their best to enhance their fire powers to the greatest extent. Futian continued doing battle at times and taking wills of the great path while he was working on the taken wills. The group plundered and trained in a frenzy at the Sun Castle, forgetting about the passage of time altogether. They had ended up training there for a month before they realized it. The flames on their bodies had long become something terrifying. While the wills of the great path absorbed exceeded their respective planes, they were nonetheless able to internalize the flames due to having worked continuously on them. Despite not being able to enhance their planes right away, the internalized flames were able to be used in combat nonetheless. Everyone on the battlefield became unnervingly powerful by then. Duan Wuji, the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, stood there. Terrifying fiery whirlpools appeared around him. Boundless aquamarine-colored flames coursed about him. He extended his palm and absorbed it. Golden ravens around him were all absorbed into his body in a frenzy, which was then internalized by the flames within. The black lotuses of the student of Saint Jiuyo seemed to have turned huge, and his flames burst in full force, burning everything down. Those golden ravens were all burned down. Every single one of them brought extremely formidable power of the flames to bear until none of the massive flock of golden ravens was left flying in the sky. The ray of the sun above the Sun Castle was cast onto everyone's bodies. The sun seemed to have a true golden raven letting out a shrilled cry. Terrifying light was cast down onto the 9 mighty ones as if they seemed to have been embedded with mystical connections. The battlefield was empty, making the participants realize that there was a limit to the bird's appearance after all. When they became powerful enough to absorb and internalize those golden ravens easily, the spirit of the bird disappeared altogether. Frightening aura was sensed sweeping out from the Sun Castle before them. All of them began to walk towards the construct. The mighty ones of the 9 tribes seemed to be walking up in the front like they were on a pilgrimage. One mighty one from each of the 9 tribes walked to the front, and came before a being in front of the Sun Castle's gates. All 9 of the mighty ones stood before that being. The mighty ones bowed slightly and then extended their fingers, drawing paper cuts on them and let their blood drip. The blood was shot to the being on the castle, which then flowed on its body. The being then looked up at the sky, and the sun up there shone on it. The 9 glittered with extremely dazzling light. It was as if a blood-colored thread had connected them. The 9 mighty ones of the 9 tribes then returned to their respective chosen ones. The gray-robed mighty one came to Futian's side and said, "Do what you've seen me do. You'd be connected to the matrix afterward." Futian nodded and pricked his finger as well. Blood dripped from his finger, and a ray of light shone onto his body. The being on the castle connected to him, and a blood-colored thread was seen in the air. Futian seemed to have seen an illusion right there and then, as if he was linked together with that being at the castle, flourishing and perishing alongside it. All chosen ones of the 9 tribes did the same as well. The space seemed to have a huge matrix conjured, engulfing them within. The center of the matrix was that sun in the air, shining on everyone below. "Only one among the 9 of you will be able to enter the ancestral land," It is time for you to battle amongst yourselves, the mighty ones from the 9 tribes said to the people at their side. All 9 of the tribes had chosen their own candidates, and the upcoming battle would determine who would earn the right to enter the ancestral land. The outcome of the battle would also determine which of the 9 tribes would be able to have their ancestral lands opened. Who would be the first to do battle? A mighty one of the Zhu clan said. He turned his eyes at Yin Tianjiao, hoping that they had not chosen the wrong candidate that time and that she would have enabled the Zhu clan to open up their ancestral land. Many turned their eyes to Yin Tianjiao and Duan Wuji. The scene made the mighty one of the Zhu clan lift his brows slightly. The mighty one from the Zhu clan took one look at the gray-robed mighty one at Yi Futian's side as if he was signaling something. Let's see you fight first, City Lord Yi, the gray-robed mighty one said to him telepathically. Yi Futian noticed the eyes of that mighty one from the Zhu clan. He was hoping to avoid having Yin Tianjiao fight first, as it would attract too much attention. Yi Futian nodded and stepped out without saying much. Another figure walked out from the other side right after he emerged. It was none other than Shi-chan, who was working with the Vermilion Bird tribe. She glared at Yi Futian. Intense flames coursed about in her eyes. She was scorching hot all over her. She naturally noticed that Yi Futian had a sun-like spirit as well, which meant that he was capable of wielding flames. She lost to Xiaqing Yuan back in the fight in Jianmu City, losing their flames of the way. She took that loss as an insult. At the moment, the match was essentially one that was fire fighting against fire. She was confident in not losing to Yi Futian. No words were spoken. The sun hung high up in the air when Shi-chan emerged. 9 suns appeared at the same time above her. Terrifying rays of the sun were fired, containing fires of the great path of destruction. Boom! Flames burst all over Yi Futian's body right away. But it was as if he was a furnace of the great path, devouring the scorching beams shot at him. Shi-chan took one step out. The ground rang, and more suns appeared in the sky, hanging high above and surrounded Yi Futian. All of those suns fired frightening will of the great path of flames unendingly right at Yi Futian. Fiery aura that was even more raging bloomed, and Yi Futian's body had turned entirely into a furnace of the great path. The beams of fire's shot were continuously consumed by the furnace, preventing them from burning his body. Shi-chan performed hand seals and multiple suns circling Yi Futian to close in on him in an instant as if they were about to merge into a true sundae. She then unleashed the wills of the great path of flames that she had imbued into the sun. Devastating fiery beams shot from that sun, making Yi Futian, who was being engulfed in it, feel that doomsday was near, and he was about to be devoured by the sun. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The 9 powerful cultivators had all refined a great deal of will. This was an external force. With it, they could all exert destructive power far beyond their level. The 9 powerful cultivators had all refined a great deal of will. This was an external force. With it, they could all exert destructive power far beyond their level. The power of the sun flare that Shi-chan was putting forth was completely different from that which she had used during her battle with Xiaqing Yuan. The part of the air that Yi Futian was in seemed to be within an actual sun. Beams of destructive flame was shot towards him. His body turned into a furnace tripod, and he was covered in flames. When the beams of flame reached him, they were swallowed up by the furnace tripod, and so they did not even touch his body. The sun seemed about to explode. Destructive power filled the air, trying to bury Yi Futian within it. Ancient characters were floating around Yi Futian as he released the deed of thought comprehension. All of his will melded and turned into flames. His body was the furnace that swallowed up Shi-chan's sun flare, and she was swallowed up within it. The people outside the battlefield could barely see Yi Futian. All they could see was fire. The burning storm swept out, but the people surrounding him stood firm. No one there was weak. The terrible storm gradually dissipated. Shi-chan stared forward. The furnace tripod was still there, and Yi Futian's body was contained within it. A furious look came over her face. The will that she had sent against him had not only not hurt him, but it had also actually been refined by him. Everyone else looked at Yi Futian and felt a flicker of nervousness. The terrifying furnace tripod surrounded him and refined the power of heaven and earth, and all the law power into power that he could use. This was an incredibly strong technique. No wonder he had been able to come here. It seemed that his cultivation techniques could be used with flames. The ability to refine things out of flames was also very powerful. A look of surprise came over the faces of the Wu clan cultivators. It seemed that the Zhu clan might have been underestimating him when they had chosen them. Even among the flames, he was still strong. Xichan transformed into the divine body of 9 suns, becoming like a sun goddess, as she was bathed in divine fire. She shot towards Yi Futian. Her spells could not shake him, so she had to attack him directly. She gathered her power as she rushed towards him. He reached out, and countless sun fists cut through the air like huge fireballs. They slammed into Yi Futian, containing immense destructive and explosive power. Boom! The sun furnace on Yi Futian's body shook endlessly. A huge sword appeared before him, formed from Cassiopeia, and forged from the fire of the Great Path. It was a flame saint sword. Bang! There was a loud sound as Yi Futian rose into the air and lashed out with the sword. It cut through the sun fists. This sword of the Great Path was immeasurably brilliant. It cut down from the sky, slicing through the air toward Xichan. Xichan raised her arms. The 9 suns protected her as her hands rushed up to collide with the sword. The sword cut down wildly through the fist wills, piercing toward Xichan's arms. Terrible flames suddenly swept out, completely enveloping her and seeming to refine her. She gave a groan. She felt as if her body was being eroded away by the flames. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She retreated, but Yi Futian did not let up. His sword continued forward, with flames spitting out of it. Xichan went pale. Her tender body fell to the ground, blood flowing continuously from her mouth. Yi Futian flashed down to the ground in front of her. Xichan looked at him and said, "I am defeated." But Yi Futian ignored her, and the flames of the Great Path flew overhead. Xichan looked at him coldly. But seeing the resolve in Yi Futian's eyes, she finally sighed and gave up the flames of the way, letting Yi Futian take control of them. Soon, the divine fire around Xichan dissipated, and all was calm once again. And Yi Futian was not planning on giving up. "You!" There was a furious look on Xichan's face. She glared at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian ignored her. When he had obtained Renhuang's flames of the way in Jianmu City, Xichan had not been polite to him and had directly attacked him. If she would not pay attention to the rules and only care about strength, then he would naturally not be polite to her either. Seeing the cold look that Yi Futian was giving her, Xichan's face grew as icy as frost. But she finally gave him the rest of her flames of the way. Yi Futian took them. Only then did Yi Futian let her go. After Xichan was defeated, the sunlight that had fallen upon her went dim. Even the cultivators on the castle walls connected to her were weakened. They would never be as powerful as before. It all looked incredibly magical. It seemed like when the whole matrix was only missing a single piece, it dimmed until there was no light left. And Yi Futian's light shone brighter. The figures on the castle walls that were connected to the Wu clan could breathe a little more. The 9 families of the Vermilion Bird clan had already withdrawn from this clan dispute. Xichan returned with an apologetic look on her face. The Vermilion Bird tribes did not say much. They just sighed inwardly. Even the descendant of the Shi clan from the ancient tree in Jianmu City was not strong enough. Yi Futian returned to his original position and sat cross-legged, continuing to refine the will that he had seized. However, refining this will would take time. Even though the flames of the way that he had refined for his use were quite strong, he couldn't mold other wills into them whenever he wanted. The cultivators of the Zhu clan looked at Yi Futian. He was stronger than they had even imagined. Later, they might be able to use him to deal with Duan Wuji and Saint Jiuyo's disciples. They were sharp enough to see that these people would be difficult to entangle. At that moment, Duan Wuji stepped forward and walked to the center of the crowd. Everyone shared a single thought: this prince was a son of Renhuang in the Crimson Dragon realm. He dominated the eastern part of the realm, and his flames of the way were extremely strong. People called them God-eating fire. As he stepped forward, his gaze fell upon a cultivator of Flaming Prison City, who was allied with the Bailey tribe. The cultivator frowned slightly. He did not want to oppose Don Wuji, but it seemed to be too late to avoid it. His every step shook the very air. Burning was swept out, and hellfire blazed. A powerful flaming god of war appeared behind the cultivator from Flaming Prison City, and his body merged with it. He grew larger, turning into a flaming war saint. Duan Wuji looked at the tall figure, but his expression was unchanged. The dark green flames around him blazed and flowed, seeming to form a devouring storm. It swallowed up all the flame in the area around them and integrated them into itself. Bang! The burning god of war stepped forward, and a terrible aura swept out. Duan Wuji stood firmly and rose into the air. He stretched out his hands, and suddenly, the dark green flames formed a terrible storm that grew larger and larger. In a flash, a dark green vortex appeared in the air above Duan Wuji's head. In addition, the aura that was swallowing up all the flames in the area grew larger. The terrible vortex shot towards the god of war and covered him. The cultivator from Flaming Prison City lashed out with a fist, and suddenly it seemed as if lava and flames were shooting out from him. Firelight shone all around, threatening to melt the vortex before him. But the vortex swallowed up the lava as well. Endless green light shone from it, falling upon the fiery god of war's body and slowly eating up the flames upon him. It was turning him dark green as well, making it look like demonic fire. The cultivator from Flaming Prison City felt that even his soul would be devoured and integrated into that terrible fire. His face grew dark. Did he have no power to resist? His opponent's flames of the way were crushing his own. The flames raged wildly, and the fiery god of war's body began to shrivel. Soon, his figure exploded, the flames of the way were all devoured, and the terrifying vortex returned the air above Duan Wuji, after which it wrapped around him and poured into him little by little. "Give up," said Duan Wuji. Then he stepped back, just like Futian had. This battle was a contest of flames. It would show who could refine and use flames for their attacks the best. When facing the cultivator from Flaming Prison City, Duan Wuji had shown complete mastery. A disciple of Saint Jiuyo stepped forward and challenged a cultivator from Crimson Cloud City, which was allied with the Shang tribe. There was another battle, and the cultivator from Crimson Cloud City, though he was a descendant of Rehuang, was defeated by Saint Jiuyo's disciple. This disciple of Saint Jiuyo was skilled with Black Lotus Karma fire and had immense destructive power. He could burn away someone's very soul. All of the fire of the way that he seized, he refined into Black Lotus Karma fire, giving it incredible destructive power that he used to defeat his opponent. After 3 battles, there were only 3 people who had not fought yet. Yin Tianjiao took the initiative to step forward and challenge a disciple of Saint Chiming. Both of them were extremely strong and clashed many times. But in the end, Yin Tianjiao was able to withstand one more attack, and he defeated the disciple of Saint Chiming. Sunlight flooded the walls of Sun Castle. The cultivators of 4 great tribes shone with dark fire. The opportunity to reclaim their ancestral lands had once again passed them by. Of the 9 great cultivators, 8 had fought. Only Chang Huai had not yet fought. He frowned and glanced at the 4 cultivators. Duan Wuji, Yin Tianjiao, the disciple of Saint Jiuyo, and Yi Futian. There was no clear choice. He was not assured of victory against any of them. In fact, he was likely to be defeated. But he could not avoid going out to fight. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged and was busy refining his flames of the way. "There was a misunderstanding at Jianmu City," said Chang Huai. "I never would have thought that you were so skilled with flames, Lord Yi. I ask that you show me what you can do." Yi Futian, who had just been cultivating, opened his eyes and glanced at Chang Huai. A loud sound rang out, and his body transformed into an enormous furnace. It rang out as he stood, and his body disappeared. The furnace blazed as brightly as the sun, and he appeared right in front of Chang Huai. He raised his fist to strike, and a powerful wave of qi swept out, slamming violently into Chang Huai's body. A look of shock came over Chang Huai's face as a burst of powerful spatial will locked his body in place, making it feel as though it was impossible to move. Even though his flame spells were powerful, he could not avoid being affected by other powers. Chang Huai could only hastily raise his hand to attack. Raging flames burned the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Futian had completely transformed into a sun furnace. He shot forward, with fistful filling the sky, pushing the flames of the way before him. He was powerful enough to cut through anything like a blade through bamboo. Futian had completely transformed into a sun furnace. He shot forward, with fistful filling the sky, pushing the flames of the way before him. He was powerful enough to cut through anything like a blade through bamboo. There was a loud sound as Chang Huai was sent flying backward. He felt like a hole had been pierced through him. A burst of flame entered into him, causing him to twist and distort his face in pain. Futian walked forward step by step, looking indifferent and emotionless. Although he had refined some flames, and his attacks with the flames of the way were extremely strong, his defenses had not changed at all. Futian's burst of power had made it so that he had had no way to respond, and so he had been badly wounded. The battle ended in an instant. Futian walked in front of Chang Huai and swept his cold gaze over him. He reached out, and flames of the way came out from his hand. Chang Huai went pale as he watched the figure before him. He had once ridiculed Futian's reliance on women back in Jianmu City. But now, he had been so thoroughly crushed. Even though it was true that Futian had attacked him without warning, even if he had been ready for him, it would have made no difference. His will had been seized, and his Renhuang will had been taken, just like with Shichan. Futian had crushed the two geniuses of the ancient tree. Futian returned to his original position and sat down. Everyone looked at him. This contest between them had not been anything special, and so they had not gotten a look at the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. But they could at least see that the Lord of Qianyes City was not like they had imagined. Otherwise, it would not have only been two great tribes that would have went to invite him. After Chang Huai was defeated, there were only the representatives of 4 tribes left. Ying Tianjiao of the Zhu tribe, Duan Wuji standing in for the Zhong tribe, the disciple of Saint Jiuyo for the Raven tribe, and Futian. These 4 were all very skilled at refining flames. Even now, they had their eyes closed and were cultivating, seizing every moment they could to refine the flames of the way that they had taken. In this place of ruins, the flames of the way were power. The one who could refine the most of them would be the strongest. At that moment, sunlight was falling upon Sun Castle. Only 4 beams of light were still shining. The light where Futian was the brightest. He had defeated 2 great cultivators all by himself, and so he had seized a few more flames of the way. The light seemed to form a mystical matrix. However, this did not increase Futian's power. He could feel the sunlight falling upon him. Seeing that all 4 of them were calmly and silently cultivating, the cultivators of the Zhu tribe cast their gaze over the battlefield. At that moment, there was only the 4 of them. They and the Wu tribe were together in this, which the Zhong tribe and the Raven tribe must have known. Thus, those 2 forces would probably not fight each other, which would let the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe win the battle without lifting a finger. So, this would be a 2-on-2 battle. He looked towards Duan Wuji, who was fighting for the Zhong tribe. He was probably more threatening than the disciple of Saint Jiuyo. Thinking of this, the cultivator from the Zhu tribe summoned a cultivator from the Wu tribe and said, "Have Lord Yi challenge Duan Wuji." They would fight for a bit, which would let them see how strong Duan Wuji was. What they had seen in the previous battle was just a performance. Duan Wuji had needed to use too much of his power to defeat his opponent. Futian's performance had been outstanding, so he would probably be able to test Duan Wuji a bit more and see just how powerful the flames of the way that he had refined were, and how strong his god-eating fire was. That way, they would be able to find out as well. The cultivator from the Wu tribe looked out towards Futian. The grey-robed figure walked over to him and said, Lord Yi, why don't you fight Duan Wuji of the Zhong tribe in this battle? Yi Futian opened his eyes and glanced at Duan Wuji. He was indeed quite strong. In his last battle, he had nearly crushed his opponent. He had not wasted any energy. His god-eating fire had swallowed up his opponent's flames of the way, and he had integrated the will that he had seized into his own god-eating fire. He was incredibly threatening. But if he wanted to make it to the end, this was an opponent that he would have to face sooner or later. He couldn't avoid it. It was just a matter of when. Therefore, he did not refuse. He stood up and walked out onto the battlefield. He looked out towards the cultivator from the Zhong tribe and Duan Wuji. Seeming to feel Yi Futian's gaze, Duan Wuji opened his eyes as well and looked back at him. There seemed to be dark green flames within his eyes, like demonic fire. He stood up as well and walked out onto the battlefield. It was still extremely hot in front of Sun Castle. Everything was extraordinarily calm at that moment. The two of them stood facing each other. Yi Futian turned into a great furnace once again, and the fire of the great path surrounded him, bathing his body. Dark green flames flowed around Duan Wuji, wrapping around his body. They slowly formed a vortex that grew stronger and stronger. It floated forward, swallowing up all the flames and slowly turning into a massive vortex of flames. The wild vortex shot towards Yi Futian, sucking up all the flame power in the area. Yi Futian used his deed of thought comprehension, and all his will turned into flames that burned like the sun. Leave! He pointed to the air, and the flames around suddenly shot upwards, covering the sky. The word leave appeared among the flames. The vortex collided with the sun furnace, causing an incredibly destructive storm to sweep out. The dark green storm tried to swallow up the sun furnace, and the sun furnace was trying to transform the vortex. The two forces intermingled, and terrifying flames of the path wrapped around each other. Duan Wuji and Yi Futian were floating in the air, using their minds to control the flames, and guiding them with their hands. As they watched this ferocious battle, many people thought that if Yi Futian and Duan Wuji's wills were to collide with each other, both of them would be consumed. In that case, Yin Tianjiao and Saint Jiuyo's disciple would probably be able to reap the benefits without having lifted a finger. Many people were a little surprised that Yi Futian's fire of the Great Path could withstand Duan Wuji. As a prince, Duan Wuji had cultivated himself to be very powerful. So, Yi Futian of Emperor Xia's realm's powerful techniques must be at the Renhuang level. The two of them floated among the fire of the Great Path, using their hands to control the flames. They were putting more and more will into it, and endless flames descended from the sky. Each flame was filled with terribly destructive energy. Duan Wuji looked at Yi Futian under the raging flames. Dark green fire wrapped around him, growing stronger and stronger. He had not put all of his power into the vortex yet. He was still saving some. However, lines of flame will appeared around Yi Futian as well. The flames were clear and pure, seeming real one instant then illusory the next. There was something unreal about them. Go! Duan Wuji swept out his sleeve, and endless flames of the way swept out. But Yi Futian pointed forward, and 3,000 flames of the way shrieked forward, slamming into his opponent's flames. The two powers shook the sky as they collided. Duan Wuji stepped forward with a mighty stride and descended right in front of Yi Futian. He reached out, and suddenly, a vortex of flames appeared around Yi Futian, trying to swallow him up. Yi Futian's eyes were frightening. He swept his gaze over Duan Wuji, and pure white flames appeared around him, seeming to have grown out of thin air. They covered Duan Wuji's body. The two of them were nearing each other quickly. Duan Wuji raised his fist and slammed it towards Yi Futian. Immense power appeared around his delicate hand. Yi Futian stretched out a single finger, but it was sharper than a sword. It pierced towards the onrushing fist. The two attacks collided, and a terrible vortex descended upon Yi Futian from Duan Wuji's fist. He seemed unable to control his body, and his aura was sucked out by his opponent's fist. It seemed that his very soul was under attack, and would be sucked out. But Yi Futian's finger contained immense space-tearing power. It was like a halberd. In a flash, endless destructive will entered his opponent's hand and slammed into his body. Duan Wuji's blood surged through his body. He had an uncomprehending look on his face. Terrible flames suddenly appeared on his hand, and it turned dark green as he continued to press it towards Yi Futian. His fist seemed able to engulf Yi Futian along with his very soul. Yi Futian continued to press his finger forward, and flames of the great past shot out of the other fingers. As soon as his finger landed on his opponent's hand, a void was drilled all the way through his hand up into his arm. Both of their attacks threatened their opponent, so after that single touch, they broke apart. Yi Futian's sleeve was torn, and dark green light had appeared on his hand. Duan Wuji was the same, his sleeve had been burned away to nothing, and undying flames of the Wei were raging across his body, sapping his vitality. Duan Wuji tried to retreat, but he felt an intense space-binding power. Yi Futian continued to press his fingers forward, trying to touch Duan Wuji again. Duan Wuji frowned, and coldness flashed in his eyes. Someone was really actively trying to attack him. He slammed out with his fist once again with no hesitation. In a flash, the two of them collided again like two phantoms. Bang! There was the loud sound of a collision, and the two of them separated yet again. Both of them groaned. This attack had obviously been difficult to bear. They had both been struck by their opponent's attack at the same time as they struck their opponent. The threat from the flames of the Wei was more than they could handle at their level, and its destructive power when it entered their bodies was apparent. Yi Futian's arms and torso were starting to turn faintly green, which looked very strange. Everyone's eyes fell upon him. Could he withstand this any more? But Yi Futian sat down and crossed his legs as the dark green fire raged across him, swallowing up his vitality, his spirit, and even trying to devour his very breath. His blood roared and roiled as his divine will descended, stamping out the flames. He looked a little better now. When it came to flame power, Duan Wuji was not inferior to him at all and was even a little bit better. Thus, he did not have the advantage when they collided. But at that moment, Duan Wuji was also sitting cross-legged in the air. Renhuang light seemed to flash around him, snuffing out all other power. White void flames raged within him. They were undying, having an unlimited lifespan. The flames burned until they reached outside his body. His face was ashen. Finally, he groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. The cultivators from the 9 great tribes were all shocked when they saw what was happening. Prince Duan Wuji had been the first one to be seriously wounded. From his current stance, it was clear that this wound was affecting him greatly, and he was still fighting to control the flames of the Wei within him. On the other side of the battlefield, Yi Futian swept his gaze around. The divine sun furnace swallowed up everything, and gradually devoured the dark green vortex. Duan Wuji had no time to deal with him, and so the conflict up in the air had come to an end. Duan Wuji has lost. Everyone's hearts trembled. This was an unexpected outcome. If this had just been a regular duel, then even though Lord Yi of Qianye City did not have a brilliant record, he would still have been strong because of Yu Xing, and he could have been more than a match for Prince Duan Wuji. However, this was a contest of flames. The god-eating flames were famous, and so everyone had thought that Duan Wuji would win here in the ancestral lands. But things had not gone as expected. Yi Futian of Qianye City had defeated Duan Wuji in a contest of flames. Even the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe, who had chosen Yi Futian, had not thought this to be possible. They looked incredibly surprised at that moment. If they had known that he could control flames so well, then everyone would have sent him invitations the moment he had set foot in Emperor Qua's city. Instead, no one had come looking for him, and so the Wu tribe had been able to convince him to go with them for practically no cost. However, many people looked surprised when they thought of the relationship between the Wu tribe and the Zhu tribe. Yin Tianjia of the Zhu tribe was still there, and Yi Futian, whom the Wu tribe had invited, was still so powerful. It seemed that there was no more suspense about the outcome of this struggle at the ancestral lands. Saint Jiuyo's disciple was strong, but it would be almost impossible for a single cultivator to resist two powerful cultivators like Yin Tianjiao and Yi Futian. Indeed, he would have a great deal of trouble trying to take on just one of them. After all, Yi Futian had already proven his strength in this battle. Thus, if the Wu tribe was willing to concede to the Zhu tribe, then there was no more suspense in this battle. The Zhu tribe would be the victors and would have the opportunity to put the ancestral lands to use. 8 great tribes had been eliminated from this competition already. The only question was, would the Wu tribe and Yi Futian concede? If they didn't, who was stronger? Yi Futian or Yin Tianjiao? Lord Ye's strength is supernatural. I never would have thought that Prince Duan Wuji would lose to him. It seems that Saint Jiuyo's disciple would similarly have a hard time against him, said the burly, middle-aged man from the Zhu tribe with the long, red beard. Saint Jiuyo's disciple looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his eyebrows slightly. This cultivator from the Zhu tribe was a bit impolite. Or could it be that he was trying to incite a fight between him and Saint Jiuyo's disciple? Among the people present, he was the one who had fought the most. Although he had beaten Duan Wuji in the fight he had just had, he had used up a lot of his power to do so, and much of the will he had refined had been destroyed. Moreover, Duan Wuji's attacks had injured him. With such fearsome flames entering his body, how could he not have been affected? Saint Jiuyo's disciple was not weak, and his Black Lotus Karma fire contained terrible destructive power. If he fought again after having just fought, then even if he defeated Saint Jiuyo's disciple, he would not be at full power. And at that point, the only 2 cultivators left would be him and Yin Tianjiao. He knew exactly what the cultivator from the Zhu tribe was trying to do. His statement seemed to incite Saint Jiuyo's disciples' will to fight. He stared at Yi Futian, and the Black Lotus Karma fire wrapped around him. He was ready to fight. But at the moment, a figure flashed over and descended upon the battlefield, appearing in front of Saint Jiuyo's disciple. The dazzling figure was none other than Yin Tianjiao. She had not waited for Saint Jiuyo's disciple and Yi Futian to fight but had actively come to participate. Terrible flames wrapped around her, bathing her in divine fire. Her violent aura swept out, shooting towards Saint Jiuyo's disciple. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe was shocked as he beheld this scene. He was surprised that she would act like this. But then he understood. These people were all proud sons and daughters of heaven. Thus, this Yin Tianjiao was an incredibly proud person and had seen what he was trying to do. So she had acted, disdaining such means as he was employing. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe smiled coldly. Yin Tianjiao was indeed proud. But the ancestral lands were extremely important to the 9 great tribes. Now that they were within easy reach, how could he easily let them go? He would obviously use any tricks at his disposal. Also, wasting your opponent's energy was not really a petty trick. Yi Futian eyed Yin Tianjiao. What a proud woman! Duan Wuji was still sitting there. He opened his eyes and looked at Yi Futian, saying, "What kind of flames of the way do you have?" The pure white fire had been almost clear and seemed like void flames. This kind of flame seemed as if it could not be extinguished. Even if he tried to use Rahuang will to control them, he would still be burned by them. These are flames that I learned about long ago through my cultivation. But at that time they were just a prototype, so I never used them. Now, when we were refining our flames here in the ruins, I tried to use them again. Now that I've managed to employ them, I call them the fire of white lapis lazuli," answered Yi Futian. "These flames have an endless will," said Duan Wuji. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Endless will was indeed contained within those flames, and it would be difficult to extinguish for even the most powerful cultivator. Duan Wuji smiled and said, "I never thought I would lose to you in a contest of flames." He was extremely confident in his god-eating fire since it was so powerful. "You are very good at controlling flames," said Yi Futian. He then turned and returned to his position. He had not been exaggerating. He had spoken truly. That god-eating fire had burned within him. It was indeed quite ferocious. Duan Wuji looked at Yi Futian, then turned and left as well. The glory of the Zhong tribe had dimmed a little bit. Only Yi Futian and the Wu tribe cultivators' glory was still shining brightly. On the battlefield, the two cultivators were locked in furious combat. Although Yin Tianjiao had cultivated many powerful flames of the Wei, she seemed to have integrated all of them into her attack spells. She was bursting with power as she launched her attacks. Saint Jiuyo's disciple's Black Lotus Karma fire was incredibly strong, but it seemed almost insignificant when facing Yin Tianjiao. In the end, Yin Tianjiao defeated Saint Jiuyo's disciple and made it to the end of the contest. The glory of the Raven tribe dimmed, while the Zhu tribe's glory brightened. The light of the sun fell upon the two remaining tribes, the Zhu tribe and the Wu tribe. It also shone high up into the clouds. What was hard for people to accept was that the two remaining cultivators were from the Zhu and Wu tribes. These two tribes were very close and were practically allied. Now they had both made it to the end. Did that not seem a little strange? Would they really fight each other now? Yi Futian was still busy refining his will. He sat with eyes shut, cultivating. He seemed to have not seen the conclusion of Yin Tianjiao's battle. The Zhu tribe cultivator's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. "Lord Yi," he said, "I will have a great gift of thanks for you when we return. Why don't we let this battle end here, all right?" He hoped that Yi Futian would give up. Yin Tianjiao was very strong, but if they could win this without a fight, everything would be settled. The fact that Yi Futian was still there made him an unknown factor. If he had been able to defeat Prince Duan Wuji, who could say that he would certainly lose to the princess of Emperor Wu, who had cultivated in the Crimson Dragon realm? End it here? Yi Futian looked at the cultivator of the Zhu tribe. "The elder of the Wu tribe placed his trust in me and asked me to fight this battle. I've already come this far, how can I give up? I must give it my all." The Zhu tribe cultivator frowned. He was a bit upset with this reply. The Wu tribe cultivator looked at him, then to Yi Futian, and said, "Both of them are powerful figures, and so it would be good to watch a battle between the two of them. Why don't we just let them fight?" The Zhu tribe cultivator frowned. This man from the Wu tribe seemed to have his own ideas. Was it because Yi Futian's strength had given him confidence, and thus thoughts of total victory had been born in his mind? "What are you thinking, Wu Yong?" asked the Zhu tribe cultivator coldly. The other cultivators of the Zhu tribe also swept their gazes over the people from the Wu tribe. Coldness flashed in their eyes. Were they trying to stand up for themselves? Boom! At that moment, a wild flame aura swept out. Yi Futian ignored the Zhu tribe cultivator. He directly unleashed his power as he sped towards Yin Tianjiao. He was prepared to fight. As for the Zhu tribe cultivator's exhortations, how could he obey them? Why had he even come here? Would he give up when he was only a step away? "Please enlighten me." Wild flames rolled towards Yin Tianjiao as the great path furnace burned everything. Yin Tianjiao waited for it patiently, staring at Yi Futian. In a flash, a ringing sound came from her, and she blazed as brightly as the sun. Her radiance was frightening. Boom! Her wild aura shot up into the clouds. She seemed like a goddess of war. Divine light shot up into the sky as she gazed at Yi Futian's onrushing figure. Great path-binding power descended. It was spatial will that sought to freeze her in place. But Yin Tianjiao stepped forward with no thought of retreat. She seemed about to trample upon Yi Futian's body. A giant palm print materialized before her and slammed out towards him. The battle had broken out in an instant. There was a dark look on the Zhu tribe cultivator's face. He watched Yi Futian with unkind eyes, but soon, he was watching the whole battle. This battle was extremely important. The idea to have the Wu tribe invite Yi Futian on this trip to the ruins had originally been theirs. When the Wu tribe had seen Yi Futian's strength, they decided to gamble with him. He would watch and see. If Yi Futian was defeated at Yin Tianjiao's hands, how would the Wu clan cultivators deal with him? And even if he won, would the Wu clan cultivators be able to take all of the Zhu clan cultivators? Two figures collided wildly atop of Sun Castle. Two figures collided wildly atop of Sun Castle. Yi Futian was bathed in the sun's fire. He turned into a furnace tripod, and ancient characters surrounded him, refining all his power and integrating it into his body. He let loose a powerful attack. Yin Tianjiao was a princess of Emperor Wu's realm and was a Renhuang cultivator. It was apparent how powerful she was in combat. She had also inherited Emperor Wu's talent, and her attack spells were overpowering. She integrated the fire of the Great Path into her attacks. At that moment, the fire merged with the martial will exploding from her body. But it was different than it had been with Shichan. Shichan had transformed into the divine body of 9 suns, but that had just been like borrowing the might of the sun. But Yin Tianjiao had transformed into a goddess of war. Burning flames wrapped around her, and she borrowed the might of the entire world. Her every strike and her every movement was filled with destructive power. At that moment, Yin Tianjiao raised her fist and pressed it down towards Futian. She was powerful and overwhelming. Her attack, the Nirvana handprint of unblemished flames, covered the sky and shook the very as it slammed towards Futian. The wave of flames swept out, giving off a shrieking sound. Futian activated the deed of thought comprehension, and took the flames into his own body, as he had turned into a great furnace. He also raised his fist and stepped forward with the footwork of Xianyuan. The air trembled along with the great path. He thrust forward with overlapping haunting fist wills, and his attack slammed into the palm print that covered the sky. A rumbling noise rang out, and the handprint trembled as cracks appeared in it. It then collapsed. But Yin Tianjiao's attacks did not stop. She continued forward and struck out with both fists at the same time. Her long robe was bathed in flames. She looked majestic and powerful. She slammed out her fists like a martial goddess, and her flaming palm print flattened everything in its path. The two of them slammed together, and a destructive airflow swept out at their terrifying collision. There was a loud bang, and they both retreated. Futian's gaze was fixed on his opponent. He was a little surprised that a woman could attack so powerfully. No wonder she had been able to enter the regional palace to cultivate. He wondered if she had fought with Yuxing there. Yin Tianjiao felt her heart quaking. She had not been able to beat Futian, and he was even directly attacking her. This guy was just like that B***starred from the regional palace. He was simply a monster. Moreover, he seemed to have a similar power to her own in that he could integrate the power of flames into his attacks. Either way, this showdown between them was not getting anywhere. She looked at Futian, and her blood boiled. The blood of Renhuang flowed through her veins. The light from an even more powerful flame shot up into the sky. Divine fire seemed to wrap around her as dazzling flame light pulsated. It was like a divine golden fire was burning her body and making her aura even more powerful. An even wilder aura swept out from her. A look of surprise came over Futian's face. Yin Tianjiao's aura was increasing and becoming stronger. It was as if the flames of the way within her were improving her combat ability. Golden flames shot out of her eyes and pierced towards Futian's. In that instant, Futian felt terrible divine flames burning in his mind that sought to extinguish his spiritual willpower. Whoosh! Yin Tianjiao stepped forward, and the divine flames that wrapped around her body transformed into a fiery war goddess with many arms. The goddess thrust out her fists towards Futian, destroying the very air as they covered him in blows. There was a look of pain in Futian's eyes. He looked up at the oncoming fists, and a terrible fiery airflow swept out from him. At that moment, horrifying divine fire shot out from his eyes. He looked at Yin Tianjiao, and she seemed to see an incomparably huge fiery god of war. The scene was somewhat familiar to her. Intense sunlight fell from the sky. It was as if the sun itself was on fire. The flames fell on Futian's body, making the flames that were already around him become stronger and stronger. All the cultivators from the 9 great tribes were looking at him, and their hearts were trembling. They also seemed to feel a familiar aura. The Renhuang flames of the way, they all said as they watched him. Had this guy refined many Renhuang flames of the way and integrated them into his body for his own use? Yin Tianjiao's flames of the way could also be called Renhuang flames of the way. Her father, Emperor Wu, was Renhuang, and her talent had come from him. But even so, she had only been able to gradually display her power as her cultivation became stronger. No matter what, her flames of the way should have been stronger than the ones that Yi Futian had refined. After all, she had directly inherited them from her father, whereas Yi Futian had obtained them later. However, the aura that burst forth from Yi Futian now was not weaker than hers in the least. In addition, Renhuang burned within it. It was as if he was using the power of these ruins. The intense light of the sun shone down on him. Boom! A wild burst of will swept out as Yi Futian's furnace swallowed up the flames around him. His body became tall and mighty. It was as if Emperor Kwa had come down into the world. He raised his fist and grabbed at the air. Huge palm prints slammed into the onrushing fists, shattering them completely. He stepped forward, and the very air trembled. The great path roared as fire shot out of his eyes, colliding with the golden fire that was coming from Yin Tianjiao's. The two colossal powers clashed. Yin Tianjiao's expression changed. She stepped towards Yi Futian. Beneath the flames, she was like a goddess, beautiful beyond compare. Yi Futian stepped forward at the same time and thrust his fist out. A furnace tripod of the heavenly great path appeared in his hand, formed from the flames of the way. The flames within him poured into it, and then swept out towards Yin Tianjiao. Yin Tianjiao swept her divine golden flames downward and turned into a divine phoenix. She and many other sacred beasts of flame charged forward. But the divine furnace was growing larger and larger, and it swallowed them all up. The fiery divine beasts shrieked as they were shattered within it. They could not break out. Boom! The fiery divine beasts all melted within the furnace. Yin Tianjiao went pale. The terrifying furnace continued to swallow them all up, and endless divine flames shrieked forward, but they could not destroy it. It was as if the furnace was formed of Renhuang fire, and thus was able to consume all their flame will. The great path had formed this furnace, and it could refine all the flames of heaven and earth. Yi Futian stepped forward and slapped the furnace through the air towards Yin Tianjiao. It pressed towards her, and she raised both her hands to block it, but it swallowed up the flames that were upon her. She was sent flying back by its continuous pressure, and she spat up a mouthful of blood. Her face was ashen. Yi Futian continued forward with not a hint of regard for her safety. He once again pressed the furnace towards her, continuing his attack on her. She was slammed to the ground. She was finally no longer able to bear it. She lay sprawled on the ground with crimson blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Yi Futian's figure flashed, and he descended before her. He began to walk towards her. Upon the walls of Sun Castle, the Zhu tribe cultivator's face was held hard as iron. Yin Tianjiao had actually been defeated at Yi Futian's hands. Of all the 9 tribes, it had actually been the Wu tribe's Yi Futian who had made it to the end and had defeated all opponents. Lord Yi, called the Zhu tribe cultivator. Yi Futian looked at him, then continued forward, ignoring him. All the cultivators of the 9 tribes were watching him. They were speechless. The Zhu tribe cultivator could not change this outcome. Yi Futian had no intention of conceding. He walked up to Yin Tianjiao and cut the flame will from her. Sunlight streamed down from high up in the sky. Upon the walls of Sun Castle, 9 beams of radiance seemed to merge into one. It fell upon Yi Futian. Golden light wrapped around him and covered the vast area. The will of the great path flowed down along with the sunlight, making Yi Futian's aura stronger and stronger. He seemed to resonate with the sun, and the two of them became one. Not only that, but of the cultivators standing guard on Sun Castle, only those of the Wu tribe's bloodline shone brightly as well. The cultivators from the other 8 tribes dimmed. It seemed as if their auras had been swallowed up by the sun and given to this one man. Wu Yong turned his gaze towards a figure standing guard upon the castle walls. The sun shone brightly upon him as he strode towards Yi Futian. Do not resist. He will help you open the gate to the ancestral lands, Wu Yong said to Yi Futian. The figure walked towards Yi Futian, then entered directly into his body, seeming to turn into a beam of fire. It seemed as if the cultivators upon the castle walls were not real, but were formed of pure will. Yi Futian's golden light grew brighter and brighter, and the refinement of flames of the way within him sped up. The light of brilliant flames covered Sun Castle. A beam of terrifying light shot forward towards the gate to the ancestral lands. The sun, Yi Futian's body, and the gate to the ancestral lands all shone brightly one after the other. Even under the light of the terrible golden fire, the gate did not budge. Even as it was heated until it became red hot, it still stood firm. "Open it, then we can go to the ancestral lands," said Wu Yong from beside Yi Futian. He hoped that Yi Futian could complete this final step and open the gate that led to the ancestral lands. The cultivators of the 9 great tribes all watched Yi Futian. They did not know whether or not he could accomplish this final task and enter the ancestral lands. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. There seemed to be a massive matrix atop Sun Castle. At this point, the sun's fire was not divided into 9 rays, but instead, all of it was falling upon Yi Futian and helping him refine the gate to the ancestral lands. Flames burned beneath the brilliant matrix that was formed from the light of the sun. Everyone around them stepped back due to their terrible power, and would not dare to draw any nearer. The cultivators of the 9 great tribes and the 8 other people that they had invited with them were all staring at Yi Futian and the gate. The cultivators from the Wu clan were watching closely, especially Wu Yong. His heart was pounding fast. Wu Yong may have invited Yi Futian twice. But in reality, he would have never thought that the Lord of Qianye City could refine the flames of the way and defeat all his opponents, especially Yin Tianjiao, the daughter of Emperor Wu, and Duan Wuji. But now he had succeeded. He naturally hoped that Yi Futian would go even further and open up the gate to the ancestral lands, letting them set foot there. Over the years, any tribe that managed to enter the ancestral lands became much stronger, and their power would increase by leaps and bounds. They naturally did not want to miss their chance. The reason that the Wu tribe had attached themselves to the Zhu tribe was both tribes' power was gradually increasing. When facing external threats, the 9 tribes acted as one, but they would also struggle and compete against each other. Each of the 9 tribes was ambitious. They each wanted to unify the 9 tribes and become their leader. However, without entering the Renhuang Plain, it would be challenging to make the other 8 tribes listen to orders and obey them. But even if they could not unify the 9 tribes, they would still increase their power by entering the ancestral lands. Wu Yong would no longer need to look at that Zhu tribe cultivator's face, nor listen to his orders. As he thought of this, Wu Yong watched closely. He hoped Yi Futian could do it. Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao were watching Yi Futian as well. They had all heard of the ruins of Emperor Kwa. It was said that every time they were opened, people would go there to undergo trials. Part of the reason was so that they could become stronger. For people who refined flames of the way, the path of refining did not allow you to advance to the next level directly. They must first deepen their understanding of flames. But more importantly, it was rumored that Emperor Kwa had left something behind in the ruins. Those who went to the ancestral lands would have a chance to find and inherit it. Of course, very few people had been able to go there in the past. No one had ever heard of anyone finding whatever it was that Emperor Kwa had left behind. Thus, people still came here. But none of them expected that they would not be able to pass through the gate, as Yi Futian overtook them. Now they could only be observers. Both Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao thought that given Yi Futian's talent, he had a chance of opening the gate. After all, they thought of themselves as quite outstanding, and Yi Futian had beaten them using flames, so they naturally had to admit the extent of his power. At that moment, there was a divine matrix formed of sunlight in front of Sun Castle. The sunlight helped Yi Futian refine the flames, and his aura began to rise wildly, becoming extremely strong. It seemed to be helping him reach the peak of the divine path, and refine all the flames that he had seized from his opponents. It was not only the matrix that was helping him. The figure that had entered into his body previously had turned into a brilliant flame of the way, and was assisting him as well. At that moment, Yi Futian had reached the extreme limits of his power. He could even fight with someone at the nirvana level. Of course, most of it was power that came from outside him, and it was just there to help him open the gate. The sun's flames shot towards the gate to the ancestral lands and covered it. However, the gate did not budge. It stood there firmly, and the flames of the great path could not melt it. Futian wildly refined the will within him. He could even feel that the figure that had entered him was at the nirvana level and was refining fire as well. At that moment, he felt that he was at the absolute center of all the fire of the great path in the area. He was drawing in all the power of heaven and earth to try and melt the gate. But he was still unable to do it. Time passed slowly, and Futian still sat in the center of the matrix, bathed in the sun's divine fire. He did not stop for a moment. No one tried to hurry him up. The cultivators of the 9 tribes stood there watching. All of them were at the saint level and thus were very patient. At this point, there was no need to be hasty. The cultivators who had been defeated in battle did not leave either. They stood there watching as well. Several days passed in what seemed like the blink of an eye. However, nothing changed. The flames within Futian's body became stronger, but the gate was not affected in the slightest. It seemed to be an eternal gate that would never open. Futian's eyes were shut tight. He was thinking about what the problem could be. He had taken all the flames from the matrix. If that were enough to open the gate, it would have done so by now. But the gate had not opened. So, where was the problem coming from? Emperor Qua's flames of the way. When Futian thought of this, lines of fire entered the furnace that his body had formed and into his will. In his mind, a fiery god of war stood between heaven and earth, devouring all the flames. Futian's will moved, drawing upon the power of the matrix, and began to refine Emperor Qua's flames of the way. Time continued to pass. When one reached the saint level, cultivation could take a long time. Futian refined for 10 days without realizing it. Some of the people there thought about leaving, but stayed anyway, sitting there cross-legged as they cultivated. The cultivators of the 9 tribes were used to this. They were aware of what the gate to the ancestral land was like. It was not easy to open. Even within the 9 tribes, no one could open it. That was why they came here all the time and relied on the power of outsiders to open it. That showed how difficult it was. Futian's perception of the will was getting stronger and stronger. He had already refined quite a bit. In his perception, he seemed to have transformed into a fiery god of war. A figure was coalescing in the furnace of the great path, and was gradually growing larger. This figure looked like Futian, but it was just an illusion formed of the fire of the great path. Its body grew bigger and bigger, and swallowed up all the fire in the area. Up in the sky, the sunlight grew stronger, and changed even more than it had before. It seemed as if the sun's fire would flow along the bridge of heaven and earth to the fiery god of war. Time passed, and the flames burned in the sky. Above the figure that had been formed from will, the firelight reached the sky and merged into the world itself. A powerful burst of will shot through the world. Gradually, Futian became able to perceive the whole ruins. After some time, everything in his perception changed. He seemed to see an incomparably immense figure. It was just like when he had just come to the ruins, but it had become much clearer. There was a huge face in the sky, and the brilliant sun seemed to be its eye. The crimson clouds were its hair. And the vast ruins seemed to be its body, and the fiery magma was its blood. It seemed as if these ruins had been integrated into a god, or rather, these ruins were, in fact, a god. Is that Emperor Qua? Futian wondered this. Heaven and earth seemed to change colors as the whole ruins were dyed red. The sun matrix's power reached its limits, and the figure of the god of war that was formed from flames seemed like it would swallow up the whole sun. There was endless fire everywhere, and it all turned into nourishment for the figure. Rays of divine light shot towards the gate, and finally slammed against it with loud bangs. The gate gradually began to change. It looked like it was melting. The entire gate gradually became transparent. It's opened! The Wu tribe cultivator's eyes were bright. Futian had done it. He had opened the gate to the ancestral lands. Wu Yong clenched his fists. Although he was an unblemished saint, he was still obviously very excited by this. He had not expected this stroke of luck that he had invited someone able to open the gate to the ancestral lands. He looked up into the crimson sky and felt his heart pounding. The Wu tribe would finally have a chance to enter the ancestral lands. Lord Yi, the gate to the ancestral lands is open. Please let us, the members of the Wu clan, enter. You may enter as well, but do not let anyone else, Wu Yong said to Yi Futian. Very well, answered Yi Futian. Wu Yong looked around at everyone else and saw a powerful figure standing next to him. It was the elder of the Wu tribe. He looked at the other tribes and said, This time, it is the Wu tribe who will enter the ancestral lands. On saying this, the whole tribe started forward. The other 8 tribes did not move. This was the agreement that the 9 tribes had had for many years, and they would continue to follow it. Moreover, right now, Yi Futian was controlling the gate to the ancestral lands with help from the Matrix. At this point, it could be said that Yi Futian was at the extreme limit of his power, and could even kill someone who had reached nirvana. He was the one whom the Wu tribe had invited, and thus the Wu tribe had earned the right to enter the ancestral lands. Open! Yi Futian opened his eyes, and terrifying light flashed in them. A fiery hole appeared in the gate to the ancestral lands. The Wu tribe walked forward, entered within it. Once they had all entered, Yi Futian flashed over there and transformed into a beam of fiery light that shot inside. In the next moment, the matrix at Sun Castle disappeared. Everything returned to the way it was before. The gate to the ancestral lands solidified once again. It was closed. Everything was calm once again. The Zhu tribe cultivator had an icy look on his face. Be ****, spat the burly figure. The Wu tribe had betrayed them. If the Wu tribe had obeyed their orders, then the one to open the gate to the ancestral lands would have been Yin Tianjiao. Should we leave, or should we wait? Asked Duan Wuji. His voice was calm. There was no joy or sorrow in it. It was as if this was all perfectly ordinary. We will stay here. You can all leave if you want to, said the Zhong tribe cultivator. Is it all right if we stay and cultivate here for a while? Asked Yin Tianjiao. The Zhu tribe cultivator nodded. Of course. Duan Wuji looked at Yin Tianjiao, then smiled. He had had no intention of leaving, so he stayed as well. The gate to the ancestral lands had opened. None of them knew what would happen there. After Yi Futian and the others entered, they looked forward and saw a stairway off in the distance that went up into the sky. The end of the staircase seemed to be the place where the sun rested, the highest point of Sun Castle. The Wu clan cultivators waited for Yi Futian up ahead. The elder watched Yi Futian walking over. Many thoughts were racing through his mind. At this point, Yi Futian no longer had the blessing of the Matrix. But an incredible aura still flowed over him. What had he just gained? After opening the gate to the ancestral lands, would he be the only one who had the chance to get whatever it was the Emperor Kwa had left behind? Yi Futian felt the elder's eyes on him but kept his own eyes forward. He looked extremely calm, but he felt a keen sense of determination. This whole scene made his heart tremble slightly, and gave rise to a sense of vigilance within him. This elder of the Wu clan had never spoken to him. Could it be that he had some ideas of his own? For him to pull down the bridge after crossing the river would be nothing new. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Have you gained anything from this, Lord Yi? The Wu tribe elder asked Yi Futian. There was a faint smile on his face, and it did not look like he had any ulterior motives. Have you gained anything from this, Lord Yi? The Wu tribe elder asked Yi Futian. There was a faint smile on his face, and it did not look like he had any ulterior motives. I have been able to refine a lot of will, and have felt Emperor Kwa's majesty. I have benefited a lot, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. The Wu tribe elder nodded with a smile. Thank you for allowing us to come here to the ancestral lands. Without you, we would have never had this chance. No need to be so polite, elder, replied Yi Futian with a smile. As far as I am concerned, I have also gained a lot from this. So I must also thank you for inviting me. The Wu tribe elder smiled at that, then looked ahead. At that moment, Wu Yong was coming over. "Elder Lord Yi," he said. "Let's go up and take a look." "All right." Something flashed across the Wu tribe elder's face as he looked forward. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yi Futian walked forward up the stairway, going higher and higher. It looked like he was walking right into the sun. "Lord Yi, did you learn anything about what we might find in the ancestral lands from the Matrix?" asked the Wu tribe elder as he stared up the stairs. "My perception has covered the entire area, but other than at the very top, I can't find anything." "I did," said Yi Futian with a nod. A sharp look flashed in the Wu tribe elder's eyes, but when he turned to look at Yi Futian, his gaze returned to normal. His eyes were warm and calm. "Was it the thing that Emperor Kwa left behind?" he asked. Yi Futian shook his head and said, "It was a marvelous feeling. Previously, the power of the Matrix poured into my body, and I felt that my body could resonate with the ancestral lands themselves. I feel that a secret way of opening up the ancestral lands can be found at the top. Let's go and see." The Wu tribe elder looked at Yi Futian, then nodded and said, "Very well. Since you were able to come here, Lord Yi, you must also be able to unlock the secrets of the ancestral lands. I will wait here and see. The Wu tribe thanks you deeply. If you ever need anything in the future, you only have to ask us." "Thank you, Elder," said Yi Futian with a smile. A group of them continued forward. "You were able to overcome all those heroes," said Wu Yong to Yi Futian. "Your future is definitely bright. Unfortunately, the 9 great tribes of Emperor Kwa have no one left within them who is as powerful as you are. Otherwise, given your accomplishments with the flames of the way, we might truly have a chance to truly become Emperor Kwa's heirs." "You are too kind, Elder," said Yi Futian with a smile. They continued forward. They eventually came to the top of the stairway. A blazing will descended upon them. The sun was directly overhead and seemed to be very close to them. This was clearly not the sun of the Crimson Dragon realm, but instead was the sun of the ancestral lands. "Look over there." Wu Yong looked at the place directly below the sun. There seemed to be a magical matrix pattern there. "I will go and look. Perhaps we will find the secret of the ancestral lands there," said Yi Futian. He flashed over there and descended within the matrix. He sat down cross-legged within it. Sunlight fell from the sky, and he was instantly swallowed up by it. Divine light was shining all over him. His body was bathed in endless flames. The great path drew upon the power of heaven and earth. The matrix lit up bit by bit until it was incredibly bright. In a flash, Yi Futian's whole body was covered by the incomparably bright light from the matrix. Radiance continued to fall from the sun. At that moment, many thoughts were running through Yi Futian's mind. "How is it going, Lord Yi?" called the Wu tribe elder. Yi Futian kept his eyes closed, and seemed not to hear what he said. "Lord Yi!" The Wu tribe elder's voice grew much louder, shaking Yi Futian's eardrums. Yi Futian opened his eyes, and the Wu tribe elder asked, "How is it going?" "There is an inheritance here, left by Emperor Kwa. Please do not disturb me for a while, and let me perceive this area in peace," Yi Futian said to the Wu tribe elder. The Wu tribe elder's pupils dilated, and his gaze became extremely sharp. There was an inheritance here that Emperor Kwa had left behind. As he watched Yi Futian, a thought appeared in his mind. Why should this inheritance not go to him and his tribe, rather than to an outsider? After all, Yi Futian was just a guest that they had invited to help them fight, not a true cultivator of the 9 tribes. Moreover, he had just claimed that he had felt the thing that Emperor Kwa had left behind. This was undoubtedly very exciting, especially to the elder of the Wu tribe. It was indeed a very great temptation. As he thought of this, the Wu tribe elder walked towards Yi Futian and said, "Lord Yi, can I feel it with you?" Yi Futian nodded. "Very well. As you please, elder." The elder of the Wu tribe walked into the matrix and could suddenly clearly sense the power of this will. It seemed that Emperor Kwa had indeed left his flames of the way in the sun, and they were falling here continuously. The Wu tribe elder stood amid the flames of the way. Lines of will were falling on him and piercing directly into his mind. Divine light covered his body. This was an incredibly mystical experience. It was like he was touching the inheritance of the Great Path. But Yi Futian was at the center of the matrix, and so the will falling towards the Wu tribe elder was clearly a bit less. He turned his eyes towards Yi Futian, and his gaze became very sharp. He was thinking that whenever one of the 9 tribes went to the ancestral lands, their power increased greatly when they returned. Could it be that they had personally felt the will that Emperor Kwa had left behind here? It was highly possible. Yi Futian and the others who had previously come to the ancestral lands were all outsiders after all. They had only come to help. If there was something useful here, they should naturally give it up to the members of the tribe. Moreover, if there really was a secret in the ancestral lands, was it necessary to abandon future opportunities for the 9 tribes by letting outsiders uncover them? The 9 tribes had fought for many years, but no matter what, they were all of the same bloodline. Thinking of this, he said, "Can I sit where you are sitting, Lord Yi, so that I might better feel it?" Yi Futian looked up at him. The Wu tribe cultivators were all stunned as they watched their elder. Wu Yong's expression changed. The elder had his own ideas. He wanted to take the inheritance for his own, rather than letting Yi Futian have it. And why shouldn't he? This was the ancestral land of the 9 tribes after all, and this was what had been left behind by Emperor Kwa. Emperor Kwa must have created these ancestral lands. He naturally understood why the elder wanted to be the one to obtain the inheritance. It was just that in doing so, they would be betraying Yi Futian. "Elder, let Lord Yi cultivate for a bit. These are the ancestral lands, after all, and Lord Yi was the one who opened them," called Wu Yong. He had invited Yi Futian to help the Wu tribe. It was not his wish to betray him. Moreover, Yi Futian was an outstanding talent and had an extraordinary background. Maintaining good relations with him was the best choice. If they betrayed him, it would bring them trouble later. After all, Yi Futian had unlimited potential. Unless... Wu Yong's heart raced. He looked at the elder, and his expression changed again. Could it be that the elder had murderous intentions? Did he want to cut out the problem at its root? Yi Futian had unlimited potential, but right now, he was very weak. If they killed him now, it would undoubtedly offend Emperor Xia's realm. But outsider emperors could not come to the Crimson Dragon realm and unleash their power. As for the Nirvana-level cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm, if they dared to send an army against them, they would have to face the 9 tribes. Their battle array was not far inferior to that of Emperor Xia's realm. If Emperor Xia wanted to defeat them, how much power would he have to expend? Moreover, the elder probably thought that if he took the inheritance, then his own power and right to speak among the 9 tribes would grow as well. Wu Yong's guess was correct. At that moment, the Wu tribe elder had murderous intent within his heart. The talent that Yi Futian had displayed made him think that rather than form a bad relationship with him, it would be better to cut him down now, ending the matter forever. As a figure at the Nirvana level, his will was firm, but he also pursued his goals with a ruthless heart. Yi Futian looked at Wu Yong. He was a little surprised by the elder's request. He saw him walking towards as if he had not heard Wu Yong, and he said to Yi Futian, "What do you think, Lord Yi?" Yi Futian swept his gaze over him, and the light of the matrix became even more brilliant. Divine fire fell from the sun. In a flash, it was like the flames of the apocalypse were descending. Boom! Suddenly, a look of shock came over the Wu tribe elder's face. He was sent flying back as the descending flames slammed into him. His body began to burn. The matrix around him filled the air. Everything was flames. Yi Futian. The Wu tribe elder swept his gaze over Yi Futian. Could he control the fire of the sun? A pair of eyes seemed to appear in the shifting clouds, looking like 2 great suns. They were vast beyond compare, like the eyes of Emperor Kwa. They looked at the Wu tribe elder. He felt that his body was burning up and that he had no control over it. He retreated with a horrified expression on his face. A booming sound rang out as flames covered everything. It was a devastating divine fire that could destroy everything. "You tricked me!" The Wu tribe elder gave a pitiful cry as his body burned up. From the beginning, I've only let you see what I wanted you to see, said Yi Futian coldly. Even the inheritance was like this. We came here, but I am the master of this place. The Wu tribe cultivator shot into the sky, trying to escape, but his arms burned away into nothing. A look of absolute terror came into his eyes. When he looked up in the sky, he could only see a horrifying imperial face. Please spare me, Lord Yi, he cried. Kill him. Yi Futian spat in a cold, emotionless voice. The fire of the great path continued to fall. The Wu tribe elder's aura swept out at maximum power, but it was no use. His body burned away to nothing under the fire of Renhuang. The Wu tribe cultivators all looked shocked. They trembled as they beheld this scene, with hearts beating wildly. They were shaken by how fast it had all happened. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance across the disappearing figure. There was no emotion in his eyes. A nirvana-level cultivator had tried to deceive him, but he had only managed to reveal his ambitions and be destroyed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Yi Futian was still sitting there, cross-legged. He had not moved at all, but the elder of the Wu tribe, a nirvana-level cultivator, had disappeared. Yi Futian was still sitting there, cross-legged. He had not moved at all, but the elder of the Wu tribe, a nirvana-level cultivator, had disappeared. The sun was high in the air Yi Futian's head. A huge face had appeared in the sky, and as the cultivators of the Wu tribe looked at it, they felt their hearts tremble. It was the face of Emperor Qua. Emperor Qua had rebuilt the ancestral lands. This part of the ancestral lands had been left behind for the 9 great tribes to use. If they could obtain it, it would be a great advantage for them. The thing was, few in the 9 great tribes had been able to pass Emperor Qua's test and open the gate to the ancestral lands. This was why they found themselves in the situation they were in now. Yi Futian had come to claim the inheritance, and the elder of the Wu tribe had gotten greedy. At that moment, conflicted expressions were playing across the faces of the Wu tribe cultivators. They were all top figures within their tribe. The elder had had his reasons for what he had done, but from Yi Futian's point of view, the elder had tried to kill him, and so he had naturally had to eliminate the threat. They had not wanted their cooperation with Yi Futian to end up like this. Them being able to open the gate to the ancestral lands was really a happy accident. They would have a chance to revive the Wu tribe. But greed was inherent to human beings, and so now they wanted more. This had made it so that at this moment, their very lives were in Yi Futian's hands, not to mention the revival of their tribe. It could be that Yi Futian would wipe them all out with one fell swoop at the slightest provocation. At that moment, Yi Futian was watching the cultivators of the Wu tribe. There was a great sense of tension throughout the whole area. A voice suddenly rang out. The elder of the Wu tribe acted impulsively and was killed by Renhuang's flames of the Wei when he tried to claim the inheritance. Yi Futian turned and looked at the one who had spoken. It was Wu Yong. Wu Yong clasped his hands and bowed to Yi Futian, saying, Lord Yi, you opened the gate to the ancestral lands, making you Emperor Qua's heir. We in the Wu tribe will always be your friends. The other cultivators of the Wu tribe all looked at Wu Yong. Those of the 9 great tribes who came to the ruins were all top figures. Even if they were not elders, they had still cultivated for a long time and had become very strong. But there were very few of them. They naturally understood that Wu Yong was trying to avoid a threatening situation for the Wu tribe. The elder had tried to do away with Yi Futian, which had led to this awful situation. What would Yi Futian do? Yi Futian had just slain their elder very decisively. If he could kill one of them that easily, he could do the same to 10 of them. After we leave, we will summon the 9 great tribes and announce that the elder was consumed by Renhuang's flames of the Wei due to his impulsive actions, chimed in another cultivator beside him. His desire to survive this was quite strong. Lord Yi, I understand why you just did what you did. You had no choice but to do it. Everyone here is an elder of the tribe, and none of us are in the elder's direct bloodline. As an elder of the tribe, I can control the rest of them, Wu Yong said to Yi Futian. So, please do not worry, Lord Yi. Yi Futian looked at Wu Yong. His eyes were filled with the light of divine fire. Boom! High up in the sky, the fire of the sun descended, and a giant phantom appeared. It seemed to be the image of Emperor Kwa. He merged into the sun, and flames fell to the ground from him. In a flash, Wu Yong was covered. The cultivators of the Wu tribe were all stunned. Wu Yong's expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Yi Futian and cried, "Lord Yi!" Wu Yong's voice resonated throughout the area as he stared at Yi Futian. He seemed to have shown his attitude and disposition. He did not try to escape. The light of the terrible flames covered Wu Yong's body. The Wu tribe cultivators' hearts beat wildly. However, Wu Yong was still standing there. He did not move. The terrible scene that they had been imagining did not occur. Wu Yong's body was not burned, and the flames of the way entered into him. Will was flowing down from the figure of Emperor Kwa up in the sky and going into Wu Yong's mind. At that moment, Wu Yong felt that he had received a great gift from the Great Path, one that had been imparted by Emperor Kwa. If the elder of the Wu tribe had not acted against me earlier, then I would have given the inheritance of the ancestral lands to him. After all, these are the 9 great tribes' ancestral lands, said Yi Futian indifferently. The cultivators of the Wu tribe felt like they were in a dream. They breathed a sigh of relief, but their expressions were still conflicted. Yi Futian had been the one to open the gate to the ancestral lands and was the one who had the right to receive Emperor Kwa's inheritance. He could give it to whoever he wanted. That was how those few tribes that had come here before had been able to become so powerful. The elder had died for nothing. He died because of his greed. If he had not had that often idea, Yi Futian would have helped him. But since Yi Futian had guessed what he was thinking, that he was purposely plotting against him, it had led to his fall. A Nirvana-level cultivator had died for nothing. They all sighed inwardly. It was truly tragic. Previously, you all saw that this was not what I wished. I grant what Emperor Kwa left behind to Senior Wu Yong. If he wishes to give it to someone else after this, that is his affair. From now on, Wu Yong should be in charge of the Wu tribe, Yi Futian said to everyone. Wu Yong was an elder of the Wu tribe, and now the inheritance had been passed on to him. Now he would be able to lead the Wu tribe even better. Wu Yong was stunned when he heard what Yi Futian said. But the one beside him said, "He is worthy of bearing the position of elder." The others all said the same thing one by one. Wu Yong nodded, not shirking his responsibility. This must have been fated to happen. The brilliant light of the flames flowed through Wu Yong's mind, but it stopped after a while. When Wu Yong opened his eyes, fire seemed to flash in them. He bowed to Yi Futian and said, "Thank you, Lord Yi. You should go and cultivate elder," said Yi Futian, already calling him elder. "Very well." Wu Yong nodded, then turned and walked to the front of the gathered Wu tribe cultivators. "We will go somewhere else to cultivate," he said. "Yes, elder." Everyone followed Wu Yong away. They walked down the stairs. They took care not to disturb Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them. How much of the inheritance Wu Yong was willing to pass on was his own business. He closed his eyes and began to sense the great path. At that moment, there was only one man left atop Sun Castle. He sat with legs crossed beneath the sun. High up in the sky, there was also a massive figure. This scene could be seen from far away. It was incredibly astonishing. Endless will flowed down, descending upon Yi Futian's body. Besides the law power that Emperor Kwa had given him, the scene that he beheld was growing clearer and clearer. It was the figure of Emperor Kwa. It seemed that these ruins had turned into him. His perception spread out throughout the ruins, expanding the range he could sense. As he stretched out his perception, the fire flowed towards him. Could it be that there was something else hidden here besides Emperor Kwa's inheritance? It was that previously no one had been able to find it. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. He sat there, calmly, perceiving, letting his thoughts spread out. Time passed slowly. The Wu tribe cultivators were cultivating at the foot of the stairway. Wu Yong's aura was the strongest. Some of the others looked up at Yi Futian and saw that the sun was growing redder and redder. Crimson clouds streamed through the sky. They wondered if Futian would be able to find whatever it was that Emperor Kwa had left behind besides his inheritance. Could he find the secret of the ancestral lands? Or maybe the 9 great tribes had been wrong all these years, and there was no secret of the ancestral lands at all. Maybe Emperor Kwa had only left his inheritance here and waited for people to come and claim it. They did not know if this trip would end up being a blessing or a curse. Whoosh! A powerful aura exploded from Wu Yong, and divine light covered his body. Strange light shot up into the clouds. The cultivators of the Wu tribe looked on in fascination. Wu Yong's aura was already at the level of an unblemished saint. Perhaps he would have the chance to reach the nirvana level before long. Outside the gate to the ancestral lands, no one had left yet. They were still waiting there. No one knew what was going on inside. They could only imagine. However, they could all faintly feel the flame will all around them, flowing towards the gate to the ancestral lands. A long time passed. Futian was still cultivating at the top of Sun Castle. His thoughts seemed to cover all of the ruins. These ruins formed the figure of Emperor Kwa. He could faintly feel a strange aura in the sun at the peak of the ruins. Up in the sky, there was an incomparably brilliant sphere among the sun's flames, which was slowly rotating. There was a powerful aura within it. Rays of light shone out from within it and stretched out into the distance. They covered the whole ruins. What is this? A thought flashed in Futian's mind. His will and his perception floated towards it, trying to enter in. But once they got close, it turned into nothingness. There was no way to touch the depths of the sun. The terrifying thought surged wildly. It melded into Emperor Kwa's will, broke its shackles, and continued to penetrate the core of the sun. Futian saw flames bursting from the brilliant sphere within the sun. They shot out all over the ruins. It seemed that the source of the fire of the Great Path was here. At that moment, Futian's life spirit, the world tree, began to sway. He felt something. It made his heart tremble. This had also happened when he had run into Fei Xue. Could this be a treasure like the one that resided within Fei Xue? There was a rustling sound in his life palace as he thought of the way that he had helped Fei Xue. The world tree began to spread outward. At that moment, he put the will of the emperor into his life spirit, making incomparably brilliant light shoot out of the world tree. It was like the world tree had its own sun as it stretched out towards the actual Sunday. A powerful sense of burning spread out, and the will of the emperor that had been melded into the world tree began to burn. But the leaves and branches of the world tree grew even more brilliant as they were bathed in flames, and they began to swallow up all of the fire, even the flames from the radiant sphere within the sun. At that moment, everything suddenly changed. A terrifying vortex instantly appeared inside the sun, and the endless flames around him shot towards it. What is going on? Everyone at the base of the stairs looked up and saw the clouds fluctuating up in the sky. All the flames were flowing wildly towards the same spot. They were flowing towards the brilliant sun on top of Sun Castle. At that moment, it had turned into a black hole sun and was swallowing up everything. After only a moment, the whole world went dark. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Everyone looked at the scene before them in shock. Even the unblemished saints among them had never seen something as shocking as this. The sun hung high above Sun Castle and had turned into a black hole that was swallowing up all the flame power in the ancestral lands. It even seemed like their own flame will powers were being pulled out of them and sucked into it. Wu Yong, who had been cultivating, opened his eyes and looked up at the scene taking place in the distance. His robes fluttered in the wind as he was bathed in endless flame. His eyes that were full of flame will power did not seem disturbed in the least. Had he succeeded? Over the years, many had been able to enter the ancestral lands, but no one had ever really uncovered the secret therein. However, could it be that this time Futian of Qianye City, who they had brought with them, had been able to do it? Solar wind blew by him, incomparably hot. Many thoughts raced through Wu Yong's mind. This trip to the ancestral lands had been full of twists and turns. Futian, whom everyone had overlooked, had crushed the other 8 cultivators and entered the ancestral lands, surprising everyone. But afterward, the elder had wanted to take the inheritance for himself, and so had tried to kill Yi Futian, but had been killed himself. Afterward, Wu Yong himself had been made the new elder and had been granted the inheritance. Now, they were going to uncover the secret of the ancestral lands. It was said that Yi Futian had come from Empress Ya's city. The 9 great tribes were all on the same side. They had once followed Emperor Kwa. And even though Emperor Kwa had fallen, they still dominated the western portion of the Crimson Dragon realm. But there were so many heroic figures in the wide world. Who would have thought that Yi Futian of Qianyes City would defeat all his opponents, and even slay a Nirvana-level cultivator? Even though he had cultivated up to such a high level, Wu Yong still had to be in awe of Yi Futian. If he had been in the middle of that solar wind, he would be swallowed up easily. The world grew darker. The black hole seemed bottomless as it violently swallowed up the sun. Yi Futian was sitting there cross-legged. He seemed to have entered into the sun as well. It was a shocking scene. At that moment, all of his thoughts were focused on a bead of flame spirit. Up to that point, he had known what it was, but now he was sure that it was similar to what had been within Feishue. It contained truly frightening power. Moreover, his life spirit was resonating with it. He did not know who had granted this life spirit. Endless leaves and branches sprouted from Yi Futian as he sat in the sun, covering everything. They stretched out to the center of the sun and entered into its spiritual will. They were continuously destroyed and reborn. They inexorably stretched towards the bead of flame spirit, and seemed to be devouring the power within it bit by bit. They seemed to be automatically refining it. However, that thing that seemed like a bead of spirit was devouring all the flames in the area at the same time. Even the will that he had already refined was being sucked in. He could not stop it. He could only feel himself sitting inside the sun, but his world tree life spirit was rolling the bead of flame spirit towards him, bit by bit. Yi Futian's heart was beating wildly. It seemed that all the fire in the world was being sucked in. It looked like he was the black hole. But Yi Futian understood that this was not something that he could do with his power. What was more frightening was that he could sense the image of Emperor Kwa being swallowed up by the sun as well. At that moment, the figure became extremely clear. It was as if it was formed out of Emperor Kwa's actual will. But at the same time, it was being swallowed up by the terrible vortex, bit by bit. In the outside world, everything was becoming darker and darker, until there was almost no light. All the light was being swallowed up by the black hole. The cultivators of the Wu tribe stood there, not moving, letting the wind blow by them and rustled their clothing, which made a rustling sound. The wind was burning hot. "Wu Yong!" came a voice from the darkness. Wu Yong's eyes were like flames. He looked into the darkness. It was like looking into an eclipse. "I'm here," answered Wu Yong. He could naturally tell that the voice had come from Yi Futian in the heart of the storm. "Catch!" came Yi Futian's voice again. Brilliant light appeared in the sky. Wu Yong could faintly see a figure standing up there. It looked like the figure of Emperor Kwa. The figure rushed into his body like a beam of light. Terrible flames of the way burned across his body, like the fire of the gods. It was so dazzling that he had to shut his eyes. He let the flames burn across him. He felt like his body would burn away to nothing. His aura seemed to be gradually weakening as if he was being reduced to an ordinary person. It seemed that he would be burned to death by the fire of the Great Path. But at the moment when he reached his weakest point, a more powerful flame flared up, lighting went up the sky. Brilliant flames shot up from Wu Yong's body through the darkness, reaching the clouds. His eyes became even more dazzling as they turned into flames. "Nirvana!" Behind him, the cultivators of the Wu tribe's hearts trembled as they beheld this scene. Now that the elder of the Wu tribe had fallen, Wu Yong was inheriting his position. Had Yi Futian killed one Nirvana-level cultivator, and granted the power of Nirvana to another? Of course, this was not done solely by Yi Futian's power. Wu Yong's level was very close to that of Nirvana already, and now both his will and his mind were being washed clean, allowing him to break through to the next level and become a Nirvana-level saint, the final step on the divine path. "Thank you, Lord Yi," said Wu Yong clearly. His nirvana aura swept out, no weaker than the one that had slain the Wu tribe elder. He looked up towards Yi Futian and saw a powerful beam of light that stung his eyes. None of them could see anything. In the next moment, the world became dark, and Sun Castle disappeared completely. However, after this moment, there was another powerful beam of light that descended from the sun. Everyone opened their eyes and looked around them. It seemed that they could not believe their eyes. Sun Castle had disappeared, and the sun that hung high in the sky was no longer the sun of Sun Castle, but the sun of the Crimson Dragon realm. The wind blew, still a little bit hot, but nothing like it had been earlier. They knew that Sun Castle had disappeared. And not only Sun Castle, all of the ruins of the ancestral lands had disappeared as if they had never existed. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. Up ahead, a figure was walking towards them. The cultivators looked at him, and a look of shock came over their faces. Yi Futian seemed to have changed, but they could not quite tell how. Everything looked the same. It was impossible to imagine that the man who had just devoured a son was the white-haired youth before them. "Lord Yi," called Wu Yong. He and the other Wu tribe cultivators were looking at Yi Futian completely differently from before. Their visit had deeply moved them to the ruins. "Congratulations on breaking through to the Nirvana level, Elder," said Yi Futian with a smile. Wu Yong shook his head and was about to say something, but he seemed to feel something, and so he did not open his mouth. Instead, he turned and looked off into the distance, and a group of figures coming towards them through the sky. They were the cultivators of the 9 tribes and the 8 cultivators that Yi Futian had defeated. All the cultivators from the 9 tribes were watching them keenly. They swept their gazes over Yi Futian and the rest of them. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe was the first to speak. "What happened, Wu Yong?" None of them were calm at that point. The ancestral lands had disappeared. What had happened after they had opened the gate? "We are not sure," answered Wu Yong directly. "You don't know?" The Zhong tribe cultivator frowned. Wu Yong had stepped into the ancestral lands, and he said he did not know what had happened there. Yin Tianjiao and Duan Wuji were looking at Yi Futian. Could it be that this guy had found whatever it was that Emperor Kwa had left behind in the ancestral lands? And they were not the only ones wondering this. The others were looking at Yi Futian as well, including the cultivators from the other 8 tribes. Yi Futian was the one who had opened the gate to the ancestral lands. If not him, then who? The cultivator from the Zhu tribe seemed to notice something, and so he suddenly asked, "Where is your elder?" The others all noticed as well. The Wu tribe was missing a member. And that member was their elder. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. Off in the distance, there was the sound of more people flying. More cultivators flashed over. It was the crowd of people who had been waiting outside for several months. The people of the 8 other tribes and the cultivators of other forces all descended. Xia Qingyuan and Xintianjian had naturally come as well. They flashed over and descended beside Yi Futian. They could feel that the atmosphere here was a little mysterious. Wu Yong faced the crowd and said, "The elder acted rashly. He tried to seize Emperor Kwa's inheritance in the ruins, and so he was swallowed up. He died at the hands of Emperor Kwa's flames of the way. After that, the world changed, and all of it disappeared, just like you all saw." Although the 9 tribes often invited people to open the gate to the ancestral lands, they never thought of giving away what Emperor Kwa had left behind. If Yi Futian was strong enough, he could deter anyone, and even become the head of the 9 tribes. But at that point, Yi Futian's level was not high enough. If the 9 tribes knew that he had received Emperor Kwa's inheritance, they would not let him go. They would have to make him give it up, or take him from it at any cost. Moreover, at that moment, none of them knew what had happened in any detail. The cultivator from the Zhu tribe looked at Wu Yong and said, "Wu Yong, do you think anyone will believe what you are saying?" Yi Futian and the Wu tribe were not the first ones to open the gate to the ancestral lands. He had been in there as well, and he knew what it was like inside. Now the ancestral lands had disappeared, seeming to fly away like ash and smoke. Wu Yong was telling him that there was no reason for this, it had just disappeared. Was that possible? And Wu Yong, you have not cultivated to a high enough level. He stared at Wu Yong, and a powerful pressure stretched out from him. But Wu Yong was now at the nirvana level. Everyone could naturally feel it. Their gazes all fell upon Yi Futian. Lord Yi, did the ancestral lands disappear because of you? Yi Futian looked up to the warrior of Zhu clan and said, laughing, since I was the one who opened the door of the ancestral lands and came inside with warriors of Wu clan, of course, I am related to the disappearance of ancestral lands no matter what reason. It's just I still have no idea how I got related. I received teachings from Emperor Kwa and passed it to Senior Wu Yong. I did what I was supposed to do, and what you saw is all that happened. There was no way he could tell that his life spirit had devoured the sun. Otherwise, the crisis he was facing would be not only from the 9 clans. Until now, he still had no idea what the dazzling fire spirit orb in the sun was. But at least he was sure that it was the base of Emperor Kwa's relics, which had devoured the whole ancestral lands. It was probably the treasure used by Emperor Kwa for cultivation during his time, which was beyond the saint level. If such a treasure were exposed, many people in Crimson Dragon's realm would covet it. What Lord Yi said is true. I received Emperor Kwa's heritage through Lord Yi and entered the Nirvana plane thanks to it, said Wu Yong, standing beside Yi Futian. Then how do you explain the death of the head of Wu clan? Your excuse was not convincing at all, said a burly middle-aged man of Zhu clan, his eyes blazing with anger. Yi Futian was invited by Wu Yong to join the Wu clan, but then Wu clan betrayed them. They hadn't settled it with them yet. But now, Wu Yong and the people of Wu clan all seemed to be on Yi Futian's side. The thing was too coincidental. What was truth hidden behind it? How did the head of Wu clan die? Wu Yong stared at him. His pupils turned red, and the horrifying will directly swept out of his eyes and rushed into that Zhu clan warrior's mind. The warrior was of unblemished plain, and suddenly turned pale when the shock came. He let out a low groan and took a step back. You want to know? Said Wu Yong coldly. After Lord Yi helped us enter the site, the head wanted to take Emperor Kwa's heritage as his own and kill Lord Yi but got devoured and died. Do you like the answer? The place suddenly went quiet after Wu Yong said the words. He didn't elaborate on the process, but top figures of all clans could roughly figure out what had happened. Especially the ones who had entered the ancestral lands understood what he meant, since they had similar thoughts, too. It was just that Yi Futian looked like a tough guy. He killed a Nirvana saint using the Renhuang will. Your head died because of him, but you don't seem to care at all. That warrior of Zhu clan, who had stepped back, said coldly. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choice, so does our head. I invited Lord Yi to join the Wu clan. After the ancestral land was opened, the thought of killing came to the head's mind. I will not judge who is right or wrong here, but I think you have your answer, said Wu Yong calmly. As for the Wu clan, from now on I, Wu Yong, will serve as the head. Very good. The head of Zhu clan walked up and said. The life force from his body was almost intimidating. It exerted huge pressure over everyone. He looked toward Wu Yong and said, I will leave the death of the ex-head of Zhu clan. The ancestral lands have been the common heritage of we 9 clans for many years, but now it just disappeared. Wu Yong, shouldn't you give us an explanation? I have no idea why the ancestral lands disappeared, but if Lord Yi indeed unlocked the secret left by Emperor Kwa and became Emperor Kwa's inheritor, shouldn't the 9 clans follow the clan doctrine and obey Yi Futian's order? Said Wu Yong. The head of Zhu clan stared at him fiercely after he asked the question. There was indeed such a clan doctrine in the 9 clans. But how could the 9 clans let their people submit to Yi Futian and listen to his order? The heads of the 9 clans were all of Nirvana Plain. They were the lords who ruled the west land of Crimson Dragon's realm. If Yi Futian unlocked the secret treasure left by Emperor Kwa, should they choose to steal from him or to submit to him? Such a simple question that everyone should have an answer to. He didn't need to overthink it. If Lord Yi made it, will the 9 clans agree to submit? If not, why do you keep asking? Continued Wu Yong, since the 9 clans invited all warriors, they are here to help us. Now the site has disappeared, and we should put an end to all this. No warriors had expected Wu Yong would defend for Yi Futian like this. Xia Qingyuan and others had figured out what the whole story was like. It was simple and banal. So you mean, we 9 clans shouldn't even ask about the disappearance of the ancestral lands? Just let it go, a warrior of the Chong clan also said in a slightly hostile tone. The death of the head of the Wu clan was Wu clan's own business. They could ignore it. But how could they easily let go of ancestral lands left by Emperor Kwa? What do you want to do? Asked Xia Qingyuan, standing next to Yi Futian in a cold voice. It sounded like the 9 clans were reluctant to let Yi Futian go. Lord Yi, please stay in Emperor Kwa's city to cooperate with the 9 clans' investigation into the thing that happened in ancestral lands. If our investigation proves it is not related to you, then we will see you off, said one person. Xia Qingyuan released the cold will from her body. Letting Yi Futian stay? She was certain that Yi Futian had gotten something, and warriors of all clans must have known something about it. Obviously, they wanted to mug Yi Futian for what he got in the Emperor Kwa's sight. Once they did it, they would wipe him out. Of course, he couldn't stay here. Go away, said Xia Qingyuan cold. She released the cold will. She said, we were invited to come to the ancestral lands and open the door for you. Is this how you treat us? A gust of will befell after the 2 words, go away, came out of her mouth. Warriors of clans thought to themselves that no wonder the princess of Emperor Xia's realm could be so arrogant. But even though they were not afraid that Nirvana Plain warriors of Emperor Xia's realm would come, they didn't dare to touch Xia Qingyuan. If they touched the daughter of Renhuang and Emperor Xia came for revenge, that would be beyond Emperor Crimson Dragon's governance. Yi Futian also looked cold. He had already expected the way all these clans behaved. From their point of view, of course, they wanted to take Emperor Kwa's treasure as their own. It was because they couldn't take it that they invited them. The atmosphere became quite depressing. Xintianzhan appeared in front of Yi Futian. He stood with Wu Yong. Both of them were of Nirvana Plain. However, compared with the other 8 clans, their powers seemed not worth mentioning. Lord Yi, you are placing us in a difficult situation, said the warrior of Zhu clan slowly. Is this your way of treating guests? At that moment, a voice came. Many people followed the voice and expressed surprise when they saw the speaker. The one who asked the question was the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, Duan Wuji. The people of the clans didn't expect he would say something. A warrior of Chong clan said to Duan Wuji, Your Highness, the issue is about the ancestral lands of our 9 clans. We must be cautious about this thing. The Chong clan used to collaborate with the Emperor Dong's palace. This time they didn't want to offend Duan Wuji. Since Duan Wuji's power was not in other realms, he was the Renhuang power, which ruled the East Land in Crimson Dragon's realm. Duan Wuji flashed a smile and said, We were invited to unlock the secret of Emperor Kwa's relic, but today, it seems that even if one of us succeeds, you will still not let him go. It doesn't sound like cooperation. If I were the one who had made it, perhaps I would be the one who had to face the situation today. The person of Chong clan didn't know how to reply after listening to Duan Wuji's words. If Duan Wuji had been the person who opened the secret of the ancestral lands, would they force him to stay? Everybody, just let that be the end, Duan Wuji said calmly. Even Yi Futian took a glance at him in surprise. He didn't expect that Duan Wuji would speak for him. During the Battle of Ancestral Lands, Duan Wuji was defeated by Yi Futian and got burned by his flame of the way. Your Highness, this thing is related to the future of our 9 clans, said the warrior of the Chong clan. Obviously, he still didn't want to let it go even though Duan Wuji had expressed his attitude. As far as I know, if there were no external assistance, the 9 clans would not be able to step inside the ancestral lands, said Duan Wuji. If the 9 clans were indeed so altruistic, how about you work together and share Emperor Kwa's heritage with all of us? Your Highness, this thing is not Emperor Dong's palace's business, said the head of Zhu clan. Since I am on the trip, of course, I am involved in this, said Duan Wuji. He is right. Since we were invited to the ancestral lands, we are related. Let's leave the issue aside in case the prestige of the 9 clans is affected, another voice said. People of clans all frowned. The speaker was another Renhuang descendant, Emperor Wu's princess, Yin Tianjiao. The two were Yi Futian's strongest competitors but were all defeated by him. Now they both spoke for Yi Futian. Was it out of respect between heroes? People of clans began to look uneasy. People from Emperor Xiao's realm, warriors of Thousand Leaves City, Wu Yong, and others from Wu clan, besides the powers of 2 Renhuang realms, such a team was awesome enough. Xia Qingyuan saw Yin Tianjiao talk and took a look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had a strange expression on his face, too. Obviously, the thing was also out of his expectations. Yin Tianjiao showed no mercy to him in ancestral lands. Who could expect today both warriors could speak for him? Chapter 1249, Expressing Attitudes. Yi Futian looked up to the warrior of Zhu clan and said, laughing, "Since I was the one who opened the door of the ancestral lands and came inside with warriors of Wu clan, of course, I am related to the disappearance of ancestral lands no matter what reason. It's just I still have no idea how I got related. I received teachings from Emperor Kwa and passed it to Senior Wu Yong. I did what I was supposed to do, and what you saw is all that happened. There was no way he could tell that his life spirit had devoured the sun. Otherwise, the crisis he was facing would be not only from the 9 clans. Until now, he still had no idea what the dazzling fire spirit orb in the sun was. But at least he was sure that it was the base of Emperor Kwa's relics, which had devoured the whole ancestral lands. It was probably the treasure used by Emperor Kwa for cultivation during his time, which was beyond the saint level. If such a treasure were exposed, many people in Crimson Dragon's realm would covet it. What Lord Yi said is true. I received Emperor Kwa's heritage through Lord Yi and entered the Nirvana plane thanks to it," said Wu Yong, standing beside Yi Futian. "Then how do you explain the death of the head of Wu clan?" "Your excuse was not convincing at all," said a burly middle-aged man of Zhu clan, his eyes blazing with anger. Yi Futian was invited by Wu Yong to join the Wu clan, but then Wu clan betrayed them. They hadn't settled it with them yet. But now, Wu Yong and the people of Wu clan all seemed to be on Yi Futian's side. The thing was too coincidental. What was truth hidden behind it? How did the head of Wu clan die? Wu Yong stared at him. His pupils turned red, and the horrifying will directly swept out of his eyes and rushed into that Zhu clan warrior's mind. The warrior was of unblemished plain, and suddenly turned pale when the shock came. He let out a low groan and took a step back. "You want to know?" said Wu Yong coldly. "After Lord Yi helped us enter the site, the head wanted to take Emperor Kwa's heritage as his own and kill Lord Yi but got devoured and died. Do you like the answer?" The place suddenly went quiet after Wu Yong said the words. He didn't elaborate on the process, but top figures of all clans could roughly figure out what had happened. Especially the ones who had entered the ancestral lands understood what he meant, since they had similar thoughts, too. It was just that Yi Futian looked like a tough guy. He killed a Nirvana saint using the Renhuang will. Your head died because of him, but you don't seem to care at all. That warrior of Zhu clan, who had stepped back, said coldly. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choice, so does our head. I invited Lord Yi to join the Wu clan. After the ancestral land was opened, the thought of killing came to the head's mind. I will not judge who is right or wrong here, but I think you have your answer, said Wu Yong calmly. As for the Wu clan, from now on I, Wu Yong, will serve as the head. Very good. The head of Zhu clan walked up and said. The life force from his body was almost intimidating. It exerted huge pressure over everyone. He looked toward Wu Yong and said, I will leave the death of the ex-head of Zhu clan. The ancestral lands have been the common heritage of we 9 clans for many years, but now it just disappeared. Wu Yong, shouldn't you give us an explanation? I have no idea why the ancestral lands disappeared, but if Lord Yi indeed unlocked the secret left by Emperor Kwa and became Emperor Kwa's inheritor, shouldn't the 9 clans follow the clan doctrine and obey Yi Futian's order? Said Wu Yong. The head of Zhu clan stared at him fiercely after he asked the question. There was indeed such a clan doctrine in the 9 clans. But how could the 9 clans let their people submit to Yi Futian and listen to his order? The heads of the 9 clans were all of Nirvana Plain. They were the lords who ruled the west land of Crimson Dragon's realm. If Yi Futian unlocked the secret treasure left by Emperor Kwa, should they choose to steal from him or to submit to him? Such a simple question that everyone should have an answer to. He didn't need to overthink it. If Lord Yi made it, will the 9 clans agree to submit? If not, why do you keep asking? Continued Wu Yong. Since the 9 clans invited all warriors, they are here to help us. Now the site has disappeared, and we should put an end to all this. No warriors had expected Wu Yong would defend for Yi Futian like this. Xia Qingyuan and others had figured out what the whole story was like. It was simple and banal. So you mean, we 9 clans shouldn't even ask about the disappearance of the ancestral lands? Just let it go, a warrior of the Chong clan also said in a slightly hostile tone. The death of the head of the Wu clan was Wu clan's own business. They could ignore it. But how could they easily let go of ancestral lands left by Emperor Kwa? What do you want to do? Asked Xia Qingyuan, standing next to Yi Futian in a cold voice. It sounded like the 9 clans were reluctant to let Yi Futian go. Lord Yi, please stay in Emperor Kwa's city to cooperate with the 9 clans' investigation into the thing that happened in ancestral lands. If our investigation proves it is not related to you, then we will see you off, said one person. Xia Qingyuan released the cold will from her body. Letting Yi Futian stay? She was certain that Yi Futian had gotten something, and warriors of all clans must have known something about it. Obviously, they wanted to mug Yi Futian for what he got in the Emperor Kwa's sight. Once they did it, they would wipe him out. Of course, he couldn't stay here. Go away, said Xia Qingyuan cold. She released the cold will. She said, we were invited to come to the ancestral lands and open the door for you. Is this how you treat us? A gust of will befell after the 2 words, go away, came out of her mouth. Warriors of clans thought to themselves that no wonder the princess of Emperor Xia's realm could be so arrogant. But even though they were not afraid that Nirvana Plain warriors of Emperor Xia's realm would come, they didn't dare to touch Xia Qingyuan. If they touched the daughter of Renhuang and Emperor Xia came for revenge, that would be beyond Emperor Crimson Dragon's governance. Yi Futian also looked cold. He had already expected the way all these clans behaved. From their point of view, of course, they wanted to take Emperor Kwa's treasure as their own. It was because they couldn't take it that they invited them. The atmosphere became quite depressing. Xintianzhan appeared in front of Yi Futian. He stood with Wu Yong. Both of them were of Nirvana Plain. However, compared with the other 8 clans, their power seemed not worth mentioning. Lord Yi, you are placing us in a difficult situation, said the warrior of Zhu clan slowly. Is this your way of treating guests? At that moment, a voice came. Many people followed the voice and expressed surprise when they saw the speaker. The one who asked the question was the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, Duan Wuji. The people of the clans didn't expect he would say something. A warrior of Chong clan said to Duan Wuji, Your Highness, the issue is about the ancestral lands of our 9 clans. We must be cautious about this thing. The Chong clan used to collaborate with the Emperor Dong's palace. This time they didn't want to offend Duan Wuji. Since Duan Wuji's power was not in other realms, he was the Renhuang power, which ruled the East Land in Crimson Dragon's realm. Duan Wuji flashed a smile and said, We were invited to unlock the secret of Emperor Kwa's relic, but today, it seems that even if one of us succeeds, you will still not let him go. It doesn't sound like cooperation. If I were the one who had made it, perhaps I would be the one who had to face the situation today. The person of Chong clan didn't know how to reply after listening to Duan Wuji's words. If Duan Wuji had been the person who opened the secret of the ancestral lands, would they force him to stay? Everybody, just let that be the end, Duan Wuji said calmly. Even Yi Futian took a glance at him in surprise. He didn't expect that Duan Wuji would speak for him. During the Battle of Ancestral Lands, Duan Wuji was defeated by Yi Futian and got burned by his flame of the way. Your Highness, this thing is related to the future of our 9 clans, said the warrior of the Chong clan. Obviously, he still didn't want to let it go even though Duan Wuji had expressed his attitude. As far as I know, if there were no external assistance, the 9 clans would not be able to step inside the ancestral lands, said Duan Wuji. If the 9 clans were indeed so altruistic, how about you work together and share Emperor Kwa's heritage with all of us? Your Highness, this thing is not Emperor Dong's palace's business, said the head of Zhu clan. Since I am on the trip, of course, I am involved in this, said Duan Wuji. He is right. Since we were invited to the ancestral lands, we are related. Let's leave the issue aside in case the prestige of the 9 clans is affected, another voice said. People of clans all frowned. The speaker was another Renhuang descendant, Emperor Wu's princess, Yin Tianjiao. The two were Yi Futian's strongest competitors but were all defeated by him. Now they both spoke for Yi Futian. Was it out of respect between heroes? People of clans began to look uneasy. People from Emperor Xia's realm, warriors of Thousand Leaves City, Wu Yong, and others from Wu clan, besides the powers of 2 Renhuang realms, such a team was awesome enough. Xia Qingyuan saw Yin Tianjiao talk and took a look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had a strange expression on his face, too. Obviously, the thing was also out of his expectations. Yin Tianjiao showed no mercy to him in ancestral lands. Who could expect today both warriors could speak for him? The atmosphere in this space felt kind of weird. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. The people who were present today were from everywhere in the world. The 9 clans and the warriors, who were invited by them, all had different thoughts. Even the 9 clans were not completely united. For example, Wu Yong was on Yi Futian's side. You are right. Since Lord Yi was invited to the ancestral lands, we should respect what happened in the ancestral lands. If we have to investigate, Lord Yi obtained the secret of Emperor Kwa, so is everyone willing to let him lead the 9 clans? At that moment, another voice came. This time, even the warrior of the Zhu clan couldn't help but squint his eyes and see the one who was talking. The speaker was the head of one of the 9 clans, the Bailey clan. He didn't agree to look into the case either. Inside the 9 clans, 2 clans had shown their agreement. Yi Futian just stood there quietly and witnessed the scene. He saw each one show their attitude and thought that, since all these big figures had their own thoughts, and competition within the 9 clans was severe, it was likely that the Zhu clan and the Chong clan wanted to prosecute him because they wanted to get the secret from him. Other clans also had their own thoughts. They might not be united as one. In terms of power, the Bailey clan was just average among the 9 clans. However, the current situation seemed like even though the other 7 clans wanted to prosecute him, they would not be able to do it. The head of the Zhurong clan with vigorous life force took a glance at the crowd, a glance at warriors of the Wu clan and Bailey clan, and then a glance at Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao. He let out a laugh, then started talking. Since you said so, I will not insist on it, but it doesn't mean I will put it to an end. Some things have to be figured out. After saying that, he turned around and said, gesturing to his people, "Let's go." Warriors of the Zhu clan followed him and left. Seeing them leaving, warriors of other clans no longer insisted and gradually all returned to their respective clans. Many people of Crimson Dragon Realm gathered and watched the scene from a distance. Although the incidents had temporarily ended, Yi Futian probably obtained a lot from the relics of Emperor Kwa. However, it would be far from putting an end to it. Today, although Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace and Princess Yin Tianjiao of Emperor Wu had expressed their attitudes, it might simply have been because they didn't agree with the 9 clans today. They would not stay with Yi Futian forever so that Yi Futian couldn't be secure all the time. If later anything happened, Emperor Dong's palace and Emperor Wu's realm would not intervene. Yi Futian watched the people of clans leaving. His eyes were frozen straight ahead. He looked into the distance, absorbed in thought. "What happened?" asked Xia Qingyuan. "Nothing," said Yi Futian, who soon distracted himself from the thought. He cupped his hands as a salute, and said to Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao smiling, "I should thank you both for your support. I don't like their attitude. Don't need to take them seriously," said Duan Wuji with a lazy smile. I still want to test your real strength if there is an opportunity. They only used the will of flame and forging to fight when they were in the ancestral lands, which could not reflect their real strengths. Although Emperor Dong's palace was good at the god-devouring fire, the art of flame was only one of their cultivation methods. He was aware of it, so was Yi Futian. Nobody had expected Yi Futian would win, because they had no idea of Yi Futian's real strength, not to mention his attainment of flame art. Now his attainment of flame art had been proved to be strong. His ability in other areas shouldn't be weak, either. If there were a chance, he would want to test how strong the Thousand Leaves City Lord's real strength was. Good, said Yi Futian, nodding with a smile. Duan Wuji left with his people. Yin Tianjiao took a glance at him and turned around without saying anything. Yi Futian didn't keep it in mind, but Xia Qingyuan had a strange look on her face and looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Why are you looking at me? Asked Yi Futian. He felt something weird. Why did she look at him like that? Nothing, said Xia Qingyuan. She turned her eyes away. Let's leave as soon as possible. After all, the West Land belonged to the 9 clans. Yi Futian nodded and looked toward Wu Yong, asking, Sir, will the Zhu clan bring trouble to you? The Wu clan used to depend on the Zhu clan indirectly, but now they had turned on them. Maybe the Zhu clan would seek revenge. The possibility was not low. Wu Yong slightly frowned. Obviously, he had such worry too. Yi Futian looked toward the people surrounding him and said, I was invited by the current head of Wu clan, Wu Yong, to enter Emperor Kua's relics and obtain his heritage. During this trip, I received a lot of care from Sir Wu Yong. If one day the Wu clan is attacked by any other clans because of this, I, Yi Futian, will regard it as the 9 clans' injustice and make Emperor Kua's heritage open to the world. His words stirred people. How dare this guy threaten the 9 clans? Emperor Kua's heritage was stored in the ancestral lands, and could only be obtained after entering the ancestral lands. There were several clans among the 9 clans who hadn't obtained it yet. However, Yi Futian now declared he might reveal the heritage to the world, which the 9 clans would definitely not allow. Of course, if the 9 clans don't do so, I will carefully guard the heritage and return it to the 9 clans and leak it to no one, continued Yi Futian. The warriors of the Bailey clan looked toward Yi Futian. The head of the Bailey clan said, The 9 clans are supposed to be united as one. The Bailey clan will not sit by and watch as inner conflict happens. After hearing what you said, I feel much relieved. Thank you very much for your help this time. If the cultivators of the Bailey clan can spare time, please come visit the Thousand Leaves City, said Yi Futian. Currently, I have only passed the heritage to the Wu clan, but if the 9 clans can be united as one and won't separate, I welcome all cultivators follow the Wu clan cultivators and come discuss the cultivation of fire art with me. Obviously, Yi Futian was indicating that he was eager to return the favor since the Bailey clan had helped him. Yi Futian was not a selfish person. Besides, Emperor Kua's heritage was supposed to belong to the 9 clans. He would have no complaints if he passed it to someone he could trust. Making friends was better than making enemies. Of course, if the head of Bailey clan were like the head of Wu clan or the Zhu clan, things would be different. Great. I will come to visit Lord Yi in Thousand Leaves City one day, said the head of Bailey clan. He offered help to Yi Futian because of this. Besides, according to Emperor Kua's doctrine, Yi Futian had the right to rule over the 9 clans if he had really obtained everything. It was just because he was still young, and his plane was not high enough to convince others that the Nirvana plane leaders of the 9 clans wouldn't accept his rule. The Bailey clan was not willing to see his rule either, but it didn't mean they didn't want to tie the bond with him now. Given the talent Yi Futian had shown on this trip, even though his current plane was low, in the future, he might become a figure like Emperor Kua. If that day came, he might as well lead the Bailey clan since he had inherited Emperor Kua's relics. I should leave now, sir, said Yi Futian with a salute. Lord Yi, please take care, said the head of Bailey clan. Yi Futian then said farewell to Wu Yong and left with his people. In the void sky, everyone thought that this guy might have again plundered Emperor Kua's ancestral lands. Xia Qingyuan took a look at him and sent the message. What did you do? How did you make their ancestral lands disappear? Nothing, just with luck, replied Futian. For him, being able to unlock the gate of ancestral lands meant he was capable of inheriting the Emperor Qua's path. As for what he did after that, he had just depended on his luck, life spirit, and the Emperor's will. Otherwise, he would not have devoured the spirit orb in the sun. Xiaqing Yuan gave him a stare. Luck? Why did no one else have luck as good as his? Besides, it was not the first time that he got good luck. Then what did you obtain? Xiaqing Yuan asked bluntly. Perhaps she thought she and Futian were close enough so she could ask like this. Otherwise, she should have avoided asking about Renhuang's secret, just like Shuntianjian and others did. Of course, Futian knew it too. Xiaqing Yuan was not interested in occupying what he got. I don't know either. A strange expression suddenly flashed across Futian's face. In his life palace, the world tree turned a crimson color. A blazing orb was floating in his life spirit, and the life spirit was devouring its energy bit by bit. Above the life spirit world tree, Futian's sun spirit was greedily swallowing the life force of the flame and becoming more dazzling. What pissed Futian off was that he had forged many wills, including some wisps of Renhuang wills. Even though they were not his ability, he could use them to fight and threaten opponents of higher planes. But now they were all devoured. The orb in the sun was like an abyss. When it was triggered, the whole relics was devoured, and the sky and earth disappeared. All the wills Futian had forged were all swallowed by it. Futian's heart was bleeding. The energy of this thing was horrifying. No doubt that Imperial Advisor once tried all methods, even including putting Fei Shui to sleep, to suppress the thing in her body, in case she exploded and died. If the treasure indeed exploded, no one knew how terrifying the outcome would be. According to her plan, Fei Shui was unable to endure it. Thinking about Fei Shui, Futian didn't know where Yan Yuan and others were in Crimson Dragon Realm. They must have reached and been cultivating somewhere. Imperial Advisor was imprisoned in Dali Imperial Palace. Yan Yuan and Fei Shui must be working hard to level up their skills. After Futian and others reached Thousand Leaves City, the news began to sweep across the Crimson Dragon Realm and spread to other realms. Lord Futian of Thousand Leaves City not only inherited Emperor Qua's path but also unlocked the Emperor Qua's ancient secret and let Emperor Qua's relics directly disappeared. It was said that the treasure obtained by Futian was probably of Renhuang level. The news immediately caused a sensation after being released. Even the Crimson Dragon Realm and cities around the Crimson Dragon Realm came to know about it. Futian had been cultivating in seclusion after returning to Thousand Leaves City. He knew this thing would bring about a new tumult. Not to mention that the 9 clans would not just let him go. Many top figures in Crimson Dragon Realm must also have wanted to take it as their own. Nobody knew what he had obtained, and that was why they were more curious about it. Besides, since receiving the Emperor Qua's cultivation law before entering the relics, everyone was speculating. What thing did Emperor Qua leave that was even more precious than his heritage of cultivation path? The world of cultivators was always cruel. Few people were willing to offer help, but many people were waiting to kick someone when that person was down or benefited from other people's misery. As long as someone wanted to lay a hand on him, other people would soon join the pillage. Futian's thought was not wrong. Now, there were voices outside saying that although Emperor Xia's realm supported Futian, a Renhuang realm would not bring a big surge in Crimson Dragon Realm. As long as Xiaqing Yuan was safe, Emperor Xia's realm wouldn't take action. If many people wanted to lay a hand on Futian at the same time, even Emperor Xia wouldn't do anything. The people who talked about this must have had evil intentions, but such remarks were also frank. If a lot of top figures besieged Futian, would Emperor Xia's realm come to challenge the powers of Crimson Dragon Realm? It was impossible. Time flew by, and soon, the year 10024 of Divine Prefecture calendar was near its end. During this period, many people flowed into Thousand Leaves City from everywhere in the world. The city was more bustling than ever before. The newcomers' levels differed, some were strong, and some were weak. As for their reason for coming, everyone knew the answer. In addition, There was another piece of news related to Thousand Leaves City, which caused an uproar in Crimson Dragon City. The news even deterred quite a lot of people who wanted to lay a hand on Futian's treasure and forced them to give up the idea. The news came from the regional palace that a new name would appear in the regional king ranking of this year. And the name belonged to a young person who just came to cultivation in regional palace this year. It was Yu Xing of Thousand Leaves City. He had just come to the regional palace for a few months and entered the regional king ranking. People of Crimson Dragon Realm, of course, all knew the value of regional king ranking. The regional place was the top sacred land for cultivation in Crimson Dragon Realm, and the regional king ranking was perceived as the top ranking in Crimson Dragon Realm. Besides, the candidates were not restricted to be cultivators in the regional palace. All cultivators of Crimson Dragon Realm were included. Every candidate who entered the ranking would attract great attention. The ranking only listed candidates of Saint Plane. Cultivators of all levels of Saint's Plane were welcome and wouldn't be judged by levels. The regional palace had never clarified the judgment standard of regional king palace, which made it look like an unknown amateur ranking. Even so, whenever a new name appeared on the regional king ranking, it would cause an uproar. Before Yu Xing, there were 17 names on the regional king ranking. Including him, there were only 18 people. These people covered all 4 levels of the Saint Plane. The elder brother of Xing Qiu of the ancient imperial city, Xing Kai, who used to compete with Yu Xing for the right to enter the regional palace, was also one on the regional king ranking. Although the regional palace had never mentioned what the regional king ranking represented, the people of Crimson Dragon Realm all claimed the ones chosen by the regional king ranking probably would become future Renhuangs of Crimson Dragon Realm. This also meant that the 18 warriors on the regional king ranking had the potential to enter Renhuang Realm. One could tell how meaningful it was that Yu Xing entering regional king ranking. It was much harder than entering the regional palace. And so, those who wanted to lay a hand on Futian must think twice about Yu Xing's existence. Even if they got rid of Futian, who could beat the person who cultivated in the regional palace, entered the regional king ranking, and might enter the Nirvana plane in the future? Nowadays, all the Nirvana saints on the regional king ranking were almost invincible in the Crimson Dragon Realm. And this cultivator of the regional palace was listed in the regional king ranking. Few people could achieve this in Crimson Dragon Realm. The Emperor Crimson Dragon was the one who stood behind the regional palace. Futian and Yu Xing were both extraordinarily talented, and both belonged to Emperor Xia's realm. Thus, many people decided to give up the thought and not get involved, considering these factors. Even if they participated, they might not get anything and even become Futian and Yu Xing's enemy, so they'd better choose to become a quiet audience. One day, a guest came to visit the Lord residence and requested to meet Futian. Futian met him, a warrior of Flaming Prison City. This time, Flaming Prison City also participated in the trip to Emperor Qua relics. They acquired the Flame of the Way and entered the relics in cooperation with the Bailey clan. The warrior of the Flame Prison City was clear about all that had happened. In the guest hall of the Lord residence, Futian sat in the host's seat. The warrior of the Flaming Prison City said, "Lord Yi, allow me to be straightforward." "Sure. Sir, please speak freely," said Futian, nodding. He didn't like talking in circles either. This time, during the trip to Emperor Qua relics, Lord Yi demonstrated extraordinary skills and must have gained a lot of relics. Whether it was the cultivation heritage or other secrets left by Emperor Qua, the things have already attracted the attention of many powers in Crimson Dragon Realm. Now many powers have gathered in Thousand Leaves City, and top agents have all arrived, said the warrior of the Flaming Prison City. Futian listened to him quietly without a reply. The warrior of the Flaming Prison City paused a second, took a look at Futian, and continued. "I would suggest that there is no need for Lord Yi to wait and guard, just as Lord Yi said in the West Land, since the 9 clans will not simply let you go. How about trading Emperor Qua's heritage and secrets with others? If so, all powers can be satisfied, and Lord Yi will also receive bountiful resources for cultivation." His words seemed to have aroused Futian's interest. Yi Futian had to admit that this warrior of the flaming prison city indeed provided a solution which could help his situation. If he did so, he could probably solve the current plight. Obviously, the warrior specially came here for this. The warrior continued, I think Lord Yi has understood what I came here for. Flaming Prison City is willing to take Emperor Kwa's heritage at a high cost. Of course, if Lord Yi thinks Flaming Prison City is not capable of affording your price in the future, we can be on your side whenever you have any difficulties, including this time. Yi Futian took a look at him. This time, the Flaming Prison City was quite sincere. If he said yes from now on, he would have one more friend. On the contrary, if he refused, he would very likely push Flaming Prison City and make it become one of the powers who tried to grab his treasure. He tapped his finger on the armrest of the throne. It was indeed an interesting deal he wanted to think over. He would not possibly take out the flame orb devoured by his life spirit, but Emperor Kwa's heritage path seemed tradable. However, it didn't seem to be a morally correct thing to do. If he did so, the 9 clans below the Emperor Kwa would definitely abhor him and try to eradicate him with all their effort. Yi Futian thought for a moment, and soon stopped tapping his finger. He said with a smile, Sir, I deeply appreciate your kindness. It's just that, although many people of Emperor Kwa clans behaved unfairly, I believe it was not every clan member's attitude. The 9 clans will think that since Emperor Kwa left the heritage in the ancestral lands, he must have left it to his descendants. I accidentally obtained it, but if I sold it to a random person, that would be extremely disrespectful toward Emperor Kwa, His Majesty, and the clans. So, said Yi Futian smiling, please try to understand. The warrior paused a second when he saw how resolute Yi Futian was in his rejection, but then he put on a smile without saying anything. Given Yi Futian's personality reflected during the trip to the relics, he guessed Yi Futian should be a man of determination, and since he had declined, there was no point to keep trying to persuade him. If so, we should go now. Sorry to bother you, Lord Yi, said the warrior of Flaming Prison City. Soon he cupped his hand as a courtesy and left. Yi Futian seemed lost in thought for a moment after they left. He didn't know if Flaming Prison City would go to the opposite side. Flaming Prison City was just the beginning. Later, Crimson Cloud City, Yen City, and other top powers, which specialized in flame, all came to visit as if they had a tacit agreement. But their goals were all similar to Flaming Prison Cities. They wanted to get what Emperor Kwa had left in a mild approach. However, they were all declined by Yi Futian. Some people acted politely before they left, but some also left with a hostile attitude. The year was almost over, and news had spread that the Lord Residents rejected many people. Many people wondered what Yi Futian was thinking. Was he not worried at all? Even the normal cultivators in Thousand Leaves City had apparently perceived that there were special, powerful cultivators everywhere in Thousand Leaves City. Finally, the year 10024 of Divine Prefecture calendar had come to an end. In the Lord Residence of Thousand Leaves City, Yi Futian quietly sat in the courtyard and looked up to the sky. 1 year had passed, and as his cultivation had leveled up, it seemed that time passed even faster. Sometimes, he wouldn't even realize a period of cultivation would take such a long time. Many things had happened this year and had much influence on him. Dali Imperial Advisor was deprived of power and imprisoned in the Emperor Li's palace. Whether Jieyu was alive or dead was unknown, and he didn't know when he could go find her. Currently, he had not been able to have a firm standing in Crimson Dragon Realm, and because of the Emperor Kwa's relic, he roused a huge uproar. But for this, his reaction was quite calm. Maybe he had been used to it. After experiencing so many storms, now his state of mind was as calm as still water when he faced things. Time had changed him a lot. But the only thing that didn't change was that he was more and more eager for real strength as his ability grew. The more powerful he became, the more eager he was for cultivating real strength. At some time, Xia Qingyuan showed up beside Yi Futian and said, "Now the storm and cloud have converged in Thousand Leaves City. Many warriors have actually arrived. Are you ready to deal with them?" "No," replied Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. Yi Futian turned around and smiled at her, saying, "Those who should come will come. Just send our generals to defend against their soldiers. Let our soils soak their blood. They can't raise a big tide." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.